The story begins with a young man gently petting his cat, Nike, who purrs contentedly. He reflects on his life, considering it to have been a boring and meaningless existence. But he acknowledges that everything has changed, and his future now seems much brighter. He attributes this change to a newfound magic and a special trade skill that he believes will grant him anything he desires. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a hostile new world where, clutching Nike, he faces a monstrous, roaring tiger beast and declares his intent to rise to the very top. Elsewhere, a powerful surge of energy streaks across the sky, catching the attention of a cloaked blonde woman as a caravan travels through a forest below. Her companion, an elf-like girl, calls out her name, Karina, but she is distracted, remarking on the strange sensation she just felt. The narrative then shifts to a memory, showing a framed photograph of an older man as the young man's voice explains that his grandfather, who raised him after his parents died, is now also gone. Returning to the present, he lies in his bed, surrounded by clutter, coming to the somber realization that he is now completely alone in the world. He stares blankly at his phone, noting with a sense of detachment that although the funeral feels like it was only hours ago, a whole 10 days have somehow passed in a daze. He lay in his bed, the glow of his phone illuminating his face. The screen displayed a notification of selection results from Kawakato Corporation's HR department, addressed to Mr. Daichi Asakura. After a rigorous screening process, the email regretted to inform him that he had been rejected. The rejection triggered a flood of familiar, cutting voices in his mind. They told him he was setting the bar too high, that he should be grateful for his student loans, and that he couldn't afford to be picky. They mocked his lack of a girlfriend, dismissed his dreams as empty talk, and suggested that even his late grandfather would have been happy if he just got any decent job. As he covered his face in despair, a soft meow broke through the negativity. His cat, Nike, had climbed onto his chest, nudging his hand gently. He sat up, stroking the cat's chin. He acknowledged that there was no point in sulking. At least, he reasoned, Nike was still with him. He decided he would get a bite to eat and then resume his job hunt. As he resolved to move forward, his hand brushed against a small wooden box on his bed, jogging a memory. He picked up the box and opened it with a soft click. Inside, nestled in padded slots, were several old rings. He recalled that they were in here and selected one. He slipped the chosen ring onto his finger, holding his hand up to examine it. To his surprise, it fit perfectly. Suddenly, an unnatural gust of wind swept through the room, startling both of them. Nike, perhaps drawn by the glint of the ring, leaped and tried to snatch it from his finger. Daichi cried out for him to drop it. In the next instant, the world dissolved in a flash of light. He found himself sitting on the ground, not in his room, but in a vast, open field under a bright sky. A stunning mountain range stretched out before him. He stared in disbelief, wondering if this was all some kind of dream. He looked around, his confusion mounting. Nike was in his arms, looking just as bewildered. He clutched his companion tightly, questioning where he was and how he could have possibly ended up in such a place. He desperately tried to make sense of his surroundings, recalling that just a moment ago he was lying on his bed. Since he felt no more tired or hungry than before, he reasoned that very little time could have passed. Then a realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. It had to be the ring. The thought sent him into panic. He frantically patted his clothes, searching for the ring, but it was gone. In his desperation, he turned to his cat, Nike, prying the small creature's mouth open and demanding to know if it had been swallowed. He quickly dismissed the idea, knowing the ring wouldn't have fallen off his finger so easily. Though he had no idea what was truly happening, he felt a growing certainty that the ring's disappearance was directly connected to his current predicament. The implications of this connection began to dawn on him, reminding him of the plots of manga and anime. A horrifying thought surfaced. He couldn't be serious. This couldn't possibly be another world. The shock rooted him to the spot. He looked down, seeing his bare feet pressed against the unfamiliar grass and dirt, the strange reality of his situation sinking in. As the initial fear subsided, a new, frantic hope took hold. If this truly was another world like in the stories, then surely he would have some kind of special, cheat-like ability. Clinging to this last hope, he shouted into the empty wilderness, "Status open." His call went unanswered. The vast landscape remained silent and unchanged. Defeated, he slumped to the ground, muttering to himself that he was completely screwed. As he sat in despair, Nike floated gently towards him. He watched the cat, a flicker of dark humor crossing his face as he remarked that at least one of them was having fun. In response, Nike affectionately licked his cheek. The affectionate gesture was interrupted by a startling realization. His eyes widened as he processed what he was seeing. He stared at Nike, asking in disbelief when the cat had learned how to fly, before wondering aloud if it was Nike, not him, who had received the cheat abilities. This final, absurd twist was too much to bear. He collapsed onto the grass, completely resigned. With Nike sitting nearby, he declared that he gave up, convinced there was no way he could possibly survive there. He suddenly reconsiders his despair. If Nike has abilities, there might still be hope. He just needs to figure out what they are. As he lies on the ground, a translucent screen materializes before him. He assumes it must be Nike's status screen, but upon reading it, he sees his own name, Daichi Asakura. It lists his magic as having no attributes, but his unique skills are Trader and Appraisal. His eyes widen in a sudden, jolting realization. This isn't Nike's screen, it's his own. A wave of relief washes over him. He has a cheat skill after all. While he's unsure what trader entails, he recognizes appraisal as a classic, powerful ability. He immediately decides to test it. Pointing at Nike, who is curiously pawing at the floating screen, he invokes the skill, appraisal. The world around him momentarily shifts into a whimsical flurry of floating cat silhouettes. The result of the appraisal materializes on a new screen. It confirms Nike's name and reveals that while the cat has no specific attribute magic, it possesses spirit magic for all 4 core elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. Daichi looks at his companion and asks aloud how he ended up so much more powerful. Nike simply responds with a confused meow. He holds Nike close, gazing out at the vast, unfamiliar landscape. He reflects on their good fortune. At least they both received special abilities. With no way to return home, their only option is to work together to survive. He resolves to focus on mastering his appraisal skill first. With this new resolve, he ventures into a dense forest, dwarfed by the colossal, ancient trees that loom over him. He approaches one of the massive trunks, placing a hand against its rough bark and activating his appraisal skill. A detailed analysis appears, identifying it as a medicinal leaf tree, 40 meters tall. The information notes its habitat, its potential for material extraction, and its use in construction. He considers the information from the appraisal to be fairly standard. His attention then shifts to his other skill. Looking at his hand, he focuses on the word trader displayed on his status interface and decides to test it next. The moment he activates the skill, his perception of the world fractures, dissolving into a cascade of digital blocks and symbols. He stumbles back in shock, clutching his head as he tries to comprehend what's happening. He wonders aloud if this is the trader ability. Suddenly, a small, glowing plant-like object appears in his hands. Startled, he yelps and drops it. The object lands on the ground, causing Nike to hiss and recoil in alarm. Daichi quickly apologizes to his frightened companion. He apologized to the startled cat, asking it to just stay there and watch for a moment. He then activated his skill, and with a tremendous cracking sound, the entire massive tree dematerialized before his eyes. The young man stared in disbelief as the last wisps of the tree faded away, leaving an empty space where it once stood. He turned to Nike, who looked equally confused. Acknowledging how surprising it all was, he told his companion to watch what would happen next. With another gesture, the tree instantly rematerialized in a flash of light, startling Nike into a hiss. He quickly apologized to the agitated cat before turning his attention back to the tree, deciding it was time to truly put his new skill to the test. He focused on his item box interface, recalling how he had just stored the tree inside. Initiating the trade, he watched as the tree icon was replaced by an image of a pair of shoes, and his point total skyrocketed to 30,200. He had exchanged the tree for something else entirely. A moment later, the very same pair of sneakers materialized in his hand with a soft hum. He stared at them, a look of astonishment on his face. It had actually worked. The realization struck him with full force. Clenching his fist in triumph, he understood that this trader skill was incredible. He had truly hit the jackpot. He clutched the new sneakers, a bright future unfolding in his mind. This was it, a way to survive, and if he played his cards right, a way to make an absolute fortune. A small detail surfaced in his excitement. He would need socks too. This realization gave him a burst of motivation. With renewed vigor, he began to test the limits of his ability, striking out at the forest around him. His item box interface rapidly filled with new icons as he successfully stored not only a massive tree, but also a large boulder. To further his tests, he had even exchanged some points for an electric chainsaw. He noted that despite storing tons of material already, his inventory didn't seem anywhere near full. As he worked, a pang of hunger reminded him it was time to eat. His thought was cut short by a sharp hiss from Nike. He turned, startled, asking what was wrong. The cat's warning came just in time. As Nike scrambled away in terror, a hulking form emerged from the shadows between the trees. Daichi stared in disbelief at the monstrous black tiger. The beast was immense, its presence making even the most ferocious brown bears seem tame by comparison. It let out a deafening roar, and Daichi stumbled backward, his body trembling with fear. In a panic, he thrust his hand forward, attempting to use his store ability on the creature. It was no use. He remembered then that when he stored the trees, the insects on them were left behind. His power couldn't affect living creatures other than plants. His primary skill useless against this foe, Daichi's mind raced. What could he do? He needed a weapon to fight it, or at the very least, something to scare it off. He forced himself to calm down, noting the tiger was still some distance away. He could do this. A plan began to form. He had to strike first and not give the beast a chance to fight back. He recalled confirming during his earlier test that the maximum range for both storing and summoning objects was exactly 100 meters, regardless of the target size. Facing the monstrous tiger, Daichi formulates a plan, deciding to first store the ground beneath it. Atop his shoulder, Nike reassures him that it will be fine. As the beast charges forward, Daichi crouches, ready to act. He executes his strategy in an instant. A massive shipping container materializes where the ground once was, and the tiger plummets inside. Without hesitation, he places liquid nitrogen into the container, believing the fight is over as the creature's roars echo from within. His declaration of victory is cut short by a deafening clang from the container, the force of the impact sending him stumbling backward. Shielding his eyes from the dust, he believes he has succeeded. He turns to Nike with a proud smile, asking for praise on his well-executed plan. His confidence evaporates as the tiger monster bursts from the wreckage, not only unharmed, but seemingly empowered by a faint glow. Struck with disbelief, Daichi realizes in a panic that he needs a weapon to fight back. Before he can act, Nike lets out a furious hiss, launching a volley of liquid orbs from its mouth directly at the approaching beast. The creature, however, is far too agile. It leaps gracefully through the air, easily dodging the projectiles which detonate harmlessly against the ground behind it. As the monster continues its charge, Daichi holds Nike close, wondering if this is some form of spirit magic. The water bullets looked as powerful as armor-piercing rounds, but they had no effect. With grim determination, he decides he must act. Accessing his ability, he resolves to store something to use as a wall, pulling a small object from his pocket to facilitate the process. He understands there is no escape. He must fight now, or it all ends here. As the tiger lunges for its final attack, a strange phenomenon occurs. The world seems to slow down. He wonders if this is not some trick, but simply a result of his own surprising calmness in the face of death. He unleashes his stored item, a massive shipping container, and kicks it forward with tremendous force. The metal crate slams directly into the lunging tiger monster, the impact echoing through the forest like thunder. The blow is decisive. The monstrous beast dissolves into particles of light, its physical form gone. Slumped on the ground, Daichi holds Nike close and breathes a sigh of relief, realizing he finally succeeded. To be certain, he checks his ability, confirming the monster has been captured and converted into a card in his storage. With the immediate threat gone and the adrenaline fading, a new sensation takes over, an overwhelming, rumbling hunger. He pushes the thought aside for a moment, a determined expression crossing his face as he decides on his next course of action. His first priority is to prepare. He runs a quick mental checklist. Weapons ready, food purchased, and most importantly, all evidence of the fight thoroughly destroyed. Once his preparations are complete, he tells Nike it's time for first contact. Activating his trader skill, he gains a tactical, overhead view of a distant caravan, marveling at how powerful the ability is. A bridge of light begins to form in the sky. On the road below, two cloaked figures travel on horseback through a dry, hilly pass. Their journey steady and quiet. As they travel, Daichi suddenly appears on the path before them, stepping down onto the road with a slightly nervous but friendly wave of greeting. Nike peeks out from the collar of his jacket. The riders are taken aback. The younger girl with pointed ears lights up, exclaiming that he has a kitty. Daichi holds Nike forward, explaining that it's just him and his pet. The hooded woman, however, narrows her eyes, her gaze sharp and suspicious as she asks if he is traveling alone. Instead of answering her question, Daichi gestured towards a small companion and asked if cats were a rare sight in these parts. He then formally introduced himself as Daichi Asakura and his partner, Nike. The hooded girl replied that while she often sees cats, she has never encountered one with such long fur before. She pulled back her hood, revealing a cheerful face as she introduced herself as Alicia Heartland. Daichi was momentarily flustered, thinking a girl like her would have made him popular in high school. Alicia, captivated by Nike, eagerly asked if she could pet her, and Daichi quickly agreed. Their friendly exchange was cut short by Karina, who admonished Alicia for being careless. She pressed Daichi again, asking if he was truly alone with just an animal. He confirmed it, claiming to be a traveling merchant and displaying his minimal gear, a backpack, bow, axe, and knife, as part of a cover story he devised. To further his point, he produced a cylindrical object. With a click, it cast a bright beam of light, startling both women. Karina immediately questioned if it was a magic bag or a tool, but Alicia, observing it closely, noted that she couldn't sense any magic emanating from the device. Hearing their words, he inwardly confirmed his assumption. Magic bags and magic tools were indeed real in this world, just as his status screen had suggested. He set the tool down, inviting them to inspect it. Karina confirmed it wasn't magical, while Alicia examined the light with a look of awe, finding it incredible. Sensing an opportunity, he confirmed they were caravan escorts traveling together. With a nervous expression, he then asked if he might accompany them to the next town and be introduced to their leader. His request was met with a silent debate. Alicia thought he didn't seem like a bad person and urged Karina to allow it, but Karina's expression remained one of deep suspicion. She finally broke the silence, offering to return his weapons. When he looked puzzled, she stated plainly that there was no point in her holding them, as she could tell by his hands that he was not used to wielding a bow or a knife. She points a gloved finger at him, her expression flat and unimpressed. Caught in his lie, Daichi can only offer a wide, nervous laugh, admitting she's got him figured out. Despite his deception, she relents slightly. She introduces herself as Karina and states she will take him to the caravan leader, asking if he minds. Alicia looks on with bright-eyed curiosity. Daichi, holding Nike, expresses his gratitude and formally introduces himself to them both. His cat, however, quickly steals the attention. Alicia exclaims how cute Nike is, pulling the small animal into a happy embrace as it meows contentedly. Daichi once again thanks them for their kindness. Karina interrupts his thanks with a strict condition. She will take him to the leader, but he must remain within 1 meter of her at all times. She explains that she cannot risk letting a potential magician get close to the person she is assigned to guard. Daichi questions this, confused by the term magician, while Karina expresses her disbelief that he is traveling alone with no discernible combat skills. She notes that his tone of voice has changed, her gaze falling to the long sword on his back. Understanding her terms, Daichi agrees to the 1 meter restriction, and she confirms they will proceed together. He then winks playfully, explaining that this is his normal way of speaking. He suggests that since they appear to be the same age, this informal manner should be acceptable between them. Karina remains unmoved, telling him to speak however he wishes, but warning him not to make her wary with any sudden movements. When Daichi asks if he truly looks that suspicious, she confirms without hesitation that he does, very much so. With the terms set, they approach the caravan, a line of horse-drawn wagons and merchants making their way across the plains. A stern-looking older man with a neat goatee steps forward from one of the wagons, his sharp gaze fixed on Daichi. He directly asks if he is the one who wishes to travel with them to the city of Karan. The man introduces himself as Klaus Bertram, the leader of this caravan and the president of the Bertram Trading Company. In response, the young man formally states his own name, Daichi Asakura. He faced the caravan leader, Klaus Bertram, and acknowledged the gravity of his request. Unsure of the Bertram Trading Company's influence, he declared his intention to make a serious offer. As his proposition, he held out a small, tied pouch, offering to sell its contents at cost price. Klaus accepted the pouch, his eyes widening in shock as he examined what was inside. His associate and Karina looked on from a distance, observing the merchant's stark reaction. The older man looked up, questioning if Daichi was being exceptionally generous or if he was simply ignorant of the goods' true value. Daichi admitted to the latter, confessing he didn't know their worth in this country. A look of keen, calculating interest crossed Klaus's face as he stroked his goatee, pondering the implications of this admission. Daichi explained his business philosophy, wisdom passed down from his grandfather. Honesty is paramount, as lies lead to ruin. He clarified that in his homeland, the product is cultivated and, thus, a common commodity, but he understands its value changes depending on the market. Klaus expressed his agreement, impressed by the sentiment. In the spirit of that honesty, Klaus opened the pouch to reveal its contents, pepper. He confirmed that while it might have a certain value where Daichi is from, in this country, it would be worth many times more, much to Daichi's internal disbelief. He elaborated that no country on the entire continent had ever succeeded in cultivating pepper. All of it is imported from other continents, making a luxury so expensive that only the nobility and the very wealthy can afford it. The realization struck Daichi with the force of a blow. Klaus had deduced he wasn't from this continent. The merchant pressed his advantage, pointing out that as a foreigner from another continent, Daichi would not have the required permit to sell pepper in the city. Klaus conceded that while Daichi's attire and beliefs seemed foreign, he'd never imagined he was from an entirely different continent, a fact that could cause trouble for them both. Visibly relieved, but still tense, Daichi pleaded with him to keep the matter confidential as Karina and Alicia looked on in astonishment. He expresses his appreciation for the merchant's consideration, a bead of sweat on his face betraying his relief. Beside him, Alicia and Karina watched the exchange silently. In response, Klaus strokes his goatee thoughtfully, asking if Daichi would be willing to pay with something other than money. He then announces he will prepare the payment for the pepper, asking for a moment as Nike the cat looks on. Seizing the opportunity, Daichi makes his counteroffer. He states his wish to become a merchant in this country, but admits that, as a foreigner, he lacks the necessary knowledge. He proposes that Klaus provide him with the support and guidance he needs to survive and thrive in this new land. His proposal hangs in the air. Klaus remarks on Daichi's trusting nature, while Daichi counters that he believes he has a good eye for people. Nearby, Karina lets out a cry of disbelief at the bold request. The merchant considers the proposition, noting that to properly help him become a merchant, Daichi is still a little short on something. Daichi, looking concerned, asks how much more pepper Klaus would need. He clarifies his statement with a smile, calling it a good choice. He isn't referring to pepper, but rather to Daichi himself, whom he deems capable and a potentially dependable ally. Daichi, realizing the merchant's intent, understands and trembles slightly with renewed hope. He explains his business philosophy, quoting his grandfather's advice. When dealing with an important business partner, one should always go above and beyond their expectations. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that perhaps he just read that in a book somewhere. Having made his decision, Klaus turns to his assistant, an older man named Lloyd, and instructs him to collect the pepper. He then addresses Karina directly. He requests that she escort both Daichi and Alicia to the town of Kamaru, and also act as their guard. Turning to Alicia, Karina asks if this is acceptable, and the young girl quietly agrees. With the new arrangement settled, Daichi beams and declares that he looks forward to traveling with both of them. In the background, Klaus and Lloyd walk away, their part in the immediate proceedings concluded. He began his journey, walking alongside Karina and Alicia. Karina formally stated that she looked forward to their travels, and Alicia bowed her head, adding that it was a pleasure to meet him. As they walked, he asked where they were going. Alicia explained that they first needed to report his situation to the captain of the guard, who is also Karina's superior. He found the formality uncomfortable, asking them both to just call him Daichi. He admitted he wasn't very good with such customs and would be happier if they treated him as a friend, a slight blush on his cheeks. His casual request seemed to surprise Alicia, but her attention was immediately captured by the creature on his shoulder. As he introduced his partner, Nike, her eyes widened in delight, exclaiming at the sight of the cute, fluffy kitty. Before he could react, she snatched Nike from his shoulder, causing him to cry out in surprise. Alicia immediately began cuddling the small creature with overwhelming affection, murmuring about how impossibly cute Nike was. He gently clarified the situation, confirming that the one she was hugging was indeed Nike, and that he was just Daichi. Alicia looked up from her embrace, her expression blank as she processed his words. A moment later, she turned away from him with a slight pout. He watched, slightly confused by her sudden shift in mood. Attempting to move things along, he suggested they head to meet the guard captain, telling her she could continue holding Nike. Flustered, she mumbled her agreement. He leaned closer, playfully stating he couldn't hear her, which caused her to stammer loudly. "Let's go, Mr. Daichi," before quickly correcting herself to just Daichi. The exchange left Alicia visibly mortified, her head bowed as she clutched Nike. Beside her, Daichi scratched the back of his head with a slightly weary but amused expression. Throughout the entire interaction, Nike remained trapped in Alicia's tight embrace, its eyes wide with shock and silent panic. The scene shifts to a sprawling merchant camp under a cloudy sky. Tents are pitched across the landscape, and lit torches ward off the encroaching dusk as people move about their business. Inside a well-appointed tent, the merchant leader, Klaus Bertram, sits before a lantern-lit table. He rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought, before turning to his subordinate. "Lloyd," he begins, "what are your thoughts on that young man?" Lloyd presents his analysis, observing that Daichi's hands are well cared for, suggesting he's never done hard labor and likely comes from a wealthy, well-educated family. He adds that for someone from another continent, Daichi seems to think quickly, is well-mannered, and is quite familiar with their ways. Klaus agrees with the assessment and presses further, asking what Lloyd makes of his recent actions. He continues, explaining that to simply hand over something so valuable without asking for anything tangible in return points to one of two possibilities. Daichi is either the son of a wealthy merchant or the foolish son of a noble who doesn't understand how the world works. Klaus's expression sharpens as he considers the item box. He muses that for it to be in such excellent condition, providing safety and enhancing meals, it's more than likely that its owner may become someone of great importance in the future. The item box skill is an exceptionally rare power, considered a blessing from the gods. It allows the user to create a separate subspace dimension to store items. The capacity of this space is dependent on the user's own magical power, and critically, time does not flow within it. This is distinct from a magical bag, which is simply a pouch or bag enchanted with magic. While it uses magic to expand its storage capacity beyond normal limits, that capacity is fixed regardless of the owner's magical power, and time inside continues to pass as normal. Back in the tent, Klaus theorizes that Daichi likely intended to take the pepper out of what he thought was a simple magic bag, not realizing the implications of revealing an item box. He concludes that the boy's brazen confidence, which enabled him to survive an ocean crossing, must stem from possessing such a powerful skill. Lloyd agrees, noting Daichi's youth, while Klaus adds his belief that there are probably items of even greater value inside the box. Lloyd then asks if they should inform the necessary people and encourage them to treat Daichi with the utmost courtesy. Klaus immediately dismisses the idea as unnecessary. He explains that the most important factor is that Daichi possesses knowledge from a land completely unfamiliar to them. He clarifies his order. They must ensure Daichi is not treated with disrespect, not just within the company, but by the guards as well. From his seat, Lloyd simply responds, "Understood." Elsewhere, unaware of this high-level discussion, Daichi walks on with a determined expression. As a new day begins, Daichi's companion, Nike, lets out a mighty yawn. With his powerful skill as a weapon, the grand adventure of the boy and his cat is truly underway. Before meeting with the escort party's captain, Daichi, a weary Karina, and Alicia made their way through the bustling caravan encampment, with Nike nestled in Alicia's arms. Daichi's attention was drawn to a group of merchants. One, a man with a prominent scar, proudly displayed a high-grade glass goblet, boasting of his connections. Daichi examined it, noting to himself that while glass was valuable here, its quality seemed to be from a much earlier era. As the trio continued their walk through the camp under the evening sky, a voice called out, specifically asking for Miss Karina. The voice belonged to a young woman named Colette, who was tending to a small stove. She apologized for interrupting while Karina was showing a guest around, but asked if she could possibly get some help with the fire. Daichi wondered about the strange request, quickly realizing she must want Karina to start the fire with magic. Karina told Colette it was fine, as long as Mr. Asakura didn't mind. Eager to witness it, Daichi quickly gave his approval, adding that he wanted to watch. Colette expressed her gratitude, noting how difficult it was to start a fire with flint. In response, Karina simply held her gloved hand over the kindling, and with a sudden burst of energy, flames erupted into existence. He watched in astonishment, recognizing it as fire spirit magic. Daichi was amazed that simply holding her hand above the wood was enough. He asked if she always helped this way, and Karina confirmed she did when her hands were free. He reflected that while Nike's offensive magic was incredible, seeing magic used for everyday tasks was just as exciting. Alicia then explained the situation to him. People who can't use fire magic must resort to using flint. She added, however, that even those who can use other types of magic can still utilize fire magic items. Daichi absorbed the information, acknowledging that he understood. He sought to clarify, asking if this meant that anyone with some magic power could use magic items, regardless of their elemental affinity. Alicia confirmed that this was true, but that there was more to it. She continued with a serious expression, explaining that whether or not one can use magic directly impacts their job prospects. More often than not, magic users are hired over non-users. Her words about the societal divide caused Daichi to reflect. In this world, non-users couldn't even make use of modern conveniences, let alone earn a decent living. He was reminded of his own past. Lying on his bed, he stared at a rejection notice on his phone from the Kawakato Corporation's HR department, informing him they would not be moving forward with his application. On his nightstand sat a framed photograph of his grandfather. The memory was one of many struggles, reports on young adults burdened by student loans, the faceless competition for employment. A voice suddenly pulled him from his reverie. It was Colette, who observed that his very life now seemed to depend on whether or not he could use magic. He flinched, realizing he'd spoken his thoughts aloud, and quickly apologized. Colette, however, simply reassured him that it was okay, adding that she had gotten used to it. She continued, explaining that even though she couldn't use magic, she was still able to work for a fine company. Everyone around her, she said, is kind and helps her with all sorts of things. With a faint, almost melancholic look in her eyes, she concluded that she was truly blessed. Her words struck him. He reflected on his initial plan to use his ability to become a successful merchant, realizing now how selfish and shallow that idea was. A new purpose formed in his mind. With his ability, he could improve the lives of those without magic. He grinned, a spark of excitement in his eyes. The thought of stirring up the value system of this world sounded incredibly interesting. His plan was to spread the knowledge and technology of Earth. By introducing items like modern sneakers, flashlights, and drones, people without magic could live lives no different from those with it. They would become his most valued customers. Putting his new resolve into action, he turned to Colette with a confident smile. He announced that he also had a tool for starting fires, ready to make his first demonstration. He presents the small, metallic object to the group. Karina, Alicia, and the others gather around, intrigued. Karina notes that it's not a magical pyromancy item, while Alicia observes that it's transparent, like a gem. Daichi explains it's called a lighter and encourages Colette to try it, but she recoils, exclaiming that she could never handle such an expensive-looking item. In her flustered state, the lighter slips from her fingers. The onlookers gasp as it clatters onto the dusty ground. He calmly picks it up, reassuring her that she can use it without worry. He explains that the device is more durable than it appears, and that he wouldn't be upset even if she broke one or two. Her apprehension eased, she takes the lighter and, with a flick of her thumb, strikes a spark. The small flame catches onto a piece of tinder, which she then carefully places among the firewood. Instantly, the wood catches, and a fire begins to crackle to life. Colette stares at the lighter in her hand, her expression filled with wonder. She murmurs what a wonderful tool it is, concluding that his country must be a great place. She then asks if he is a foreign merchant. He confirms her suspicion and reveals his ambition, to spread tools throughout the country that even those without magic can use. A bright, genuine smile spreads across her face. With heartfelt sincerity, she tells him that with such great products, he will definitely succeed. Touched by her words, he thanks her. As an apology for the interruption, he tells her to keep the lighter. She can only respond with a shocked gasp. He turns to his companions, Nike perched on his shoulder, and says it's time to go. But before they can leave, Karina calls out, her hand raised, telling him to wait. Colette, flustered, tries to return the lighter, insisting she cannot accept such a valuable item. Daichi reassures her that it isn't worth that much. Their exchange is cut short by the sudden appearance of a large, imposing man. Karina, recognizing him, steps forward and questions his presence. He ignores her question, his gaze fixed on Daichi, and states that he is here to meet with him. Daichi stares up, stunned by the man's sheer size. Alicia steps in to make introductions, identifying the man as Captain Jeffrey, the leader of the escort party, and explaining to him that Daichi is the merchant who is conducting business with Mr. Beltran. Captain Jeffrey smiles, confirming he is in charge of the trading company's escort. He then informs Daichi that he will be accompanying their group to the next town, a proposition Daichi seems to accept readily. He then clarifies his duty, stating that he is to escort both Miss Alicia and Daichi. Jeffrey explains that the company president specifically asked him to take care of the customer. Daichi mutters to himself, slightly irked by the implication that he needs babysitting. Unfazed, Jeffrey gestures for Daichi to follow him. As they walk through the encampment under the evening sky, Jeffrey offers him some booze, but Daichi politely declines. Elsewhere in the camp, Colette holds the lighter Daichi gave her, a thoughtful expression on her face as a realization begins to dawn. Later, the remains of a simple meal sit finished, marking the end of the day's activities. Night has fully fallen, and a modern-style tent, a clear product of Daichi's world, stands under the stars. Inside, Daichi lies awake on his comfortable bedding, hands clasped behind his head. With Nike sleeping soundly on his chest, he stares at the ceiling of his tent, lost in thought. He lay awake in his tent when Colette's voice called out, asking if he was still up. She held the lighter he'd given her, admiring its plastic case, as if it were a gem. He mused that he'd overdone it, surprised they were more impressed by the material than the flame it produced. Just then, Karina appeared at the tent's entrance, apologizing for the late hour. She informed him that the president wished to speak with him. Glancing at his watch, which read 8:41 p.m., he agreed to get ready immediately, privately noting it was just an ordinary timepiece. As he quickly threw on his jacket, he wondered if the summons was due to a problem with the pepper's quality. Just in case, he decided to take it off his person before leaving. He followed Karina through the camp, which was unexpectedly vibrant with activity. Men were gathered around fires, drinking and talking loudly. Karina noted how lively it was, and he could only agree. She led him to a large, well-appointed tent. Peeking inside, he saw President Klaus Bertram, who pardoned the intrusion and gestured for him to take a seat. A young woman with a ribbon in her hair was already seated at the table. After taking a seat, he apologized for the late hour. Klaus dismissed it. Still concerned, Daichi asked if there was an issue with the pepper's quality, offering to replace it immediately. Klaus assured him that the pepper was of excellent quality. He then slid the lighter across the table, revealing that this was the actual reason for their meeting. Daichi looked on confused. He quickly clarified the situation, explaining that the lighter was a gift he had given to Miss Colette and that he had not taken it from her. A brief recollection showed Colette presenting the lighter to Klaus. She had explained that she was asked how to handle it, but she had never even heard of such an item before. Back in the present, Klaus's expression grew serious. He told Daichi that he seemed to have no idea of the item's true worth. The statement struck Daichi, who had assumed Klaus merely wanted to buy it. He now realized he couldn't simply sell these as everyday household goods. He listened as Klaus explained that while the lighter might be common in his home country, in this land it is considered a product used by nobility and the wealthy, possessing extraordinary value. The merchant elaborated, stating that its true worth came from being a tool that even non-magic users could operate, making it more valuable than an ordinary magic item. Peeking from behind his seat, Daichi wondered if that was the source of its value. He considered the implications. Klaus clarified that while the lighter itself might not be as valuable as precious jewels, its case was as valuable as high-grade glass, which elicited a small, impressed chuckle from the merchant. The merchant's expression hardened as he considered the market. He noted that if a decent amount of such items were to appear, powerful and wealthy individuals would undoubtedly try to sell them at a high price. This warning struck him with full force. He covered his mouth, realizing that selling these items without careful consideration would only lead to trouble. He admitted his carelessness to Klaus and the young woman with the ribbon. Having promised to aid in their business, he now asked what they should do. Klaus stroked his goatee, pondering how to handle the situation. Daichi understood that pretending this never happened was no longer an option, as selling the lighters would fundamentally shake this world's sense of value. As they deliberated, the young woman spoke up. She pointed to a glass on the table, noting that it, too, was a product sold to the wealthy. Following her lead, Klaus presented another item, a stunningly crafted, metallic rose that gleamed in the light. The ribbon girl and Klaus himself were visibly impressed by its beauty, while Daichi wondered if he had overdone it again. The moment of awe was shattered when Klaus suddenly shouted for someone to wait. Before Daichi could react, Karina appeared, her sword drawn and aimed directly at him. His gaze remained steady, betraying no hint of alarm. In response to his calm demeanor, Karina slowly sheathed her blade. Klaus, wiping sweat from his brow, told her it was no problem, admitting that he had simply lost his composure. Karina quietly asked to be excused. He then turned to Daichi, apologizing for raising his voice so suddenly. Daichi, with a placid smile, assured him it was no problem at all. Internally, however, he was stunned, realizing she had crossed the distance and entered the tent in an instant, ordering him to stay within a meter of her. His outward calm did not go unnoticed. The young woman with the ribbon remarked that he seemed unfazed by having a sword in his face. Daichi, petting Nike on his lap, kept his true thoughts to himself. In reality, he hadn't realized what was happening, but he knew she would hold back. Seeing that the tension had subsided, Klaus suggested they continue their conversation. He then turned to Daichi, asking if he would be all right with Karina joining them. Daichi agreed, though he internally admitted the encounter had been frightening. With the matter settled, Klaus turned his attention to Karina, gravely stating that they needed to address the situation at hand. She acknowledged his words with a simple, "I am aware." He then resumed his business with Klaus, presenting a new item. He explained that it was a glass sculpture, a high-value piece traded for far more than inferior gems. Klaus picked up the rose, his eyes wide with disbelief. He murmured that he never would have thought this was the same kind of glass he knew. Beside him, the young woman agreed, calling it magnificent and truly pretty. Seeing their reaction, he reached into his bag and produced even more items of similar quality. A delicate glass butterfly, a perfectly clear sphere, and several more of the lighters. Klaus stared at the collection, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple. He observed that their shine was completely different from anything he had seen before. He listened intently as Daichi explained his interest in acquiring capital by selling glass products. Klaus observed that the lighter's case was made from a different type of glass, predicting that even so, people would attempt to sell the case alone for a high price. In response, Daichi revealed the core of his strategy with a confident smirk. he would be throwing in a lighter as a freebie. He elaborated on the plan, explaining to Klaus that he would first offer the lighters as a free, everyday tool to customers who purchased his expensive glassware. Once the lighter's utility became well-known among the wealthy and nobility, he would then begin selling them on the market. After hearing the full proposal, Klaus conceded that while it wasn't a brilliant plan, there were no better alternatives. He decided they would proceed with it. This decision prompted Daichi to seek confirmation, asking if Klaus was agreeing to work with him. Klaus affirmed this, stating that he certainly was and looked forward to their partnership as he extended his hand. He grasped the offered hand, sealing the deal with a firm shake. For Daichi, this was a significant moment, the first step. Later that evening, under the night sky, Karina approached Daichi to apologize for her earlier hostility. He reassured her it wasn't her fault, explaining that she was just doing her job. He felt he should be the one apologizing, as a sudden appearance had startled both her and Klaus, causing them to shout in surprise. She remained unconvinced, trailing off as she tried to insist on her apology. Nearby, the ribbon girl's expression drooped with concern. Her distress suddenly manifested as she grabbed Nike, burying her face in the cat's soft fur with a muffled cry. As the cat meowed, Daichi called out her name in surprise, Alicia. He felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself how easy it was to cheer her up. Turning to his cat, Nike, he asked if it also enjoyed seeing Alicia's happy face, receiving a simple meow in response. In response, Alicia managed a bright, albeit flustered smile. She shyly asked if this was better, agreeing to his request to see her happy. Her bashful expression only encouraged him further, as he cheekily commented that her shy face was also cute. Mortified, Alicia pleaded with him to stop, while Karina observed the entire exchange with a look of clear annoyance. Later that night, as the group rested around a campfire under a starry sky, he brought up something that had been on his mind. He mentioned to Karina that he had noticed people in the caravan looking at him strangely. She confirmed his suspicions, explaining that it wasn't just the lighter he'd given to Colette that had piqued their interest. The others in the caravan had been speculating about his true identity. Karina elaborated on the wild rumors circulating. Some believed he was the heir of a wealthy foreign merchant, traveling to learn the trade. Others whispered he was a foreign nobleman who had abandoned his status to pursue a lost love. A more dramatic theory painted him as the illegitimate child of a royal family, hunted down and now living as a drifter. Listening to the list of fantastic stories, Daichi could only remark on their vivid imaginations. Karina agreed it was quite the speculation, while Alicia seemed taken aback by the sheer variety of the tales. Their quiet discussion was shattered by desperate cries for help. A man, his face etched with terror, burst through the trees, screaming that they couldn't shake off the monsters. He bellowed a warning. A group of king apes was coming. Wasting no time, Karina drew her blade, her expression hardening. She commanded Daichi and Alicia not to leave her side. From the darkness of the woods, a pack of monstrous, ape-like creatures with glowing eyes and bared teeth emerged, their menacing forms promising a fierce battle. A sudden ambush throws the caravan into chaos. Vicious monsters, identified as king apes, erupt from the surrounding wilderness, causing the guards to cry out in alarm. Daichi, Karina, and Alicia watch the unfolding attack with grim expressions. In response to the assault, the guard captain, Jeffrey, roars for his troops to form a large beast interception formation. The soldiers scramble into position, raising their shields and readying their weapons to face the charge. As a defensive line solidifies, Daichi asks Karina about the creatures. She explains that king apes are intelligent monsters that hunt in groups, possessing both speed and great strength. When he asks why she isn't joining the line, she reminds him that her duty is to guard Alicia. He insists that she doesn't need to worry about him, stating he'd be more comfortable if she focused solely on Alicia. Karina firmly rejects this, declaring that she cannot abandon her objective and tells him to let her do her job. His attention shifts as Alicia reminds him that she can also use non-elemental magic, specifically mentioning physical enhancement and enchanted gear. Daichi processes this new information, realizing the implications of what non-elemental magic can do. Alicia warns that the creatures are approaching. As Karina readies herself, Daichi contemplates the term enchanted gear. He reasons that if it uses the same system as physical enhancement, it must apply to equipment, and wonders if he is capable of using it himself. With terrifying screeches, the horde of king apes charges forward, their eyes glowing with feral intensity. Seeing the incoming wave, Captain Jeffrey gives the command to fire. Following his order, the archers let loose a volley of arrows that streaks across the battlefield, striking several of the charging beasts. Daichi watches, confidently thinking the battle is already over, as even smart monkeys shouldn't be able to dodge an attack in midair. His confidence shatters as the arrows harmlessly bounce off the ape's tough hides. He stares in disbelief, realizing the attack did nothing. Seeing the failure, Captain Jeffrey immediately bellows the next command, magic attacks. In response to the captain's order, Alicia unleashes a torrent of magical power. The spell surges forward, engulfing the charging king apes, which screech in agony as the powerful magic makes contact. The caravan guards hold the line, their shields straining against the furious assault of the king apes. Captain Jeffrey meets one beast head-on, his face a mask of grim determination. Watching from a distance, Daichi turns to Karina, his voice filled with concern as he asks if the man will be all right. Alicia, however, answers with quiet confidence. She assures him that the guards can hold off attacks of this level. Just then, a lookout cries out a warning. King Ape reinforcements, a dozen or so, are emerging from the southern forest. Despite the new threat, Captain Jeffrey remains resolute, ordering his men to push them back, certain they still have the upper hand. Daichi observes their apparent reliability, but still feels the urge to help. He finds the situation strange, briefly pondering what kind of modern weapon might be suitable. Ultimately, he decides against revealing his skills, quietly instructing Nike to stay hidden and refrain from using magic. Karina takes command, noting that King Apes are not normally this agitated. She directs Alicia to scout the southern forest for any more lurking beasts. But before Alicia can respond, Daichi's eyes widen. He spots a new wave of monsters approaching from the east and yells a frantic warning to Karina about their exposed flank. The flanking apes close the distance with terrifying speed. Daichi realizes they are too close, his mind racing for a weapon. In an instant, the beasts are upon them, lunging for both him and Karina. Karina freezes, caught by surprise. Another ape lunges directly towards Alicia. Seeing her in mortal danger, Daichi lets out a desperate shout of her name. He moves in a flash, a blur of motion that streaks past Karina. He throws himself directly into the path of the charging monster, intercepting it just before it can reach Alicia. Without a weapon, he twists in midair, slamming a powerful kick into the ape's head. Before it can recover, he follows up with a brutal punch to the jaw of another that had targeted him. With fluid strength, he grabs the beast he just struck, hoisting it into the air and slamming it violently onto the ground. Both Alicia and Karina can only stare, stunned into silence by his sudden and overwhelming display of martial prowess. He hits the ground hard, knocked off his feet by the force of the attack. Alicia cries out his name, her face etched with worry as she asks if he's okay. Pushing himself up, a trickle of blood on his cheek, he grits his teeth and assures her that he's fine. Standing together again, he tells the two women that they need to retreat. Their path is blocked by the hulking forms of the king apes, whose glowing eyes stare menacingly from the darkness. The beasts lunge, and he leaps into action, deflecting a massive, clawed hand. As he engages the monsters, another ape looms over Alicia, its torch casting a frightening light on the scene. One ape's enormous maw snaps, shut just inches from Alicia's terrified face, while another seizes Daichi from behind, its powerful arms wrapping around his torso. Both Karina and Alicia cry out in horror as the creature begins to squeeze. He grits his teeth, determined not to go down easily, but then realizes something strange. It doesn't hurt. He is completely unharmed, and even the ape seems confused by his resilience. His eyes widen in a flash of understanding. Alicia's voice echoes in his mind, reminding him that he can use non-elemental magic, specifically physical enhancement and enchanted gear. He realizes this must be the source of his incredible durability. He recalls that the ape's movements seemed unusually slow earlier as well. He understands now that he had been using the magic unconsciously the entire time. With this newfound knowledge, he confidently declares that he's getting the hang of it. He draws a knife and swiftly plunges the blade into the arm of the ape holding him. The blade sinks into the creature's flesh with shocking ease. He marvels at the power of his physical enhancement and enchanted gear, thinking to himself that it feels like stabbing a cake with a fork. His gaze shifts to Karina, who is still locked in combat. Calling her name, he consciously channels his power, declaring he'll back her up as he lunges forward to join her fight. He channels magic into his replica Bowie knife and enchanted gear, and plunges into the king ape's chest. The beast roars in agony, thrashing wildly. He realizes with alarm that the blade was too shallow to reach its heart, and as the creature flails, he loses his footing. The slip sends him tumbling off the monster's back. As he falls, the ape twists, its massive clawed hand reaching for him with a malevolent grin. Before the beast can strike, a flash of blonde hair and steel intercepts the attack. Karina positions herself between Daichi and the ape, her own weapon deflecting the creature's deadly claws just inches from his face. She moves with blinding speed, a single, clean arc of her blade severing the king ape's head from its shoulders. The creature's blood erupts, splattering across her face as its body slumps to the ground. With the immediate threat gone, she turns her gaze downward. Daichi, still on the ground, looks up at her, his expression a mixture of awe and surprise as he takes in sight of his blood-splattered savior. His dazed state is broken as both Karina and Alicia rush to his side, calling out his name with evident concern. He is knocked fully onto his back from the force of the previous encounter. He pushes himself up, a small smile on his bruised face and Nike perched on his shoulder. Giving a thumbs up, he deflects their worry, asking if the two of them are injured. Both girls react with exasperated relief. Karina, with tears welling in her eyes, insists that they should be the ones asking him that question. Alicia pleads with him to take better care of himself. He gets to his feet and shifts focus back to the battle, asking for a status report on the defensive line. Karina informs him that the enemies are thinning out and that they can likely drive them back. She then firmly states that her job is to keep him and Alicia safe. Her declaration hangs in air. Daichi's expression hardens with determination, while Karina watches him with a serious, protective gaze. He watched the small campfire crackle, the battle's aftermath settling around them. Beside him, a gloved hand rested on a piece of gear, a silent presence. As he turned his head, Karina explained that the apes' plan to flank their defensive line had failed. She was confident their morale wouldn't hold much longer. Daichi expressed his surprise, questioning if the creatures were really that intelligent. Her assessment proved correct. The remaining king apes were in chaos, some attempting to flee into the woods while others were struck down as they clawed futilely at the caravan's defenses. With a confident gesture and a knowing look, Karina prompted him to see for himself. He looked at her, a realization dawning on him. He knew it now. She was much cuter without the blood splattered on her face. His sudden change in demeanor left Karina looking on with a puzzled expression. His moment of contemplation was interrupted when Alicia stepped forward, asking to see the blood on his face. He touched his cheek, realizing he was injured, and reached for a water pouch. Before he could act, she took a cloth and deftly soaked it with water from his pouch. She began to gently wipe his cheek, the sudden coldness of the wet cloth making him flinch. He protested, insisting he could do it himself. Her expression was a mixture of determination and embarrassment as she insisted, telling him to at least let her do this much for him. He fell silent, closing his eyes and allowing her to continue, a faint blush rising on his own cheeks. He turns his attention to Alicia, a realization dawning on him. He notes aloud that she must be a user of water spirit magic, prompting a surprised huh from her. Her flustered reaction, along with Karina's quiet observation, makes him wonder if he said something wrong. Alicia stammers, unsure how to respond to his seemingly astute comment. He continues, explaining his understanding of the world's magic systems. He details that there are two types, elemental and spirit. Both share the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, he elaborates that elemental magic users rely on their own potential, while spirit magic users use their abilities as a key to draw upon the power of nature itself. This, he concludes, makes spirit magic more powerful and usable more frequently. Summarizing his thoughts, he confirms that spirit magic is fundamentally stronger. He then turns back to Alicia, asking how she knew he was using spirit magic in the first place. Alicia explains that where she is from, spirit magic is ranked higher than elemental magic. Because of this, it's considered impolite to assume someone uses the lower-ranked elemental magic upon first meeting. Daichi is taken aback, realizing he just committed a social blunder when he thought he was being polite. He reasons, then, that it must be more polite to treat everyone as a spirit magic user by default. Both Karina and Alicia stare at him with unimpressed expressions, their silence speaking volumes. Karina cuts in, shattering his flawed logic. She states plainly that in their entire country, only 20 people can use spirit magic, and on the whole continent, the number never exceeds 100. Holding Nike, Daichi expresses his surprise, remarking that there are far fewer here than where he comes from. With a gentle smile, Alicia suggests it might have been wise for him to learn some of the local common knowledge before deciding to become a merchant. Taking her words to heart, Daichi earnestly asks if she would be willing to teach him as they travel. Alicia beams, happily accepting his request. Daichi and a cheerful Nike express their gratitude enthusiastically. Beside them, Karina sighs in resignation, muttering that she supposes there's no other way. Overjoyed, Daichi declares that as thanks, once he becomes a successful merchant, he will build a grand statue of the two of them in his shop. In perfect unison, Karina and Alicia, striking heroic poses, flatly reject his offer. In the distance, the sounds of victory echoed as the soldiers who had fought the king apes raised their weapons in a triumphant cheer. Observing the scene, Daichi suggested they could help tend to the wounded. Alicia wondered aloud if they should approach the soldiers, but Karina noted that the battle appeared to be concluded. She then turned her attention to the reason for the conflict, voicing her suspicion about why the king apes were chasing the soldiers. Though she had a theory, she knew they would have to ask the men directly to confirm it. While Karina considered their next move, Daichi was preoccupied with the implications of his own abilities. He realized just how rare spirit magic was and devised a plan. Whenever Nike used his power, he would simply pass it off as his own elemental magic. He also acknowledged the danger of his other skills, particularly his appraisal ability, recognizing it as the one he needed to conceal most carefully. He looked ahead at the path before them, a heavy realization settling in. Having so many powerful skills was proving to be more of a burden than he had ever imagined. Survival in this world was far from easy. Leaning in with a confident smile and a thumbs up, Daichi asks if she is injured. From beneath her blanket, Alicia's eyes are wide with shock and confusion. She pulls the blanket closer, her mind reeling. He was a weirdo, and that expression on his face was completely baffling. Her mind flashes back to the battle. He had been smiling, even then. She had never seen anyone kick a king ape like that, especially without a weapon. She couldn't understand it. Why was Daichi even there? His face, shadowed in her memory, looked pained, yet he had pushed through. The question of his smile lingered. It reminded her of the fairy tales her grandmother used to tell her when she was little, stories of magic equipment that could withstand a blow from a king ape without suffering a scratch. Those stories spoke of a knight in shining armor. But she reasoned that if he were some kind of knight, he wouldn't be afraid of her. His attitude hadn't changed at all, even when he found out she could use spirit magic. The thought is so overwhelming, she shakes her head, trying to dismiss it. Her thoughts then drift to the contrast between Daichi's genuine, warm smile, and the terrified reaction she usually receives from others. The memory fades as she stands in the early morning light, now dressed in her hooded cloak. Her expression is soft, contemplative, as she gazes out from the camp. Her jaw drops in disbelief. She shouts, demanding to know what he means by not being able to ride a horse. Daichi clarifies that he never said he couldn't, only that he's never ridden one before, wondering if he might be able to do it. The matter is settled by traveling in a coach instead. The ribbon girl remarks that it's one of the highest quality coaches available, but Daichi still finds the ride incredibly uncomfortable. He glances out the window at the people walking alongside, his expression one of clear annoyance with the bumpy journey. His thoughts drift to the previous night, recalling how everyone was staring at him. Alicia explains that while it was announced they should keep quiet about his lighter, that wasn't the only reason for the attention. Over a simple breakfast of hard bread and crude pottage, she asks if he did something else to draw notice. Daichi remains perplexed, wondering why they would stare when he is a guest of honor. She points to the source of the gossip with a deadpan expression, his tent. Daichi looks back, a slow realization dawning on him. The ribbon girl overhears, adding with embarrassment that a strange light was seen leaking out of his tent as well. Daichi tries to defend it, stating that it's perfectly normal where he's from, but his explanation only seems to fluster the girls further. Seeing his lack of understanding, Alicia leans in close and sternly requests that he consult her first before showing his unusual belongings to everyone. He agrees readily, admitting his mistake and promising to consult both her and the guild leader from now on. The ribbon girl, however, has been wondering about the tool since last night and asks if he could show it to her. Seeing an opportunity, Daichi invites her to stop by his tent if she wants to see it. Her reaction is immediate and mortified. She becomes completely flustered, exclaiming that visiting a man's tent at night is unthinkable. Daichi is stunned by her response, suddenly realizing the romantic implications of his offer. He panics internally, thinking he needs to handle the situation like an adult. He tries to apologize, saying that it isn't something he should have said to a young maiden. The term causes the ribbon girl to freeze, her expression unreadable. Before he can say more, Alicia cuts in, telling him that his comment is rude to a woman. Still processing the previous exchange, Daichi offers a correction, stating that Miss Alicia is 20 years old. He is immediately proven wrong. Alicia announces that she is actually 22, and that Karina is 19, making them both his elders. Daichi reels in shock, muttering that they're like older sisters to him. Karina laughs at his reaction, remarking that young boys these days are so impatient to grow up. Alicia seems flustered, but agrees. From his side, Daichi insists he isn't kidding. A mortifying realization dawns on him. They think he's just a teenager. He quickly stammers an apology, trying to clarify that he meant she was young in a good way. Attempting to smooth things over, he suggests that since he also got Alicia's age wrong, they should just call it even. The two women agree, letting the awkward topic drop. As the conversation fades, his attention drifts outside the wagon, where he spots a rider using earth magic to level the ground ahead of the caravan. His gaze then shifts to another cart, where two men sit with their hands bound. Noticing his stare, Karina coldly warns him not to sympathize with them, a harshness that surprises Daichi. Alicia explains their circumstances. They were part of a large-scale operation of 35 men who entered the forest to capture baby king apes, but only 5 survived. When Daichi asks what the babies are for, she reveals they are tamed for labor, mostly in the military. She continues, adding that the captured apes are fitted with slave collars. The sight of the unsettling metal device makes Daichi grimace. Curious about their value, he asks how much they sell for. Alicia explains the grim pricing. Babies under 2 months old fetch 20 gold coins, while those under 6 months go for 10 on the market, leaving Daichi to ponder the reasons behind such a trade. He looked at the captured men and asked if they had committed a crime. Karina explained that while they did bring back a pack of king apes, they were being held liable for the damages from the battle. Alicia added that it was more akin to disruptive behavior, presenting a claim for 1 million yen. His brow furrowed as he wondered what would happen if they couldn't pay. Karina's answer was stark: indentured servitude. The two men stood before them in shackles, their fate sealed. Slumping back into his seat in the carriage, he sighed, muttering to himself that being an adventurer didn't seem to pay very well. Karina corrected herself, admitting she had misspoken and that adventuring could be a good job if one was careful. She noted the men were simply unlucky to encounter 2 packs. Daichi wondered why they hadn't searched for survivors, but Karina dismissed it, saying they didn't investigate. As their journey continued, he reflected on what a harsh world this was. From this exchange, Karina seemed to come to a sudden, if slightly skewed, understanding. She concluded that approaching a woman while using physical enhancement must be considered rude in his culture. He gently patted Alicia's head, telling her not to spoil him and that she was doing a great job. Internally, he acknowledged just how different the culture and civilization of this country were from his own. Deciding to lift the somber mood, he reached into his bag and suggested they take a break, offering a gift just as his grandfather might have. With a bright smile, he presented an array of packaged foods from his world, sandwiches and bottled drinks. He cheerfully announced he had something for them, much to the surprise of Alicia and Karina. He handed the items over, encouraging them to help themselves. He explained it was food from his homeland, Japan, cautioning that while good, it might be a bit exotic for their tastes. As the two girls began to eat, he watched them with keen anticipation, eager to know what they thought. Alicia looked delighted, while Karina took a more cautious, analytical bite. Alicia correctly guessed that the food's freshness was due to the magic bag Daichi received from the guild leader to conceal his item box. Holding up a sandwich, Daichi confirmed her suspicion and eagerly suggested they begin eating. The three of them sat together, their expressions a mixture of surprise and delight from the unfamiliar flavors. Their journey continued until a settlement appeared in the distance, Takura Village. As Daichi looked on, Karina noted that it was still too far to see clearly, dashing his hopes for an early lunch. She then had a sobering thought. The modern packaging, like the see-through sandwich wrapper and plastic water bottle, was out of place here and shouldn't be seen by anyone. His concern was met by Karina's voice. She stated she was relieved, and when he asked why, she simply thanked him, seemingly for his discretion. Daichi suggested they take an hour off to walk around the village outskirts. Alicia loved the idea, but Karina proposed an alternative. They should scout the village from within the coach after eating. She reasoned it would be more interesting for Daichi to see the culture, pointing out a shop that sold clothes and shoes, which made him glance down at his own modern footwear. He conceded her point, admitting his clothes made him stand out. With Alicia's cheerful agreement, the plan was set. Karina smiled, expressing how much she loved the straightforward nature of the people she protected, and playfully pinched a startled Daichi's cheek. Flustered, he asked how long she would be gone. Alicia estimated about 15 to 20 minutes. Daichi then announced that he and Alicia would wait patiently inside the coach, while Karina went into the village alone. Inside the vehicle, as Daichi and Alicia settled in to wait, Nike hopped onto the cushioned seat beside them. The cat immediately began to play with Alicia. She held up her fingers, and Nike responded with a meow before playfully batting at her hand. As Alicia laughed at being caught, Daichi watched the light-hearted moment unfold. She playfully engages with Nike inside the coach, the cat darting around with surprising speed. Realizing the cat is using an ability, she decides to accelerate the pace of their game. Her hands become a blur, and Nike's form seems to phase in and out of existence, zipping between her palms with impossible agility. Watching from his seat, Daichi is stunned. He realizes that not only can Nike use physical enhancement, but Alicia can as well. He can hardly believe what he's seeing as she effortlessly catches the flailing cat. He continues to stare in disbelief as Alicia turns to him. She asks if they can keep the fact that both she and Nike can use this ability a secret, just between the two of them. Nike, now calm, voices its agreement. She looks at him with a determined gaze, her cheeks slightly flushed, implying she will abide by whatever he decides. The quiet moment is broken as the coach door slides open. Karina has returned, calling out to them. He remarks on how quickly she returned, while Alicia welcomes her back. Karina, however, stands silently with a somber look on her face. Her expression is grim, her eyes narrowed with displeasure. It is clear that something has gone wrong in the village. She finally speaks, delivering the news that they will be spending 2 full days in the village. Daichi immediately understands the implication. A serious problem has occurred. Karina informs Daichi and Alicia of an unexpected delay. It appears they will be spending 2 full days in the current village. He turns to her, surprised by the news, and asks if something happened. The merchant leader explains that the caravan sustained more damage than initially thought from the encounter with the king apes. As a result, they have decided to rest in the village as much as possible. Karina adds that this means they have free time until their lodging is arranged. Seizing the opportunity, she turns to Daichi and suggests they get some lunch. He looks down at his bag, a thought striking him, and asks if she was craving the sandwich he had. She beams, a complete departure from her intense battle focused the night before, and confirms with a cheerful yup. She eagerly demands he hand it over, leaving Daichi momentarily stunned by her change in demeanor. He presents the food from his world, packaged sandwiches and bottled drinks. Karina and Alicia marvel at the unusual items, with Alicia wondering how one even eats it. Daichi explains it's just like bread and hands a sandwich to Karina, who holds it, trembling with anticipation. She takes a bite, and her eyes fly open in astonishment. The bread is unbelievably soft and smells wonderful, while the meat inside is incredibly tasty. Alicia watches her reaction with curiosity. Alicia then takes her own bite and is immediately overwhelmed by a symphony of flavors. The warmth of the meat, the perfect balance of sweet and savory, and the harmonious blend of juices and sauce create an experience unlike any other. She flushes with delight, exclaiming how delicious it is. As Daichi and Karina continue to eat, Alicia asks if there are vegetables inside as well. Karina, her face alight with pure joy, thanks Daichi profusely. He smiles warmly, telling her to eat as much as she likes as the group gathers around the other foods he's brought out, including a pudding cup that has caught Alicia's attention with its sweet smell. He made sure his companion wasn't left out, reassuring the meowing cat that he had food for him as well before setting down a bowl. As Nike eagerly began to eat, Alicia remarked that the cat seemed quite hungry. Daichi chuckled, agreeing that Nike could be a handful. Meanwhile, Karina examined the small cup she'd been given, a bead of sweat on her cheek as she peeled back the lid. The first taste sent a wave of pure delight through her, her expression one of blissful astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Daichi eagerly asked for her opinion. Still marveling at the texture, she questioned what this incredibly sweet and soft substance could be. He explained that it was called whipped cream, a treat especially popular among girls. A look of understanding dawned on Karina's face as she declared it absolutely delicious, now fully grasping its appeal. Pleased by her enthusiasm, he offered her more. Karina, slightly flustered, asked if he was sure it was okay, to which he gave a simple, affirmative reply. He insisted it was the least he could do, given how much she had helped him. With a confident smile, he promised there were many other dishes with whipped cream for her to try in the future, privately thinking how easily she was won over. His promise filled her with joy, and she accepted with a radiant, blushing smile. Watching both Karina and Alicia enjoy the food, he felt a sense of satisfaction, admitting to himself that he was just as easy to please. His contentment was interrupted when Karina, suddenly concerned, asked about the cost of the items, only to realize her cup was already empty. Daichi, however, nonchalantly dismissed her concern, questioning if he seemed like someone who would worry about such things. He watches Karina's reaction with a playful smile, teasingly calling her shallow. Flustered, she averts her gaze, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she silently thinks of him as a dummy. His lighthearted mood then gives way to focused determination. He turns from his companions and sits at a table, concentrating on a small, glowing device. A short while later, he returns, proudly presenting a perfectly prepared slice of fruitcake. He sets the treat down before Karina and Alicia, whose eyes widen in delighted surprise. Even Nike the cat peers at the confection with curiosity. Meanwhile, in a command tent elsewhere in the camp, Klaus Bertram processes a stunning report, repeating the most unbelievable detail aloud. Someone had drop-kicked a King A. Karina, standing before him, confirms the account. She acknowledges that it is hard to believe, but insists that it is true. Klaus remains skeptical, suggesting that perhaps her attention was diverted from Daichi during the fight, causing her to be mistaken about what she saw. He recounts that Daichi had faced 5 of the king apes from the ambush. Karina firmly rejects this, stating that she would never allow her focus to wander from her client during a battle. He immediately concedes, remembering that she can use wind magic to sense movement beyond her line of sight. Acknowledging his error, he apologizes for misspeaking and asks her to continue her report. As Karina concludes with the details of the battle, Klaus rubs his brow in consternation. She explains that Daichi was only hampered by his weapon, a knife, and that with a long sword, he could have easily dispatched 4 of the apes. His assistant adds that Daichi demonstrated a level of physical enhancement he was unaware of and possessed enchanted gear strong enough to withstand a king ape's bite. He concludes that if this is true, he knows of no one on the continent who could match Daichi in non-elemental magic. Karina agrees, admitting she knows of no one either. Her expression turns serious and contemplative as she trails off, saying, "Indeed, it's almost as if," she admitted to the merchant leader that she was not certain about Daichi. While he possessed non-elemental magic, he was a complete novice in swordsmanship and martial arts, lacking any real combat experience. The leader confirmed his understanding. Daichi was only skilled in non-elemental magic. The merchant leader continued his assessment, noting that Daichi was also a complete amateur as a merchant. However, he reasoned that Daichi must have been close with skilled merchants to possess knowledge that was so close to practical experience. She wondered aloud if he could be nobility from another continent. The merchant leader considered this, agreeing that it might be the case. He concluded that unless they assumed Daichi was the sheltered son of some noble, his profound lack of caution made no sense. She then asked how they should proceed with Mr. Asakura. The merchant leader, looking over several small, crystalline objects, stated that Daichi's strength made him an important person to their company. He ordered that the fact he was a visitor from another continent must be kept strictly confidential, reminding her that she had wished for the same. He gave her a clear directive. She was to remain as Lord Asakura's guard until they reached the town of Karam. Her task was to provide him with enough local knowledge to protect him from suspicion and prevent others from taking advantage of him. Karina agreed, her mind processing the command as she pictured Daichi, thinking he was like a hero from a fairy tale. Their serious discussion was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful Daichi, who appeared holding 2 plates, each with a slice of cake. He apologized to Karina for the wait, his sudden appearance startling her. Later, on a town street, a sign for a clothing shop hung from a wooden post. Inside, a new set of clothes lay neatly folded. He struck a pose in his new attire, a simple tunic, pants, and a new belt, and enthusiastically asked for an opinion on his new look. He stood before them in the new outfit as Karina and Alicia looked on. Karina observed that he looked like a traveler, while Alicia thoughtfully considered his appearance. He, however, was less certain, admitting the style didn't feel like his own. Alicia pointed out that since both she and Karina were so accustomed to his foreign attire, their opinions might not be of much help. He pondered what he was looking for, suggesting something discreet yet stylish, though his imagination briefly conjured an overly flamboyant outfit that he quickly rejected. Karina immediately shot down the idea, warning him that anything too stylish would make him stand out, defeating the purpose of blending in as a traveler. Dejected, Daichi silently wished for the more cheerful Karina from earlier. His attention then fell upon a different set of clothes that he found more suitable. Approaching the elderly shopkeeper, he declared he would take them, addressing her as young lady, which brought a pleased, flustered smile to her face. The shopkeeper, amused by his charm, called him a smooth talker and mentioned having a daughter around his age. He insisted that since she was only 4 or 5 years older than him, she was indeed a young lady. He pressed on with the compliments, suggesting she and her daughter could pass for sisters. With a charming smile, he then asked for a small discount for being so sweet, a tactic that earned a deadpan stare from Karina. Having secured his purchase, he turned to the matter of payment, asking the shopkeeper if he could use something other than coins. In place of currency, he presented a solid bar of pure silver, its value clearly immense. The shopkeeper, Karina, and Alicia all stared, utterly speechless at the sight. The sudden display of wealth sent Karina into a panic. She lunged forward, shouting for him to wait while offering to pay with her own coins. The stunned shopkeeper, meanwhile, simply asked him to please come again, leaving Daichi bewildered by the commotion. He is abruptly pulled away from the shop by Karina, who grips his arm tightly. As they move down the street, Alicia follows a few steps behind, clutching Nike. She whirls on him, her face inches from his, and furiously accuses him of creating the chaos intentionally. He looks back, genuinely confused, and explains that he thought paying with silver was standard practice. Completely misreading her anger, he cheerfully suggests they simply try another store, quickly adding that he didn't mean for things to get out of hand. She dismisses his suggestion with a curt nope. Her expression is firm as she informs him that their next stop is the guild leader. He can only offer a weak noise of disagreement. His protest is short-lived, however, and moments later he strolls through the town with a carefree smile, apparently unfazed by the recent turmoil. But his cheerful walk is not by choice. Karina drags him along by his jacket, her face a mask of weary resignation. As he flails, Alicia calmly notes the situation, while Karina resolves that he needs a stern talking to. Inside the merchant's tent, Klaus Bertram interrupts Daichi Asakura, demanding to know what exactly he was trying to do. Startled, Daichi explains that he was simply attempting to pay for the clothes he had selected. Meanwhile, outside, Alicia sits on the ground looking thoroughly annoyed, while the small cat, Nike, playfully tugs at her clothing. Back inside, the shopping is brought to a halt by a new problem. Klaus holds up a large silver ingot and asks pointedly if this was Daichi's intended method of payment. He clarifies that while paying with silver ingots isn't unheard of, he has never seen the type of silver coins Daichi possesses since setting foot on this continent. Daichi confirms that where he comes from, such coins are common. He explains his oversight, admitting that he hadn't really needed to use money until now, as he could simply retrieve any necessary food or water from his item box. Klaus concedes the point, realizing he should have anticipated that Lord Asakura wouldn't have any local currency. Seizing the opportunity, Daichi then offers to sell some of his own items to the merchant to acquire some cash. The unconventional proposal leaves Klaus with his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the strange turn of events. He reasons with himself that he must maintain good terms with Lord Asakura, especially before they arrive at the town of Karam. To that end, he decides to indulge him, hoping Daichi won't recklessly expose his bizarre products to everyone, products that are worthless in his homeland but absurd in this new country. Having resolved the payment issue, Daichi turns to Karina and asks if she is still angry with him. With a sharp turn of her head, she grits her teeth and insists she was never angry to begin with. He apologizes for not consulting her first and pleads with her to stop being upset. She snaps back that she isn't upset, questioning his attitude as a guard. Daichi reflects inwardly that he's still messed up, despite his efforts to learn about this world firsthand. He promises to be more careful next time, speaking towards Karina's turned back. In response, she spins around, her expression still furious. She shouts that while it's fine since he didn't know, he still broke his promise by not asking her first and needs to reflect on his actions. Her anger subsides as she gently pets Nike, who is resting on Alicia's head. She assures the cat that she isn't angry with him, placing all the blame on Daichi. He quietly states that he has reflected on his actions, and Alicia adds that Nike seems to be apologizing as well. Karina mutters to herself, realizing Daichi must have known she was angry all along. He then thrusts forward a handful of brightly wrapped sweets, offering them as a formal apology. The gesture leaves both Karina and Alicia momentarily speechless. Karina, flustered, asks if he's trying to solve the problem with food. He denies this, explaining that in his homeland, it's customary to offer chocolates as an apology to a lover or a close female friend when is troubled. He privately acknowledges that this isn't entirely true. If chocolate could solve every problem, life would be much simpler. Hearing his explanation, a blushing Karina relents, stating that if it is a custom, she supposes she must accept. Alicia, meanwhile, looks down at her own hands, thoughtfully repeating his words about a lover or a close girl. They both try the confections, and their expressions immediately shift to wide-eyed wonder. What is this? Karina asks, as Alicia declares it to be delicious. Delighted, Karina offers more of the sweets to Alicia, who gratefully accepts, as Nike vouches for him. A placated Karina tells Daichi to simply be more mindful in the future. He readily agrees, though he can't help but worry internally that the situation was resolved far too easily. He steps into a bustling village street, finding it crowded with boisterous and rough-looking men who appear to be adventurers. As they observe the rowdy crowd, Klaus remarks that there seems to be an unusually large number of adventurers for a village of this size. Alicia agrees, adding that they are not particularly well-manned. Alicia continues, pointing out that Daichi is currently unarmed and that rumors of him being a guest of the Bertram Company have likely spread. Daichi admits he has also been sensing hostile gazes, realizing he fits the profile of a wealthy, unprepared foreigner who defeated King Apes, an easy target for anyone with ill intent. He suggests they ask about the situation at a weapon shop. Karina agrees, but urges him to remain cautious, as they wish to avoid causing trouble in the village. He tries to reassure her, asking her to trust him. Despite appearances, he insists he is a pacifist at heart. His statement is met with a shared look of disbelief from Karina and Alicia. After a sigh, Daichi changes the subject, asking for a point of reference. Who would be stronger, one of the adventurers or a king ape? Alicia speculates that in a one-on-one fight, a king ape is probably stronger. Karina, however, adds the crucial point that adventurers are human and can therefore work together, lay traps, and strategize. Understanding the danger, he decides that to avoid getting caught up with them, he needs to get some equipment immediately, starting with his appearance. His enthusiasm is immediate as they arrive at an armory. Though momentarily distracted by the array of weapons, he quickly declares that armor must be their first priority. Inside, he presents a set of light leather armor. Karina worries it might be too flimsy. Alicia, meanwhile, gives a deadpan thanks for his thoughtfulness, her attention drawn to Nike being offered a snack, which she sees as a sign of his skewed priorities. Daichi, flustered, insists he is being serious and considers his armor situation resolved. He stands equipped in his new armor, holding a large shield. Karina observes that the shield doesn't quite match the armor, but Alicia seems impressed by its presence. Daichi muses that carrying it openly advertises his physical enhancement abilities, but he could just store it in his item box. With his defenses sorted, he decides his next purchase must be a weapon. His mind, steeped in fantasy RPGs, immediately gravitates toward a classic choice. He declares with excitement that he will get a longsword. His choice is met with Karina's practical skepticism. She asks if he can even use one. Daichi confidently replies that he'll manage by just swinging it around to look menacing, prompting her to bluntly state that's not how it works. Alicia, however, remains optimistic. She expresses her belief that Daichi will manage somehow, citing his absurdly powerful physical enhancements and enchanted gear as reasons for her confidence. Her words make him ponder. He questions whether enchanted gear is inherently stronger than pure swordsmanship, coming to the clear realization that magic users seem to hold the advantage in this world. He reflects on how much development has gone into tools for powerful magic users. Magic allows one to till a field or start a fire with ease, as Karina demonstrated, while non-magic users are left with neglected, primitive tools like flint. This growing divide, he concludes, is a perfect downward spiral, one that will only continue to widen. Alicia's voice cuts through his thoughts. She declares her desire to offer cheap and useful products to help non-magic users, funded by selling glassware to the nobility and the wealthy. Hearing her plan, Daichi wonders if it could be improved, even slightly. As they walk through the village, she notices his contemplative mood and asks what's wrong. He smiles, reassuring her that it's nothing. He was just remembering something from his homeland. He then relays the information they've gathered while shopping. Goblins were spotted near Takura village, and the local adventurers guild has dispatched 3 parties, totaling 13 people, to handle the threat. As they walked, Karina elaborated on the goblin situation. She explained that while the exact number of goblins was unconfirmed, the number of adventurers responding was just under 40. However, 7 of those parties hadn't formally accepted the request and were, in her opinion, quite ill-mannered. She continued, stating that the goblins gathering now were likely just seeking scraps. But as their numbers grew, elite units could appear. Daichi asked if the elites were tough, and Karina confirmed it would get messy if goblin mages, non-elemental goblin generals, or those with enchanted gear were involved. Alicia bluntly expressed her doubt that so many people could handle such a threat, prompting Daichi to comment on her directness. With her arms crossed, she gave her final assessment. Based on the movement and equipment she had observed, the adventurers gathered were E rank, or perhaps D rank at best. This judgment was based on the established system of adventure ranks. The hierarchy begins at the apprentice level, H rank, and ascends through the letters, with the legendary S rank at the very top. Within this system, the highest echelons carry immense prestige. An adventurer who reaches A rank is treated with the status of a knight, recognized by high nobility. S rank, however, is a title granted only by the king to those who have achieved truly legendary feats. Karina clarified that S and AA are essentially prestige ranks. The 7 basic ranks for adventurers span from G up to A. She also noted that combat strength alone does not directly translate to one's rank. Rank is primarily based on achievements. Even so, it is understood that adventurers who have reached D rank and above have certainly endured their fair share of difficult battles. Curious, Daichi asked Karina for her rank. She replied that she was C rank, which led him to believe she must be quite reliable. He then considered his own strength, confident in his combat abilities, but recalling that he still hadn't used the special weapon he had ordered. He brought the conversation back to the goblin situation, musing that since the scale of the horde was unknown, it was difficult to say whether there were too many adventurers present. Karina seemed to agree, though not with his entire line of reasoning. His unease grew, and he voiced his concern that he was missing something important. Alicia quickly added that she wanted to know as well, expressing her faith that Daichi wouldn't act recklessly if he knew the full story. He is taken aback as the young elf girl gets extremely close to his face, excitedly declaring that even Nike agrees with her. Daichi flushes, overwhelmed by her proximity. He gently places Nike on her head, creating some distance before turning to Karina with a serious expression. He begins to explain the source of his unease. He recounts a troubling incident from 2 months prior. A village, located about 4 days away, was completely wiped off the map by bandits. The image of the smoldering ruins underscores the grim reality of such an event. He continues, explaining that the village had requested aid from the Adventurers Guild against goblins. However, by the time the adventurers arrived, bandits had already destroyed the village. Despite a large number of adventurers being dispatched, they returned without fighting the goblins. Daichi reveals the contractual loophole. If the village chief goes missing, the quest is deemed a failure, and the regional lord is only obligated to pay half the reward. Such a failure not only forces the adventurers to pay a penalty, but also severely damages their reputation with both the local lord and the common folk. Karina considers this information, her gaze distant. She remarks that if it were her, she would simply expand her search area and eliminate enough goblins to satisfy the quest terms. Her response solidifies Daichi's suspicion. He voices his theory that the adventurers and bandits could be conspiring, allowing the adventurers to fail quests without consequence and possibly loot the remains. He concludes that the nearby village is likely the next target, meaning they might have to face bandits in addition to goblins. He then shifts his focus, pulling a modern handgun from his storage. With a determined look, he tells Karina and the elf that there's something he wants to test and asks them to follow him. He clarifies his request. He wants to try out a weapon from his homeland somewhere private and get Karina's opinion on its power. He then poses a critical question, reminding her that they killed 5 king apes, and asks if a goblin general with physical enhancements is stronger. Karina listens, a hint of caution on her face as she considers going somewhere secluded with him. Her expression turns grim and serious. She delivers the bad news without hesitation. Unfortunately, the goblin general is stronger. Daichi threw his hands up in a gesture of casual acceptance, seemingly unfazed by the daunting task ahead. He then turned his attention to Alicia, asking about the grasslands. She explained that the area had few obstacles, which meant that if anything happened, they could use physical enhancement to escape easily. She admitted, however, that she could only use the ability a little bit. Hearing this, Karina gave her conditional approval. She stated that staying at the edge of the forest would be acceptable, but only as long as they remained within sight of the convoy and its guards. Daichi enthusiastically agreed, and they set off. He rushed forward eagerly, only to collide squarely with a large figure walking in the opposite direction. The man he bumped into, a burly individual with a gruff expression, immediately shouted at him to watch where he was going. Daichi, thinking to himself that such a brazen person would have intimidated him back in Japan, felt no fear after his recent battle. He calmly retorted that it was the other man who had run into him. His response only served to enrage the man, who accused Daichi of messing with him. The confrontation quickly drew the attention of the man's companions. As the argument began, Daichi noticed 2 other men sitting nearby, staring intently at his group. The chatter in the town square seemed to fade as the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. The situation escalated as more thugs approached, surrounding them. One taunted Daichi, asking if he was scared speechless, while another commented on the beautiful girls with him and demanded money. Stepping forward to shield Alicia, Karina issued a stern warning, declaring that as a bodyguard, she would not tolerate their behavior. A frightened Alicia whispered to her, questioning if she could really handle 5 men who might be stronger than a king ape. One of the thugs sneered at her bold declaration, while an older member of their group suggested they take the matter somewhere more private. Daichi found their comments towards the girls irritating and saw an opportunity. He decided he would test the weapon from his homeland on them, reasoning that since they started the fight, it wouldn't be a problem to turn the tables, so long as they didn't kill them. Karina, however, calmly informed them of the consequences. She explained that even if they did manage to kill them, they would be forced to pay a hefty fine to the local lord. The thug who started the confrontation exploded in anger, shouting that Daichi was just a merchant and was asking for trouble. Daichi, meanwhile, quietly reflected on what a scary world this was, where murder could be brushed aside with money. He resolves to handle the situation without lethal force. Acknowledging that his opponents are adventurers, he decides against killing them, opting instead to rough them up just enough to serve as a warning to any other potential troublemakers. As he makes his decision, the confrontation erupts. Karina shouts a final warning, but it's too late. The burly leader draws his sword, and the elder thug snarls at the brats, their patience clearly exhausted. With the fight now inevitable, Daichi turns to his bodyguard for a final clarification. He asks if there will be any issue if he seriously injures their attackers. Karina confirms without hesitation that there is no problem at all. A confident grin spreads across Daichi's face as he makes his final decision, instructing Karina to demonstrate the vast difference in their skill levels. Surrounded by thugs, Daichi Asakura and his companions stand ready. The group's leader declares that they've decided to ignore any warnings and draw their swords. Daichi looks on, undeterred, informing the man that while they have no plans to take their lives, the thugs should prepare for a severe beating. The leader bristles at the response, shouting for him to watch his mouth and threatening to teach him a lesson. Unfazed, Daichi calls out to Karina, telling her he will deal with 2 of them, and instructs Alicia to get behind him for safety. An idea forms in his mind. He considers the unique skills he possesses: the pocket dimension that can store anything except living things, the trading ability to order items from the modern world, and non-elemental magic to enhance his physical abilities. He realizes he can combine these powers. In an instant, the thugs collapse to the ground, clutching their arms and crying out in pain and confusion. Daichi stands before them, a wisp of energy fading from his outstretched fingers as he calmly observes the result of his actions. The leader lets out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony as he clutches his dominant arm, now rendered useless. Nearby, the elderly thug stares in disbelief at his own nose, which has been magically and grotesquely elongated, causing him to howl in pain and shock. Daichi watches the bizarre scene unfold with a focused gaze. Simultaneously, Karina moves with deadly precision, disabling the bald thug and pressing the flat of her blade against his neck, completely neutralizing him. With the threat contained, Daichi turns to her and quietly asks if she cut the tendons in all of their dominant arms. She confirms with a simple, direct yes. She then turns her cold gaze upon the defeated man, warning them to never come near her clients again and to spread the word to their associates. Terrified, the thugs quickly agree, promising to leave and begging to be spared. From a safe distance, a small crowd of onlookers murmurs in surprise, remarking that the young man traveling with the girls had actually won the fight. In the aftermath of the confrontation, Daichi observes the incapacitated thugs, thinking them fools. His attention shifts to Alicia, who is calmly holding Nike. He wonders if she somehow slept through the entire fight, a poor thing to have her rest disturbed. His thoughts are abruptly cut short. Alicia, her face a mask of fury, thrusts Nike forward and bellows at the defeated man, demanding they apologize to the kitty. Her outburst startles Karina, who can only utter Alicia's name in surprise. A moment later, however, Karina turns on the thugs herself, sharply ordering them to apologize immediately. The terrified men quickly comply, begging for forgiveness and swearing never to repeat their actions. With the apologies secured, Alicia's anger vanishes. She beams, cuddling a purring Nike and telling the men to be thankful for the cat's kindness. Daichi and Karina watch, with Daichi privately marveling at the terrifying effectiveness of the cat's charm. As the group walks away from the scene, Karina's expression turns serious. She confronts Daichi, asking why he blew the thugs' feet off when she had already cut their tendons, suggesting his actions were excessive. He calmly explains his logic. Cut tendons can be healed with simple water magic, but reattaching a completely severed foot requires high-level water magic, a far more difficult and costly remedy. Karina understands the implication. It would cost a fortune for them to be treated in the capital. Daichi agrees, thinking to himself that while Nike's elemental abilities could handle some injuries, this was a deliberate, strategic escalation. He confirms it was all part of his plan to ensure their attackers would be out of commission for a long time. Karina adds that this approach might also deter future enemies from direct confrontation, forcing them into ambushes instead. She then voices a new concern. Their disheveled appearance might prevent them from finding an inn, leaving them vulnerable to such ambushes. The realization that they might have to sleep in tents horrifies Daichi, who immediately drops into a formal bow of apology, explaining it's a custom from his country. Later, as they continue walking, Karina returns to her previous line of questioning. She presses him about the ability he used, asking if it was an offensive skill. Daichi looks away, admitting that it is a unique skill that only he can use. He asks if there are people with unique skills in this area. A flustered Alicia confirms that there are, but only a few. Daichi remarks that the situation is the same in his homeland. His casual comparison is immediately challenged by Karina, who states with certainty that there is only a single person on the entire continent with a unique skill. Daichi appears unimpressed by the distinction. Her stark statement hangs in the air, creating an awkward silence as the group continues on their path. Daichi scratches the back of his head, hesitating for a moment. He finally breaks the silence, turning to them with a slight smile. He concedes the point and admits that he was chased out of his homeland precisely because of his unique skill. He elaborates on the painful memory, revealing that because he was the only one in his country with such an ability, his own family tried to take his life. He then asks to drop the subject. The revelation stuns both Karina and Alicia, who expresses her guilt for pressing him. Seeing their concern, he reassures them that it's okay. Acknowledging their lingering curiosity, he agrees to share what he can, on the condition that it remains a secret between the three of them. Alicia urges him not to push himself. To explain further, he demonstrates his power. A small, dark object materializes in his palm. He then holds up a metal projectile, explaining that his unique skill is to create clumps of lead and iron, and then propel them at high speed with the power of fire. The small projectile makes Karina recall the earlier confrontation. She asks in disbelief if that was what he used to take the man's leg. He confirms it, explaining that this bullet is propelled by an explosion, unleashing immense destructive force. The bigger the bullet, the greater the damage, a thought that horrifies Alicia. He then reminds them of his earlier offer to experiment. After showing them his unique skill, he wanted to ask for their opinion on how useful it might be in combat. His question is met with hesitation from Karina, who asks if they really need to do any more. He insists, however, stating that since it is an experiment, there are still more things he would like to try. He suggests they take a snack break after his experiments, pulling out both sweet and salty options. He turns to Karina, asking which she would prefer. She hesitates for a moment, a slight blush on her cheeks, before admitting to herself that she would prefer the sweet ones. Her reaction confirms his suspicion. Daichi realizes with certainty that sweets are Karina's weakness. He agrees enthusiastically, promising they could discuss their thoughts during their snack break after the experiment is complete. With the promise of a snack, the group ventures deeper into the forest. Karina warns that this is as far as they can safely go, as they don't know what monsters lurk ahead. Daichi, wishing for a more open space, turns to Alicia and asks her to hold Nike while he begins. As Daichi prepares, Alicia happily cuddles Nike. She feels a sense of understanding with the cat, even as she realizes Nike is knowingly taking advantage of her affection by kneading her chest. She tells the cat to stop, though her flushed expression betrays her enjoyment. Watching them, Daichi thinks to himself what a wonderful sight it is, a sentiment Nike seems to share. Their playful moment is cut short by an impatient Karina, who urges them to get on with it. Daichi readily agrees, announcing he will start with the same technique he used to punish the bandits. He is referring to a specific weapon he can create, a large pistol he calls the Desert Eagle, which is capable of firing the most powerful bullet currently at his disposal. The weapon is not held physically. Instead, he explains that he opens a pocket dimension in the palm of his hand and pulls the weapon's trigger using only his mind. A deafening roar erupts from his outstretched hand. A projectile tears through the air, striking a nearby tree and blasting a hole straight through its trunk, sending splinters flying. Both Karina and Alicia stare, wide-eyed and speechless at the sudden, immense display of destructive power. He turns to his companions, asking for their thoughts on the display. Karina is stunned into silence, simply murmuring that it's amazing, while Alicia notes that one doesn't often come across such powerful magic. He apologizes, confirming that the destruction was indeed caused by that clump of lead. Karina, still processing, asks if he can use it repeatedly, pointing out that rapidly casting offensive magic is difficult. She explains that while even low-rank mages can cast spells repeatedly without losing power, C and D-rank mages are capable of attacking multiple targets at once. She admits she could barely follow the bullet's trajectory with her eyes. Daichi remarks that while a powerful earth magic spell with a similar effect exists, it doesn't come close in speed. This leads him to muse that even a low-ranking mage with a pistol could pose a serious threat to ordinary people. Karina, confused, asks what he's talking about, reminding him that anyone who can use offensive magic is already a threat to those who can't. He poses a hypothetical question to clarify his point. Between a regular person with offensive magic and an adventurer who couldn't use it, who would be stronger? He quickly answers his own question, stating it would obviously be the offensive magic user, but specifies he is only considering non-elemental magic. His distinction seems to annoy Karina, who asks if he's referring to a different ranking system than that of adventurers. Daichi then asks if only those registered with a mage guild at F rank or above are technically considered mages. Alicia confirms this, and he sheepishly apologizes for his mistake. With the misunderstanding cleared, Alicia cheerfully suggests they discuss the differences between adventurer and mage rankings over snacks, thinking the experiments are over. Karina, however, cuts in to announce that the main course is next. She holds up her hand, telling them to watch closely. At her command, Daichi summons a long rifle and fires a volley into the tree. The impacts are powerful but scattered across the bark. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing he needs aim training and noting to himself that Nike's water magic is currently more powerful and accurate. Observing the result, Alicia explains that, for reference, only a high-ranking mage skilled in focus magic could cast a spell with enough power to shoot clean through such a large tree. This surprises Daichi, who asks if that means Nike's water magic is more powerful than a high-ranking mage's offensive spell. Karina clarifies the distinction. She explains that while it wouldn't be impossible to fell the tree using explosive fire magic or by launching boulders with earth magic, piercing straight through it is another matter entirely and would be quite difficult. Building on this, Alicia, cradling Nike, adds that she knows of 3 earth magic users and 1 spirit earth magic user who might be capable of such a feat, though she notes one of them might lack accuracy. She then turns the question back to Daichi, asking for his opinion. Daichi continued his assessment, reflecting on the power they had just witnessed. He mused that compared to the magic often seen in Ice Sky manga, Nike's water bullet might seem unimpressive. However, in this world, its destructive capability was on par with the offensive magic of a high-ranking mage. Hearing this, Karina expressed her relief. She confessed that, for a moment, she thought he was actually going to shoot straight through the nearby tree, which left Daichi looking slightly surprised. He smiled confidently, clarifying that Nike's spirit magic was far too valuable to use so carelessly. It would be his trump card. As he spoke, his imagination ran wild with images of far more powerful weaponry, like a minigun and heavy artillery shells. With the demonstration concluded, Karina suggested they take a snack break. Daichi enthusiastically agreed. They laid out slices of a delectable-looking strawberry cake from a box labeled Yanderes. As the 3 of them sat around a portable table enjoying their treat, Daichi tried to steer the conversation back to the topic of mage rankings. Karina, however, promptly shut him down, stating firmly that she was busy eating. After a moment, he He tried again, getting their full attention this time. He announced that there was something important he wanted to ask the two of them. With a determined look, he revealed his new ambition. He was thinking of trying to set up a shop right here in this village. In a quiet village, a new plan begins to form. There, Daichi Asakura resolved to begin another experiment. He would try to set up a shop. He shared this new ambition with Karina and Alicia while they rested amongst the trees. The two women listened, Karina beginning to voice her immediate thoughts on the matter. Their reactions were starkly different. Alicia's face lit up with excitement, finding the idea interesting and eagerly wondering what wonderful new tools he would reveal. Karina, however, looked on with suspicion, calling the plan scary and questioning what kind of outrageous products he intended to sell this time. Daichi explained that since Alicia was so knowledgeable about magic tools, he wanted to hear her thoughts before consulting with the guild leader, Klaus. He then offered to show them the items first. He then presented the items in question, several small white blocks and a box filled with thin sticks tipped with a strange substance. He asked if they had tools like these in their world. Karina and Alicia leaned in for a closer look. Karina confessed that she had never seen anything like them and couldn't even begin to imagine what they were used for. In response, Daichi provided a demonstration, striking one of the sticks against the box, causing it to burst into flame. He explained that they were fire starters and waterproof matches. Karina immediately questioned if they were magic, but Alicia, her hand to her chin in thought, noted that she certainly hadn't sensed any magic. She confirmed her observation, holding the small flame aloft. It was neither magic nor a magic tool, he stated. It was something that even non-magic users could use. He explains that fire starters are simply tools to make lighting fires easier, noting that even a single waterproof match burns well enough to get a decent fire going. Karina observes that the matches alone could easily take the place of a fire-starting magic tool. He agrees, holding the container of matches. He then turns to both women and declares his plan to market and sell these items specifically to people who cannot use magic. Alicia's face lights up at the idea, expressing her wish for those people to live easier lives. Karina, however, offers a dose of reality, stating that products made for those without magic have never sold very well. He smiles, undeterred by her point, and reveals the core of his business model. He will offer these products at a price so low that even the poor can afford them. He asks if they're surprised. Karina replies that she isn't, but she does point out that a wealthy person like him wanting to do business with the poor often comes across as disingenuous or hypocritical. She quickly clarifies that she doesn't personally see him that way. He explains his thought process, revealing he is simply considering how to keep his business with the wealthy separate from his business with the less fortunate. Alicia raises a logistical problem, pointing out that cheap items will fly off the shelves. She questions whether he can maintain the supply to meet the demand, warning that his credibility would be damaged if he couldn't. He confidently reassures her that he has plenty of stock in his item box, so there's no problem. She presses further, asking if he can also manufacture more if needed. He smiles and confirms that it's not particularly difficult for him to do so. He trails off for a moment before clarifying that, in any case, this plan must wait until after his scheduled talk with guild leader Klaus. He states with determination that, personally, he's willing to go out on a limb to convince the guild leader. His resolve seems to placate Karina. Taking a bite of cheesecake, she agrees not to interfere any further. With the previous topic concluded, Daichi's curiosity shifts to their magical abilities. He recalls that Karina can use 3 types of elemental magic: water, fire, and wind, in addition to non-elemental magic, then turns to ask Alicia about her own capabilities. She responds with a gentle smile, revealing that she can use all elements. Her revelation leaves him momentarily stunned. He remarks that her ability is incredible, almost like a cheat skill, a point to which she quietly agrees. Before he can ask more, Karina interjects with a serious expression. She commends him for catching on so quickly, but advises him not to probe any further, asking that he keep Alicia's ability a secret. As Alicia apologizes, Daichi readily agrees to the request. His curiosity piqued, he then asks if they are part of the Mages Guild and what their ranks might be, guessing they must be high level. Karina clarifies that both she and Alicia are B-rank mages, adding that while it may not mean much to him, she is considered a promising mage. He finds this puzzling, pointing out that she doesn't dress like a typical mage and relied on her sword during the battle with the King Apes. She explains that her B rank is primarily attributed to her skill with non-elemental and wind magic. Recalling the ferocity of their previous battle, he asks if this means she is capable of using even stronger enchanted gear than she did against the King Apes. She confirms his suspicion, explaining that she did all she could under the circumstances. Both enchanting gear and applying physical enhancements require time to strengthen, a luxury she did not have. Furthermore, she adds, using such abilities for scouting enemies with wind magic would have been a waste. Daichi sheepishly offers a cup of what looks like whipped cream, though he notes it's a bit different. He apologizes as he presents it. Karina takes a spoonful, wondering aloud why he apologized. As she tastes it, Daichi continues their earlier discussion, asking if Alicia's rank was awarded because she could use magic of all elements. Alicia, enjoying the treat herself, confirms that her ability is indeed a rare trait. However, she confesses that she lacks combat experience, recalling how she froze up in front of the King Apes. He then asks if her goal is to become a magic tool smith instead. Alicia smiles and confirms this, explaining that she luckily has an aptitude for enchantment magic. She elaborates on the process, describing it as a type of magic that imbues elemental magic into materials with a high affinity for it. To create a fire-starting tool, for instance, one would find materials with a high fire affinity and enchant them with fire elemental magic. By using those enchanted materials to craft a tool, she explains, it becomes usable even by those who can't use fire magic, provided they possess some magical ability of their own. He excitedly asks if enchanting a tool with all 4 elements would grant him the ability to use them all. Karina quickly interjects, stating that it's not that simple and that there are limits to the process. A standard fire-starting tool, for example, typically only produces as much fire as is necessary. However, top-tier magic toolsmiths can craft more advanced versions, like a magical blowtorch with adjustable fire intensity, though such items are exceptionally expensive. Alicia adds that these tools often include safety features to prevent accidents, further increasing their cost. This prompts Daichi to nervously wonder if a cheaper tool might accidentally shoot out a fireball while trying to light a stove. He asks if this aptitude is something one is simply born with. As Alicia notices her dessert melting, Karina confirms his suspicion, clarifying that it's not just enchantment magic. All magic is an innate trait. Daichi considered their situation, realizing that wind magic used for scouting surpassed even modern technology. However, since he didn't know how to create or operate such things, he concluded he would have to give up on crafting magic tools for now. He then thought about Nike, whose powers were proving increasingly useful. He reasoned that she could primarily handle scouting, keeping her water magic as a powerful trump card. This realization prompted him to turn to Karina. He suggested that showing Nike how she scouts would be very handy and asked if she could demonstrate her wind magic. Karina, sipping her drink, replied that it wasn't something one could actually see. He pressed on eagerly, asking her to show him how she uses it anyway, even if he couldn't see the magic itself. With a slight hesitation, Karina agreed. Accepting his request, she stood and unleashed her power. A vast, circular ripple of magical energy expanded outwards into the sky above them, like a sonar pulse. The pulse of magic washed over them, and Daichi's attention was immediately drawn to Nike, whose fur was standing on end in reaction to the energy. Her expression suddenly hardened. "Wait," she called out, sensing something nearby. Daichi asked if it was a monster, but she clarified that based on its size and movement, it could be human, perhaps bandits deeper in the forest. When he asked how many, she admitted it wasn't clear. Before she could elaborate, Alicia calmly stated, 8 people. She then apologized for stepping in and thanked Karina. Daichi was stunned, realizing Alicia's wind magic was superior to Karina's. He understood that Karina didn't want this known and that Alicia was far more than the delicate young lady she appeared to be. His mind reeled, but he knew now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He suddenly connected the dots. Not only Karina, but guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey also seemed to be hiding information about Alicia. He voiced this uncertainty to the group, questioning if 8 people was too few for a group of bandits. He suggested it might be an adventurer's party instead. Karina quietly considered the possibility. As they proceeded through the forest, he watched Alicia Heartland focus her senses. She decided to keep the 8 individuals within her scouting range to monitor their movements, and the group advanced cautiously through the undergrowth. He reflected on his own capabilities, recognizing that his combat skills were objectively high for this world. However, he admitted to himself that he still lacked experience with true violence and needed to build his resolve for the inevitable confrontations. Karina broke his train of thought, assessing their situation. She believed that, even together, they could drive back 8 bandits while protecting Alicia. She wondered aloud if they should approach, but he immediately cautioned against it, pointing out the danger of moving recklessly when they knew nothing of their adversary's skills or magic. His cat, Nike, suddenly began to growl from within his hood, its fur bristling. He took this strong reaction as a sign, wondering if it confirmed his suspicion that the group they were tracking were indeed bandits. His mind flashed with images of overwhelming firepower. His expression hardened with grim determination. If these people were here to attack the village, he would show them no mercy. Just then, Alicia Heartland's voice cut through the tension, laced with alarm. She reported that the situation had worsened. The number of individuals had suddenly increased. He turned to her, asking what had happened and how many there were now. Her gaze remained fixed on some distant point as she gave a single, stark number, 20. He processed the new information, realizing that 20 was a significant force. If they were bandits, he reasoned, their hideout must be close. Pinpointing its exact location would be strategically ideal. Seeing Karina's concern, the other Alicia offered her assistance. Karina, however, dismissed the offer, stating there was no need. She decided their next course of action. Once they returned, they would report the situation to the guild leader and Captain Jeffrey. Following her decision, they returned to the encampment and reported their findings directly to Klaus. With the 2 rescued men standing by, Klaus listened intently and thanked Karina for bringing the urgent matter to his attention. He turns to his assistant, quietly instructing him to pass the information along to Jeffrey. With that matter delegated, Klaus turns his attention to Daichi and his companions, asking what they need. Daichi politely requests to discuss a different matter while they wait for Captain Jeffrey, as the assistant offers to pour some tea. He then startles Klaus by loudly declaring his intention to open a store in the village. Placing two boxes on the table, one labeled Fire Center and the other a smaller box of matches, he explains his plan to sell these products. When Klaus asks what they are, Daichi prepares to demonstrate. He strikes the small stick, and it instantly bursts into flame, much to Klaus's surprise. Daichi explains that the item requires no magic at all. Taking the lit match, Klaus examines the small, steady flame. Daichi confirms that the matches are designed for a single use and are then discarded. Intrigued, Klaus asks about the low price Daichi mentioned. The young man explains his intention is to sell these items cheaply, specifically for people who cannot use magic. He holds up 2 fingers and states the price, 2 silver coins. Internally, he calculates this to be a significant markup, reminding himself that this is a business venture, not charity. Klaus nods in understanding before asking about the price of the fire starters. Daichi replies that a box of 60 costs 1 silver coin. The merchant is stunned, exclaiming that this price is even lower than that of waterproof matches. He then explains to Karina that the fire starters are simply made of easily flammable material, essentially a bonus item included with the purchase of the matches. He then presents Karina with a different type of fire starter, a small, rock-like object with a fuse, and instructs her to ignite it. She strikes a flint, sending a spark onto the object, which immediately erupts into a substantial flame on the plate before her. Daichi thoughtfully strokes his chin, a realization dawning on him. The fire starters are so effective that they might make the matches obsolete. He considers focusing his sales strategy solely on the new, more convenient item. As he mulls this over, Klaus turns to Karina, suggesting that they should raise the price on the fire starters. With a calm, almost blissful expression, she gives a simple, one-word answer, no. Despite her firm support, Daichi reinforces the decision himself. With a determined look, he states that even so, he will keep the price at 1 silver coin. His declaration hangs in the air, creating a tense silence between him and the veteran merchant. He holds his ground, internally assessing the situation. From Klaus's behavior, it's clear that he holds tremendous value to the guild leader. Though he feels a twinge of guilt for taking advantage, he resolves to have his way, knowing he must tread carefully to avoid revealing just how much of a gold mine he truly is. His unwavering resolve pays off. Klaus strokes his goatee, finally conceding. Very well, he says, agreeing to question the matter no more. With the price settled, Daichi reveals he has more to offer. He presents a new selection of items intended for the nobility and the wealthy. A metallic rose, a pouch of pepper, and a modern lighter, products he had yet to show the merchant. Klaus's eyes narrow shrewdly as he declares he will gladly accept them. He postpones further discussion until things settle down. Just as Daichi begins to ask about other products, a man's voice from outside announces his arrival. It's me, Jeffrey. The voice is followed by the appearance of its owner, as Captain Jeffrey pushes aside the tent flap to peer inside, announcing his intent to enter. He steps fully inside, his large frame filling the entrance as he joins the assembled group within the tent. The captain's intense gaze fell upon Daichi and Alicia. He, along with Klaus and Karina, surrounded the pair, their expressions demanding answers. Klaus began, calmly requesting that they start from the very beginning. Jeffrey immediately pressed further, wanting to know what exactly had transpired in the forest. Karina added her own urgent query about the current situation in the village. Her eyes narrowed. The questions mounted, all pointing to a single, pressing concern: the identity of the people lurking in the woods. Captain Jeffrey reports on the grim situation. Ruffians are causing trouble throughout the village, and suspicious individuals have been spotted in the nearby woods. He confirms that the raid on the neighboring Torino village was, in fact, the work of bandits. Hearing this, Daichi Asakura addresses the guild leader, Klaus. He acknowledges the new information and boldly states that the figures lurking in the woods must be investigated. Klaus turns to him, asking for his thoughts on the matter. Jeffrey elaborates, tapping his fingers on the table. He points out that while they could be simple hunters or adventurers, the recent raid on Torino and the spike in robberies on the roads make it highly probable that the people Karina encountered are bandits. Daichi listens intently, nodding in agreement. He then turns to Jeffrey with a knowing look, questioning if the captain truly plans to defeat these bandits with only a small number of merchants and guards. Jeffrey concedes the point and asks how they should proceed, suggesting they could divide their forces to search the forest. Klaus pinches the bridge of his nose, weighing the options. He agrees that a search is necessary, but expresses his reluctance to split up their men. In response to his hesitation, Karina volunteers to join the search team. Daichi and Alicia immediately and enthusiastically offer to join as well. Daichi adds that with their help, the convoy wouldn't have to lose any of its guards. Klaus firmly rejects the proposal. He reminds Karina that she and Daichi are his guests, and he cannot allow them to be put in danger. He asks them to please refrain from getting involved. Karina, however, calmly argues that it is not such a bad idea. She reminds Klaus of Daichi's impressive performance against the King Apes, noting that he possesses non-elemental magic comparable to a high-ranking mage. She also vouches for Alicia's ability to avoid danger. Intrigued, Klaus asks about their combat capabilities. Alicia adds to the testimony with a confident smile. She declares that Lord Asakura possesses the most powerful fire magic among all the merchants and can even enhance his physical abilities to ensure a swift escape if necessary. She continues, assuring them that if the situation becomes dire, she can use her own ranged magic. When Klaus suggests they might be needed for a distraction, Alicia dismisses the idea, stating that combat should be left to the guards and that such measures won't be necessary. Observing Alicia, Daichi reflected on his earlier suspicions. He had thought she might be of noble status, and based on how people reacted to her, it seemed he was correct. Klaus, having made his decision, clarified the mission's primary objective. He understood their capabilities, but stressed that avoiding combat as much as possible and ensuring a safe return were of the utmost importance. He then laid out the plan. Karina would form and lead the search team, while Jeffrey would remain on alert to intercept any threats at a moment's notice. Klaus entrusted the recruitment of personnel to Daichi, who acknowledged the order. Sometime later, the newly formed party began their preparations to depart from the camp. As they readied themselves, Karina took command. She announced that she would lead the search team and would also arrange for 2 escorts, one for Daichi and one for Alicia. She did, however, note that this plan would likely expose Daichi's non-elemental magic skill. He saw no reason to hide it and agreed, leaving the choice of escorts to her. Karina thanked him but gave a stern warning. He was not to reveal the full extent of his magic and skills. She gave him a sly look, remarking that he was far too trusting. A bit flustered, Daichi could only promise to keep her warning in mind. Karina then suggested it would be best if he could disguise his unique skill. With heavy firearms being impractical, Daichi considered his options, deciding he would try to order a Japanese-style sword. He reasoned that his skill was already somewhat disguised, a thought Karina dismissed as typical boyish fancy. Putting the matter aside, Karina's attention was caught by 2 individuals nearby. She called out to them by name, Dennis and Frida, and announced that she had a job for them both. The pair turned toward her. Dennis looked up from his seat and asked what was going on, while Frida, more composed, questioned the reason for her. She and her companion, Dennis, considered the offer. Their expressions were a study in contrast. Her skepticism was plain, while he seemed to weigh the possibilities. Karina then laid out the task. She had spotted a suspicious group of about 20 people in the nearby woods and wanted the pair to join her party and investigate. Dennis considered this, remarking to Frida that a group of that size seemed like a worthwhile endeavor. She, however, dismissed his concern, stating she'd rather make some money while having fun. Observing their easy exchange, Daichi noted to himself that despite their light-hearted banter, the two seemed highly skilled. As they agreed to the terms, Dennis inquired about the 2 guests accompanying them. Karina assured him she would provide a full briefing as they walked. With the party now fully assembled, they set off into the dense woods. Deeper within the trees, Karina began to organize their formation, announcing that she and Mr. Asakura would take the vanguard position. She then assigned Miss Alicia to the midguard, with Frida and Dennis covering the rear, asking if everyone understood their roles. As they proceeded, Dennis struck up a conversation with Daichi. He noted that while Daichi was a merchant, his combat prowess was rumored to be impressive, and he asked about his background. Daichi, looking away, admitted with some embarrassment that the previous night's scuffle with the King Apes was only the second real battle of his life. He reacted not with scorn, but with a hearty slap on the back, loudly proclaiming that defeating King Apes in only his second fight was clear proof of his immense talent. Daichi, slightly flustered, requested that Dennis drop the formal mister, as it felt strange to him. Dennis grinned, readily agreeing, and then playfully suggested calling him Lord Daichi instead. He walked through the forest, still slightly flustered by Dennis's overly friendly arm slung over his shoulders. As they continue on their path, Dennis asks if he heard correctly that Daichi is heading to the city of Karam with the intention of setting up a shop. He confirms that Karam is his current destination, but clarifies that he hasn't decided where to settle down yet. Dennis suggests it's a good place for a fur shop, being a densely populated key point on the trade route between the capital and the port. Daichi thanks him for the information, musing that he'll have to wait until he gets there to decide. Dennis admits he was expecting something different, picturing Daichi selling rare foreign treasures in Takura. Daichi explains that after looking around, he had considered just setting up a small stall right there in the woods. Overhearing their conversation, Frida leans in, asking what kind of things he plans to sell, curious to see how his products might be received. He reveals his product, fire-starting tools, specifically waterproof matches. Dennis recognizes them as the rumored items, clarifying that they aren't the lighters he'd heard about. As Daichi strikes a match, its flame flares to life, eliciting a look of pure astonishment from Dennis, who wonders if this incredible tool is truly not magic. Frida, however, looks on with delight. Their light-hearted moment is cut short by Karina's sharp command. She announces that they are approaching the area where she first sensed the 8 individuals and orders everyone into formation. She scans the dense forest ahead as Alicia nervously asks if something is there. Karina simply states that they must proceed with caution from this point forward. Despite her warning, Dennis lounges on the ground, casually telling Karina she's a worrywart and that he's ready for anything. As Frida looks on with an unamused expression, a sudden pop from the nearby bushes startles Daichi and Nike, putting them on high alert. He instantly pinpoints the source of the sound, shouting that it came from the right side. Responding to his alert, Alicia explains the nature of the threat. She reveals that Nike had already sensed something with her spirit wind magic, prompting her to advise caution. She then gives a precise report. There are 3 individuals approximately 5 kilometers away in that direction. Hearing that the potential threat is still distant, Daichi lets out a sigh of relief, but Karina remains tense and focused, already moving forward. As they proceed, Daichi raises a device to his eyes, confirming the targets are close. Captain Jeffrey, unfamiliar with the object, asks what it is. Daichi explains they are called binoculars, designed to see distant things, and offers them for Jeffrey to try. Before the captain can respond, Dennis snatches the binoculars, exclaiming in awe at how large everything appears. He turns to Karina, quietly informing her that he saw a glow in the distance. He clarifies that while Nike was the one who initially sensed the presence, he was the one who happened to look over and visually confirm it, all while Dennis continues to marvel at the power of the binoculars. Her expression hardens with concentration. She confirms his sighting, stating there is a group moving less than 2 kilometers from their position. Though she admits that it's such a distance, she cannot make out any specific details. Klaus, observing from the back, commends Alicia for her excellent work, noting that getting information from 2 kilometers away is a significant advantage. Taking command, Karina orders everyone to prepare for combat, using a physical enhancement skill. Frida then turns to Daichi, telling him to get a shield. In response, he produces an enormous, rectangular shield, its sudden appearance startling both Karina and Alicia. Karina stares, questioning if he could have brought a more unwieldy shield. Alicia, however, seems delighted, praising its sturdy and menacing appearance as quite wonderful. Leaning close, she quietly informs him that there is a cave approximately 2 kilometers from their current position. The group takes cover amongst the foliage, preparing their next move. As the group observed the cave from a distance, Alicia reported her findings. She sensed a group within, speculating that they could be demi-humans or half-humans. Her expression grew tense as she refined the count, realizing the number was far greater than anticipated. She warned that there were more than 50, perhaps even 60 of them. This staggering number confirmed the group's fears. Daichi's face hardened with the certainty that trouble was brewing inside that cave, a sentiment shared by the grim expressions of his companions. With this confirmation, Frida reasoned that if such a large group was up to no good, the cave must be their hideout. Karina agreed it was probable, but too early to be sure. Deciding they had enough information for now, she ordered a retreat. He watched her make the call, noting her cautious approach to the situation. His observation was met with a groan from Dennis, who expressed his disdain for half-humans. He warned that with their keen sense of smell, their targets had likely already sensed the party's approach. Captain Jeffrey then clarified their objective. The best they could do, he explained, was to gather as much detailed information as possible, while the worst outcome would be going missing. Frida added that just finding the hideout and their numbers was a praiseworthy accomplishment, which sent Dennis into a fit of excitement over a potential special reward. Taking in the plan and the stakes, he gave a slightly flustered but firm nod of understanding. His compliance earned him a reassuring pat on the shoulder from Jeffrey, who then posed a question. Did he know what a guard's favorite kind of client was? Daichi, surprised, asked what kind. The captain gave a confident wink. Obedient ones. Daichi explains that he comes from a foreign country where silver ingots are used for payment. His expression briefly darkens as he mentions his own relatives were after his life, but he quickly smiles, assuring the others he understands and will keep their advice in mind. His friendly demeanor earns a playful jab from Frida, who teases him for turning on the charm and calls him a rascal. Karina, however, cuts the light-hearted moment short, stating that since Daichi has had a change of heart, it is time for them to retreat. With the decision made, the party moves out, proceeding through the dense forest. As Daichi walks ahead, Captain Jeffrey follows from the rear, activating a small, glowing magical device in his hand. He suddenly halts, his eyes widening in confusion as he peers out from their cover in the woods. His confusion stems from the scene before him. An area that was once a bustling camp with tents and wagons is now completely empty. He realizes with a start that they are all gone. He turns to Karina, who confirms his observation. She explains that the people from the camp are moving into the nearby village, a statement that leaves Daichi questioning the sudden relocation. Indeed, the entire procession of covered wagons and carriages is seen filing into the local settlement. From their vantage point on a nearby hill, the party watches with concern. Karina notes that the sudden influx must be causing confusion among the villagers. Daichi voices a more pressing worry. If the bandits have an informant inside the village, their plans could be exposed, potentially forcing the enemy's hand. She responds to his concern by clarifying their strategy. Their primary goal, she states, is not to eliminate the bandits themselves. Captain Jeffrey elaborates, adding that if they can make the enemy believe they are a formidable and vigilant force, they will have already secured a strategic victory. To that end, a messenger is shown riding off at speed. Karina explains that they have already dispatched someone to notify the Knights Guild. Their current mission, she concludes, is to remain in the village, await the arrival of the Knights, and keep the enemy in check. As she turned away, the group considered their next steps. Frida voiced her concern, questioning how much the villagers would believe their intelligence, especially given the unexpectedly large number of enemies. Captain Jeffrey acknowledged the problem, but insisted they still needed to file their report. Above them, Daichi quietly absorbed the details, a look of understanding dawning on his face. He then asked if this meant they were staying outside the village for the night. Karina confirmed there was little else they could do. Nearby, Frida, Dennis, and Alicia waited. Ultimately, the plan to stay inside the village was abandoned. The reasoning was straightforward. Setting up camp in a nearby field allowed for a more active defensive position and prevented their forces from being spread too thin. It was also a more convincing proposition to offer the villagers when asking for their aid. With the new strategy set, Captain Jeffrey approached Karina for an update, asking what the village chief had said. Her response was direct and positive. They would cooperate. He seemed relieved, admitting to Frida that if the villagers had refused to cooperate, even with their homes under threat, he would have recommended abandoning the post. Frida, however, focused on the positive outcome, stating that whatever the village's reasons, it was good they had secured their cooperation, especially since the village already possessed a sizable punitive force. With the alliance secured, Karina began delegating tasks. She instructed Dennis and Frida to take it easy for the night before returning to their posts, then announced her intention to escort Daichi and Alicia to the main road. Frida, curious, asked what Karina's own plans were. Before Karina could answer, Alicia suddenly burst out in a flustered panic, insisting they had the wrong idea. She stammered that Daichi, Mr. Asakura, had simply said he preferred not to be treated with formality. Her sudden defensiveness caught the others by surprise. Captain Jeffrey mused aloud, questioning if she had been so formal during the search, while Frida speculated that she was likely just nervous and trying to hide it. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Alicia buried her face in her hands and pleaded for them to stop. Captain Jeffrey, seemingly amused by the situation, turned his attention to Daichi. With a playful tone, he asked for the opinion of Lord Daichi, causing the young man to jolt in surprise. He immediately saw through the captain's lighthearted question. He realized Jeffrey must have been surprised by Karina's earlier attitude and was now trying to bait him, to make him think he had a chance only to watch him get rejected. Daichi silently vowed he wouldn't fall for it so easily. Meanwhile, Alicia leans in close to a flustered Karina, whispering about the kinds of things girls talk about. She assures Karina they can discuss it all later, but Karina, blushing furiously, grits her teeth and flatly refuses. Nearby, Frida turns the question to Daichi, asking if he doesn't find Karina cute. Dennis chimes in that she's definitely interested, prompting an exasperated denial from Karina. Daichi, however, quietly admits that while she is cute, she's even cuter when she's nervous, before pleading for them to stop. His comment sends Karina into a state of utter shock, her jaw dropping as she lets out a strangled cry. As Frida and Dennis cheer her on, Daichi announces he's going to set up a stall and invites them a visit. Still mortified, Karina insists that's not what's happening as the others walk off, telling her to have fun. He turns and walks in a market square, observing the various stalls and people. He notes to himself that they have about 2 hours to work with. As he departs, Alicia approaches the still reeling Karina and asks if something happened. Karina frantically denies it, insisting nothing is wrong. Alicia glances around at the sparse crowd, remarking that it probably won't get too hectic. Her casual observation was a misdirection. Alicia's eyes widen with intense focus as she leans in, stating with certainty that something did happen. Cornered, Karina can only stammer that it was nothing important. A short while later, Daichi waves them over, telling them to watch from a distance. Karina, now dragging a curious Alicia by the hood, announces that they need to set up the stall, reminding her they only have 2 hours. He begins to set up his goods on a cloth spread on the ground. A friendly older woman from a neighboring stall approaches, greeting him and asking if he's just getting started. Daichi explains that he's just testing the waters today and will set up properly tomorrow. He then materializes stacks of goods from his item box, laying them out neatly. The woman and her companion watch, and Daichi comments on her having an item box, admitting he's jealous. The older merchant smiles knowingly. She remarks to her companion that the jealousy one feels toward those with an item box only gets stronger with age. As she and her assistant looked on with a mixture of jealousy and awe, Daichi observed them, a plan beginning to form in his mind. He then held out his hand and asked them a simple question. How did they typically start fires? The merchant woman replied that she used a flint, of course, and her assistant confirmed she did the same, both of them puzzled by the inquiry. The assistant elaborated, mentioning that while she could use a little magic, the necessary tools were prohibitively expensive for everyday use. Seizing the opening, he presented a hypothetical scenario. What if there was a tool that could start fires easily without magic, was affordable and readily available? Would they buy it? His proposition was met with confused silence from both women. Instead of explaining further, he asked to see the merchant's hands. He then produced a small box of waterproof matches and demonstrated how to strike one against the side. With a sharp hiss, the tip of the stick ignited into a steady flame. The merchant woman stared in utter disbelief as a small crowd, including Daichi's companions, began to gather, murmuring in amazement at the simple yet revolutionary device. The successful demonstration solidified his resolve. With a determined clench of his fist, Daichi knew his path to becoming a merchant had truly begun. In the bustling town square, Daichi announces that more free samples of waterproof matches are available. A crowd quickly gathers around him, a mix of excitement and confusion rippling through them. They push forward, asking what he's selling and wanting to try the product. A young woman, Alicia, kneels by a brazier and strikes a match, which bursts in a flame, exclaiming that it works without any magic. The villagers are instantly captivated. He explains to Alicia that his fire starters make it easy for firewood to catch fire, but they are for single use only. She nods in understanding, though Daichi privately notes that the rest of the crowd doesn't seem to grasp the concept yet. To demonstrate, he asks to borrow the matches. He carefully places a fire starter amidst a pile of kindling within the large brazier, preparing for a public demonstration. As the fire roars to life with surprising speed, the onlookers gasp in collective amazement. They murmur amongst themselves, impressed by how easily the fire would ignite, holding up both products for all to see. Daichi continues his sales pitch with confidence. He proclaims that with his waterproof matches and fire starters, even those without magic can start a fire from the smallest flame. He then reveals the catch. Both items are single-use. He sets the price for the matches at 2 silver coins for a box of 25, causing the crowd to murmur thoughtfully. He follows up by announcing the price for the fire starters, 60 in a box for 1 silver coin each. The crowd reacts with audible surprise. From a distance, the sharp eyes of guild leader Klaus watch the proceedings intently. From the crowd, a young woman with short, spiky dark hair named Frida steps forward decisively. With a determined expression, she raises a gloved hand and declares that she'll take both the matches and the fire starters. As she pays, the silver coins clinking into his palm, Daichi thanks her for the purchase. He then asks if she has a moment to look at something else. Frida looks up, intrigued, questioning if he has even more products to sell. He clarifies that they aren't more products, but freebies. Since she made a purchase, he offers to include them for free. Frida agrees, finding the offer agreeable. He agreed, deciding that while it was earlier than he'd planned, it was time to prepare a few bonuses. He then unveiled a grill set over a brazier, presenting rows of sizzling chicken skewers to the surprised onlookers. Frida, intrigued, asked what kind of food it was. Daichi explained the simple process. Chicken cut into small pieces, skewered, covered in sauce, and then grilled. The rich, savory aroma drifted through the crowd, drawing exclamations of delight. One man remarked that while he'd had grilled chicken before, it had never smelled this incredible. Daichi observed this, realizing the scent was a powerful lure for the hungry, especially those who typically only ate in the morning and evening. As the crowd murmured, one person identified Frida as the customer who had just purchased his fire-starting gear. Seizing the opportunity, Daichi offered her a freshly grilled skewer. He told her to take one as a freebie. Surprised but grateful, she accepted his offer and took a large, eager bite. Her eyes shot open in astonishment as the flavor hit her. With a look of pure delight, she declared it was delicious, her reaction captivating the onlookers. She exclaimed that she had never tasted anything so good and immediately asked about the sauce, wanting to buy some. Pleased by her reaction, Daichi announced a promotion to the crowd. Anyone who purchased at least one of his products would receive a grilled chicken skewer as a set. The announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy, with customers eagerly buying boxes of his products to claim their skewers. He paused to apologize to the merchant woman at the next stall for the commotion, but she was unbothered, graciously accepting his offer of a skewer as thanks. The stall was now a whirlwind of activity, with Frida and Alicia helping manage the line and hand out skewers. Daichi frantically worked the grill and handled transactions, a one-man operation struggling to keep up with the sudden, overwhelming demand. He announces to the bustling crowd that his shop will be closing soon, urging them to make their final purchases. Business is clearly booming. As the last customers depart, a group of 4 menacing men approach. Their leader, a man with light-colored hair and a goatee, steps forward and demands a taste. He smiles, remarking that this is just what he was waiting for. However, he then cheerfully informs them that he has unfortunately sold out of grilled chicken. The men erupt in anger, accusing him of lying since they saw him put some away in his magic bag and calling him a bastard. Ignoring their fury, he bows slightly and explains that the shop is now closed for the day. He politely suggests they return tomorrow if they're still interested. Enraged, the leader grabs him, declaring they are customers and are about to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the cold steel of a blade presses against the man's neck. A woman's voice tells him to hold on. The thug leader is stunned, warning his men that she is a B-rank mage and they should be careful. The woman, Karina, holds up her adventurer tags, displaying her rank. She asks what the problem is, telling them to step aside if they have no business there. With a sharp look, she declares that she is guarding him. At this revelation, the thug leader and his companion break into a nervous sweat, their aggressive demeanor faltering. She presses her advantage, asking if he really thinks the 4 of them can take her on. She warns him that he will seriously regret it if he misjudges the situation and doesn't back down. As the thugs recoil, another young woman, Alicia, casually drapes an arm over the leader's shoulder. She cheerfully asks what's wrong, suggesting that if the food is sold out, there's nothing to be done. The men nervously agree. Before the situation can fully de-escalate, a new voice cuts in, asking if they are fighting over something. A man with a large scar over his eye approaches. The thug leader's face drains of color as he recognizes the newcomer, crying out the name Alan and questioning why he is still here. He turns to his companion, a man with slicked back hair, and asks if he needs a hand with the fight. The companion confirms, expressing his gratitude. The confrontation shifts back to Daichi's group. The thug leader addresses Karina, stating that it looks like she will have to pay the price. Daichi, confused, interjects, asking what price she owes when he's the one out of stock. He then announces that they will be taking their leave. His words ignite the thug's fury. They roar at him, accusing him of making a fool of them the entire time. Daichi, taken aback, quickly tries to backtrack, claiming it was a misunderstanding and he was only poking fun. This only enrages them further, and they snarl that he is dead. As the situation deteriorates, Alan and his crew step forward, their imposing figures looming over the scene. Daichi and Karina glance towards them, their expressions hardening. Alan looks on with mild annoyance, asking what the problem is. In contrast, Alicia cheerfully holds Nike up, encouragingly telling someone to do their best. The initial thug leader explains to Alan that Daichi's group was making a fool of them, so he was planning to teach them a lesson. Alan's companion smirks, asking why he hasn't started yet, and tauntingly questions if he's scared of a mere boy and his girlfriend. The other thugs burst into derisive laughter. The laughter dies as the thug leader points a shaking finger at Karina, urgently warning Alan that the girl is a B-rank mage and that this is no laughing matter. His warning is met with dismissive sneers and gestures from Alan's other men, who seem completely unfazed by the revelation. Alan, however, considers the information. He calmly concedes that they should be careful, then adds a crucial detail. Karina isn't the only mage present. The thug leader affirms this. With the odds seemingly evened, Alan gives the command to his men. It's time, he declares, to teach them their lesson. His group surges forward to attack. As Alan's men charge, Daichi warns Karina to be careful, identifying 2 of the approaching men and 1 in the back as probable mages. Karina observes that their level of physical enhancement suggests they're using enchanted gear, which might render his 9mm bullets ineffective. She asks if he can handle one side of the attack. A thrill runs through Daichi at the thought of a beautiful woman relying on him, and taking a swig from a container, he confidently accepts the task. He then clarifies that he thinks he can take both of them. Karina tempers his confidence, advising that 1 is enough and, crucially, that he should not make the first move. Her warning comes too late, as one of the thugs, tired of their discussion, roars at them to stop talking. He and his 2 companions lunge forward, weapons raised to strike. The assault is over in an instant. All 3 attackers lie face down on the ground, defeated and bleeding. As the thugs lie incapacitated, Karina turns her attention to another group of onlookers with a smug expression, asking if they recall what she had said earlier. The leader of that group, Klaus, sweats nervously, admitting he has forgotten. While Klaus stammers, Daichi crouches down near the other party, announcing his intention to interrogate the defeated men and asking if they have any questions for them as well. The man, Klaus, recovers his composure and asks what Daichi would like to know. Daichi immediately questions if their party came to this location to get rid of goblins, to which Klaus confirms they did. He elaborates that his party are all adventurers registered in the town of Karam and that they formally accepted the request. He adds, with a hint of accusation, that the mages, referring to Daichi's group, apparently did not. Hearing this, Daichi's expression sharpens. He states as a fact that the goblins were all cleared out, then pointedly asks Klaus's party how many they took out, demanding an exact number. Faced with the direct question, Klaus's confidence shatters. He admits his party got 0. His companion, Dennis, confirms the same. Daichi processes this suspicious information in silence. He continued his interrogation, noting that while Klaus's party had accomplished nothing, another group claimed to have defeated 11 goblins. The accusation hung in the air, causing Klaus to flinch. He pressed for confirmation on the number, his gaze unwavering. After Klaus nervously affirmed it, Daichi's questioning shifted, demanding to know about the members of this other, more successful party. As he focused on Klaus, Karina turned to a woman in the crowd, Colette, asking if she could describe the party in question. The sudden shift caused Klaus to raise a hand, as if to protest. Colette recalled that one of them could use both water and healing magic. A man wearing a bandana, seemingly the leader of a different party, added that their group consisted of 4 people. Klaus elaborated further, explaining that the 2 members in the front wore enchanted gear, and the final member was a specialist in offensive magic. Daichi listened intently, absorbing every detail. He concluded that the party was well-balanced. It wasn't surprising that such a group could defeat 11 goblins while others failed to kill even 1. Nevertheless, the situation still felt suspicious. His thoughts shifted to the quest itself. He addressed the crowd, asking who had accepted the request to clear goblins in Torino village. The man with the bandana raised his hand, stating it was his party and the mage's party. He questioned the man directly, asking if the village hadn't been attacked and if they had escaped unharmed. The man confirmed it, explaining that they had searched for goblins for over 10 days without finding any, so they simply left. The party leader called it a stroke of luck, remarking that they would have been attacked had they stayed just a couple of days longer. He then revealed a critical piece of timing. The mage's party had arrived at the village 3 days before the goblin attack. With this new information, he turned to the short-haired woman from the other group, his arms crossed. Identifying them as the ones who fought the goblins, he demanded to know the scale of the operation. He listened as the leader of the mage party explained their actions. The man stated they had heard other parties found no goblins for over 10 days, leading them to believe the horde was moving. Consequently, right after arriving at the village, they ventured deep into the forest to scout for the goblin's den. He then asked a direct question, wanting to know if any goblins had appeared during their search. The mage, with his eyes closed, gave a simple, one-word reply. Nope. Daichi watched him, his expression unreadable. With the interrogation seemingly over, Daichi stood with Karina and Alicia, his gaze distant as he processed the information. His attention then shifted to the other party of adventurers. He mused aloud about what to do with them, suggesting that turning them over to the village watch would be a hassle. If they felt remorseful, he reasoned they could just let them go. At the suggestion of leniency, Captain Jeffrey and his companions immediately erupted into a loud, performative display of apology, begging for forgiveness. Daichi and Karina watched the scene unfold, slightly surprised by the intensity. With that matter settled, Daichi turned to Karina and Alicia, patting the young girl's head gently. He declared their next step to deliver all the information they had gathered to Guild Leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey. But as they walked, Daichi's thoughts returned to the mage leader. He admitted to himself that the man's story made logical sense. A party of 4 mages searching deep in the forest wasn't strange. Yet, something felt wrong. An internal alarm was ringing, warning him not to trust them. He couldn't shake the feeling. There was something about how talkative the mage had been that unsettled him. He was left to wonder if this new testimony was a genuine step forward in his investigation, or if it was merely a new, cleverly disguised obstacle. Inside a command tent, the guild leader Klaus reviews the situation with Karina. He confirms that the 2 parties present in Torino village just before the bandit attack were also involved in a goblin clearing operation. With the report concluded, he asks for her personal assessment. Karina offers her judgment. They should be cautious. Klaus agrees, stating that the party of 4 mages is definitely not to be trusted, and they shouldn't be too quick to trust the other parties either. He suspects they may be acting according to a prearranged script. He then points out that the person who extracted this information was Daichi Asakura. In hindsight, Klaus speculates that Daichi's decision to open a food stall was a deliberate tactic, likely connected to the events in Torino. The guild leader admits, with a thoughtful expression, that he had been planning to send a scout to the taverns that very night for the same purpose. Daichi simply beat him to it. Karina looks down, chagrined. She apologizes, feeling that she should have stopped him from taking such a risk. Klaus dismisses her apology, telling her not to worry. He wonders aloud if the adventurers noticed their suspicions, but concludes that no one could have possibly imagined Daichi would open a stall merely to probe them for information. He continues his analysis, noting that Daichi's line of questioning cleverly suggested they were on guard for attacks on the road, but not for bandits attacking the village itself. As long as the targets don't read too deeply into it, Klaus believes they should be fine. He then turns his gaze directly to Karina, posing a direct question. What does she truly think of Lord Asakura? She answers frankly, her expression serious and unwavering. In her view, his potential seems limitless. Her assessment continues, a vision of Daichi forming in her mind. It is not only his abilities as a mage, but his incomparable knowledge and wisdom. She is certain that he possesses a level of education far beyond anything she is able to fathom. He performed calculations in his head, without any pen or paper, and his results were both fast and accurate. Hearing this, Klaus confirmed that he had the same impression. He noted that even for a seasoned merchant, Daichi could immediately grasp puzzling calculations and tedious contracts. Karina elaborated, recalling a time in the forest when he was practicing his magic. He had started by writing out what looked like equations to calculate distances, leaving both her and Lloyd perplexed. Klaus then asked if she remembered what the equations were. In response, Karina simply shook her head. She admitted that she couldn't even make sense of them, much less recall them. The method he used was triangulation, but since his measurements were only rough, the answer was just an estimate. Still, in her eyes, it was like watching a professor deliver a complex lecture. She continued, explaining that after a while, taking measurements grew tedious for him. So he pulled out a strange, high-tech tool and began using it instead. Klaus listened intently, acknowledging her report. Taking a sip from his cup, he began to speculate. Daichi must be a royal from another continent, he mused, or perhaps from a bloodline of high nobility. Karina disagreed, though she couldn't quite explain why. To her, he didn't seem like an heir, but more like the second son of a wealthy, landowning noble. Intrigued, Klaus asked for her reasoning. She stated plainly that Daichi tends to take everything lightly. She elaborated, explaining that she's seen him rush into situations without considering if he can handle them himself. Rather than solving problems on his own, it seems he sets the stage to flaunt his own ability, leaving the people around him to pick up the pieces. She continued her report, adding another point. Klaus, leaning forward, prompted her to be more specific. She stated her belief that they must elevate their treatment of Mr. Asakura. She elaborated with a serious gaze, suggesting they should treat him as if he were royalty traveling incognito, or at the very least, some kind of heir. He paused, his hands clasped before him, and quietly asked for her reasoning. She began by citing his item box. Even in their own country, she explained, only the highest echelons of society possess non-elemental magic and such an item. Every single product he has produced from it has been astonishing. Furthermore, she added, he possesses a high level of knowledge and sophistication, and has consistently demonstrated an ability to leverage his surroundings to solve complex problems. She painted a grim picture. If all of the items and knowledge he possessed were to be carelessly spread throughout their country, the extent of the influence he could gain would be immeasurable. Klaus, absorbing her words, drew his own conclusion. If Daichi was, in fact, royalty from another nation with magical capabilities far exceeding their own, then the situation was critical. He leaned forward and posed a pointed question. As the daughter of the royalist Count Kirsch family, would she be willing to win Daichi over, no matter what it took? The implication struck Karina with force, and she shot up, shouting at the guild leader in disbelief. He simply leaned back, dismissing his provocative question as a mere joke. But Karina remained tense, her glare fixed on him. To her, the current state of the Neuendorf kingdom was hardly a matter to be taken so lightly. Klaus continues his strategic assessment, setting aside the matter of Daichi's origins. He muses that the economic impact of his products and information alone would be enough to create opposing factions within their own country, all vying for his favor. Karina agrees, but voices a greater concern. Whichever faction or country manages to secure Daichi's allegiance will undoubtedly gain immense influence, making it imperative that they are the ones to do so. Having reached a consensus, Klaus declares their course of action. They will treat him with the highest honor, a calculated smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, Daichi spots Frida and Dennis together and asks why they're tagging along again. Frida playfully leans in, teasingly asking if she isn't good enough for him. As Daichi stammers a denial, Alicia explains that it's simply better to be around people one is familiar with. Her teasing continues as she turns to a distressed Dennis. She jokes that if Daichi isn't happy with him, she could always chase him off and find someone prettier to take his place. Seeing his companion's discomfort, Daichi quickly steps in, reassuring everyone that he's fine with Dennis while stroking Nike. The other girls join the jest, suggesting that Daichi would surely prefer someone prettier than a middle-aged man anyway. Nearby, Karina briefs a nervous Dennis on their mission. The plan is to ambush the bandits by pretending to be drunk, so she tells him a drink with his head held high, as he has Daichi's permission. She then turns her attention to Daichi, providing more details about her companions. She informs him that both Dennis and Frida are B-rank mages who excel in both close-quarter and range combat. He processes this revelation, realizing that being B-rank puts them on par with Karina's own abilities. Impressed, he tells Frida and Dennis that they are amazing. He notes that while Karina specializes in wind magic, they could be even stronger if they focused on offensive fire magic. He listened as Frida explained that all of Beltram's guards were mages ranked above D, which is why their own B-rank status didn't feel particularly special. Dennis sheepishly agreed, admitting they do all right for themselves. He continued, adding that they try to give off the impression of just an average convoy. This prompted Daichi to ask if the company's guards weren't actually that strong, confessing that he found it difficult to judge. Karina stepped in to clarify their strategy. She explained that if trouble arose, Dennis could use his reliable area of effect magic to distract their enemies, allowing the rest of them to escape. From a distance, both Frida and Dennis cheerfully agreed with her blunt assessment of the plan. As they arrived before a tavern, Karina brought the conversation to a halt, deciding they had chatted enough. At that moment, Nike, tucked safely inside Daichi's jacket, let out a low, displeased meow. The sound caught Colette's attention. She turned to Daichi, asking what was wrong and wondering aloud if Nike simply disliked taverns. Daichi immediately realized the cause, wondering if Nike had used spirit magic to sense the shady group from before. Karina confirmed it, stating that those same men were inside and that Nike must have sensed them through pure instinct. Hearing this, Karina seemed unconcerned, remarking that if it was only those adventurers, it would be a relief. Dennis, equally untroubled, cheerfully opened the door and invited everyone to go in. The tavern was bustling with activity. Inside, the very same group of rough adventurers, including Captain Jeffrey, were drinking and eating boisterously at a table, completely unaware of the group that had just entered. He and his companions were already inside, laughing boisterously at a table. As Daichi's group stepped into the tavern, the rowdy scene immediately caught their attention. Peeking from behind a wooden post, Karina confirmed their presence with a weary sigh. Daichi looked on, his expression wide with surprise. Across the room, the group of adventurers continued their revelry, completely unaware they were being watched. Observing them from a distance, Daichi noted that their injuries were still healing. Frida found the situation almost too easy, while Alicia happily praised Nike for her cleverness in tracking them down. He then recalled his own rapid healing, a process that took less than 3 minutes. A thought struck him. Jeffrey's group had a water mage. Their injuries should have been completely healed in a matter of minutes, yet they weren't. With this new understanding, he turned to the others, adjusting their strategy on the fly. Their original plan, to pretend to drink until the adventurers showed up, was now obsolete. The news was a crushing blow for Dennis, who slumped over in utter disappointment at the prospect of no alcohol. While Colette gently patted the sleeping Dennis's back, suggesting he could buy some to drink outside later, Daichi approached the innkeeper to purchase some provisions. Suddenly, their attention was drawn back to the adventurers' table as the group began to leave. Daichi watched them go, questioning why they were heading into the woods so late at night. Karina corrected him, noting that they were leaving the village entirely. Following at a safe distance, Daichi voiced his suspicion. If the adventurers were simply meeting a contact, he reasoned, there would be no need for them to venture into the woods. He speculated on their purpose, whispering his thoughts to the others. He figured they were likely meeting a contact on the outskirts of the forest, perhaps to report that the Beltram escort party was tougher than they'd anticipated, or maybe just to pass along information via letter. As he considered the possibilities, the group watched from the cover of the trees as Jeffrey's party stood at the edge of a clearing. Karina, using her wind magic to search, confirmed his suspicions. She reported that while she didn't know their exact words, they would definitely be conveying that their group possessed more combat ability than originally planned for. Her search was cut short when Alicia suddenly gasped, warning them that there were others lurking in the grass nearby. At her warning, the group ducked low into the foliage. Alicia murmured that the situation wasn't good. A voice cut through the night, beckoning someone forward. Daichi silently hoped they could overhear the conversation. He turned to her, asking what was happening. Alicia, listening intently, reported that from what she could gather, the newcomers had overheard details about the village watch. Before he could respond, Frida added that the village watch always has its guard down. Dennis agreed, noting that since the newcomers were supposedly there to deal with goblins, it would be natural for them to make contact with the local watch. His question about the goblin strength was met with a cheerful explanation from Frida. She stated that it's customary to investigate while defeating them. Goblins only become a real problem when they group up, she continued, but as long as there are no elites, even low-ranking adventurers can manage them. Her words clicked into place for him. Just as he thought, this had to be about a tougher enemy than mere goblins. He reasoned that if there were an unusually large number of goblins, a proper force would have been dispatched to handle them. His mind raced, visualizing the enemy's strategy. In other words, there weren't enough goblins to warrant a large number of adventurers or village watch members, which was perfect for keeping the village's overall guard low. The full, insidious plan became clear. First, lure a few goblins near the village to put the villagers on edge and make them request adventurers. Then, have some bandits sneak into the adventurers' parties to relay information to their main crew. Finally, when the situation looks right, the bandits sack the village, with their inside agents making it seem like an easy job. He processed the new information, realizing with surprise that the bandits were targeting the side of the village away from the Beltram Company's convoy. Karina confirmed his understanding, explaining that the bandits were advising their allies to avoid the company entirely. As they watched the group of adventurers move cautiously through the tall grass, Alicia wondered if they were unaware of the impending ambush. Karina corrected her, stating that their slow advance was merely a sign of caution. Karina then turned to Alicia, asking if she could use her abilities to let her overhear the distant conversation. With a moment of concentration, Alicia affirmed that she could try. A moment later, a faint, crackling sound reached Daichi's ear as the distant voices began to filter through Alicia's magic. He listened intently as one of the men reported that the Beltram Company's convoy had stopped in the village and wasn't budging. More than that, the village watch was also behaving suspiciously. Daichi explained to Jeffrey that Alicia's wind magic was allowing them to eavesdrop on the bandits. Jeffrey, processing the overheard information, questioned why the Beltram Company would have stopped in the village at all. The bandits themselves were pondering the same question. One of them guessed that the company was likely spooked by the recent attack on the village of Torino. Hearing this, Daichi recalled that Torino was the last village they had passed through, a fact Karina quickly confirmed. The memory was far darker for the bandits. The slick-haired man recalled the event with a vicious smile, reminding his companion that Torino was the village where they had slaughtered everyone. His companion dismissed the memory, asking what their current plan was. The slick-haired bandit stated there was no use complaining, but their leader acknowledged the severity of the situation. If the Beltram Company didn't move soon, their entire operation would be in jeopardy. He grins, seeing the Beltram Company's presence not as a setback, but as a boon. He declares that this will turn out to be an even bigger score than their last one, especially if the guild leader is also there. Listening from a distance, Daichi and his companions murmur in agreement. They too see the logic in the bandits' assessment, acknowledging it as a good idea. Their quiet consensus is broken by Captain Jeffrey's sharp retort. With a scowl, he reminds the others that he has already warned them about the formidable security. He continues, explaining that he only faced 2 of the guards, but even that small number proved to be a difficult fight. Unimpressed, the goateed man scoffs at the captain's caution. He questions why he is so concerned, pointing out that only one of the tough opponents was a B-rank mage. To emphasize his point, he reveals their own overwhelming advantage, declaring with confidence that they have 5 B-rank mages in their own ranks. This revelation sends a wave of shock through the listening party. The faces of Jeffrey, Frida, Karina, Daichi, and Alicia all register the gravity of the situation. Daichi, sweating, can't help but wonder about the true extent of their power. Beside him, Karina's expression hardens as she realizes this presents a formidable problem. They have just discovered an enemy whose strength may well be equal to their own. Tension hangs heavy in the air as Daichi's group confronts the captured thugs. Jeffrey observes that 5 of the captives are B-rank mages, a fact that explains their earlier confidence. Having faced them directly, Daichi understands the threat they pose. Jeffrey turns to Daichi, advising that it would be best to hold off until their prisoners are moved out of the area. He then asks bluntly if Daichi is scared, to which the young man simply replies, "Yup." He continues his assessment, conceding that Karina was quite tough, but at least he understood what she was doing. Daichi, however, was another matter entirely, having used a form of magic Jeffrey couldn't have even imagined. He specifies that Daichi shot a clump of lead directly into his leg. One of the captive thugs, Alan's companion, scoffs at this, questioning if it wasn't just simple earth magic. Daichi cheerfully interjects, noting that even with such an attack, Jeffrey still managed to pierce his enchanted gear. He remarks that individuals with that level of power are few and far between. Meanwhile, the captured thugs mutter among themselves. The bald thug confirms it was Daichi who attacked them, recounting how 2 of their comrades, Akim and Elmer, had their leg blown off because they let their guard down. Jeffrey dismisses the idea that the infiltrators are low-ranking as out of the question. He turns to Frida, instructing her to contact their allies in the cave. She coolly dismisses his urgency. With a hint of defiance, she informs him that she will provide the final decision tomorrow at noon, adding that he should hope the matter is canceled. Cutting through the tension, Karina readies herself to depart. "Let's go," she says, signaling for the group to move on. They proceed onward, their path taking them past the dark maw of a cave and deeper into the dense woods. Inside a large, rough-hewn cave, a formidable group of individuals has gathered. They stand before a large, burly man, their apparent leader, who faces away from them, contemplating their next move as the atmosphere thickens with anticipation. The assembled group is a collection of hardened faces. Each one is grim and resolute, a mix of humans and beastkin united in purpose. The silence is broken by a man with slicked-back hair, who reports with a smirk that Alan's group was thoroughly defeated. He notes that Alan was completely intimidated by that brat and that guard lady. An older, bearded man beside him listens, asking for confirmation that their opponents were indeed B-rank mages. The leader, a man named Joseph, turns to face his subordinates with his arms crossed. One of Alan's men steps forward, confirming they saw the girl's mage guild ID tag, and insisting that the young boy is far more dangerous than the B-rank mage. Another man then asks Joseph what their plan is, his voice laced with uncertainty. A man in a red hood and mask warns that their targets could be associated with the Beltram Company, which would pose a significant problem. However, another member scoffs at the concern, pointing out that their superior numbers should be more than enough to handle them. The man with slicked-back hair bristles at the implication, questioning if his competence is being doubted. He retorts that the presence of a B-rank mage is not something to be overlooked, but the other man presses him, demanding to know what he truly meant. Before the argument can escalate, their leader, Peter, slams his fist down, roaring for them to be quiet. His command silences the bickering instantly. From a relaxed position atop a barrel, a young individual with short, light hair speaks up calmly. They suggest that the Beltram Company is unlikely to ignore the fact that the village watch is now on the move. They continue, addressing Peter directly with a knowing smile. The youth questions if Peter thinks their opponents might have already set a trap, causing the leader's expression to shift with a flicker of surprise. The youth elaborates on their theory, leaning forward with a confident grin. They point out that the guild leader's convoy is present, and if the rumors about his strong sense of justice are true, it's highly probable he would coordinate with the village guard to lay some kind of trap. The strategist confirms the latest intelligence with his leader, Peter. He recounts that the village watch is focusing its attention on the north gate, while the Beltram Company has made their encampment in a clearing near the south gate. He then lays out his plan with a cheerful expression, explaining that if they attack the village watch from the north, the Beltram convoy should come running to provide backup. A nearby bandit, who received the report from Alan's group, confirms this is correct. Another bandit expresses concern, noting that they won't earn as much this way and that he dislikes having to worry about the Beltram Company. Peter counters this, suggesting they simply take out the village watch and grab as much as they can before the company arrives. One of the men grins, eager to turn the tables as usual, remarking that this village has more women and he'd rather take his time. Peter's expression, however, is grim. He internally dismisses the strategist's caution as an impossibility. He continues to ponder the strategist's warnings. While reinforcements would normally take time to arrive, the strategist had raised troubling questions. What if they've already set a trap? What if units are waiting at a halfway point? He had argued that even if they annihilated the watch, they couldn't possibly plunder and fight off the company at the same time. While their leader considers the risks, the other bandits are already getting greedy. One suggests attacking the company sooner rather than later, intending to take not just the village's money and women, but the convoy's cargo as well, imagining it will be quite a haul. The suggestion is met with immediate fear. A man named Joseph shouts that there's no way they can win against the Beltram convoy, reminding everyone of their tough reputation. As the others look on with concern, the strategist quietly considers that the rumored B-rank mage among them would indeed be a hassle. He turns his back on the panicked men, setting aside how spooked Alan's group was. His focus returns to his leader. He calmly asks Peter for his thoughts. Addressing the group, the strategist acknowledges Joseph's point. He states that they all know the Beltram convoy's reputation and agrees that to minimize their losses, they should avoid a direct confrontation. Peter presses him, asking how they should go about it. With a sly, confident smile, the strategist leans forward and declares that if they are to proceed, a surprise attack is the only way. The young strategist began, spreading their arms to address the assembled bandits. Well, first, they explained that while the north side is guarded by the village watch, they should be easy to defeat. The other bandits eagerly agreed, suggesting that if the watch bunkers down, they can simply be ignored in favor of a direct village assault. They reasoned that the watch would inevitably rush to defend the villagers, creating the perfect opportunity to eliminate them. Sighing at their simplistic assumptions, the strategist pointed out that they were counting on the village watch to be stupid. They countered that if the watch has any sense, they will keep the villagers secured in the center of the village for the night, making a direct assault more complicated. Peter, the leader, seemed to follow, concluding that after crushing the village watch, they would then deal with the convoy. The strategist's patience snapped. "You're the idiot," they declared, exasperated by the foolishness of dividing their forces. They elaborated on the flaw in his plan. The village watch would immediately commit to a defensive posture. This action would buy precious time for the Beltram convoy to reinforce the villagers, and that wasn't the only risk involved. Another bandit then chimed in with a different approach. He suggested they should just ignore the defenders, loot the empty houses for valuables, and escape before the convoy even arrives. Peter scoffed at the strategist's constant talk of risk. He questioned if their real fear was that some of their own men would become so engrossed in pillaging that they'd fail to escape in time. Covering their face in frustration, the strategist admitted they wouldn't even consider such a possibility if they weren't surrounded by people foolish enough to do it. At this, Peter and the others erupted in laughter, loudly dismissing the idea that anyone in their group could be so stupid. He confidently laid out his own simple strategy. They would leave no trace for the convoy to find, and then launch an attack from the south. The strategist immediately cut in, posing a critical question. What if the villagers had already evacuated, taking all their food and valuables with them? They continued, explaining that an attack from the south would lead to a direct, head-on confrontation with the convoy. Such a battle, they warned, would be significantly more difficult than merely dealing with the village watch. She leaned forward, proposing an alternative to the group's reckless ideas. Instead of a direct confrontation, they should simply launch a surprise attack. His own suggestion was met with a sudden burst of enthusiasm from himself, clapping his hands together as he realized they had the same idea for an ambush. Yosef, however, simply looked on in confusion. Ignoring the bewilderment, he began to outline the initial assumptions of the plan. They would operate as if the enemy had one unit protecting the south and another protecting the center of the village. He laid out the simple strategy. Their forces would attack the north gate, join with a group already inside, and then assault the village watch. He explained that the true goal was not just to fight, but to crush the watch completely and destroy the villagers' morale. This would leave them with no will to resist and make the Beltram convoy an easy target. Once the Beltram unit was eliminated, he continued, the villagers would be easy pickings. This prompted an angry outburst from a bandaged bandit, who called him a fool and insisted that the real treasures were with the main convoy, not the village. Another bandit summarized what he'd heard, confirming that it was a straightforward surprise attack with the primary goal of annihilating the village watch. Hearing this, the leader, Peter, narrowed his eyes. He asked if this was the fake plan that had been intentionally leaked. The strategist beamed, confirming with a cheerful bingo, which sent a ripple of shock through the other men. Peter's expression shifted to one of deep interest. He urged the strategist to continue. With a sly grin, the strategist brought a finger to his lips, preparing to reveal the truth. The real plan is this. As he spoke, in another location entirely, a fist slammed down hard upon a table. The sound came from an enraged man with a goatee, who was shouting furiously at a subordinate cowering in terror before him. At the Yakara town hall, Klaus Bertram recounts a recent meeting. He explains that after dealing with the goblins, they met with the bandits who had previously attacked Torino village. He continues, rubbing his temple in frustration. The meeting had two purposes: to discuss their findings and to plan the village's defense before the knight's arrival. Klaus expresses grave concern, stating that since the village council is leading the operation, their plans might as well be served to the enemy on a silver platter. As the details of that meeting are relayed, Daichi sits with his companions and asks for confirmation that their proposed plan was accepted. The group listens intently as the specifics are ironed out. The accepted plan is laid out on a map. Currently, the village watch and the adventurers who fought the goblins are defending the north gate, while the Beltram company is positioned in a clearing near the south gate, keeping a vigilant watch. This strategic positioning is designed to counter bandit attacks from any direction. The company's main force will remain in the village center, ready to support both gates or respond to any incursions over the outer walls. Captain Jeffrey confirms that this was the Beltram company suggestion. He adds that to minimize potential damage, villagers near the south gate will be temporarily relocated to the center. Furthermore, any suspicious adventurers will be tasked with helping the village watch on the north side, effectively keeping them under surveillance. Daichi considers this, acknowledging that Jeffrey has a point. The captain reassures him with a confident grin, telling him not to worry since they will be leading the operation and facing the brunt of the fighting. Frida adds her own blunt assessment. She explains that because the village council failed to produce an alternative plan, they were forced to accept theirs. Since the village cannot defend itself alone, it's necessary for their forces to be on the front lines. With the briefing concluded, Jeffrey declares they are done and announces it's time to meet with the guild leader. He and Frida rise from the table, leaving Daichi and Alicia to watch them depart. Their departure is sanctioned by Klaus Bertram, who gives the final, firm command to proceed as planned. The assembled group of adventurers stands ready, prepared to execute the village's defense. As the plan was finalized, Daichi outlined his team's specific role. He declared that he, along with Alicia, Karina, Dennis, and Frida, would prepare for an attack on the south side, operating alongside guild leader Klaus. He presented the details, receiving a crisp acknowledgement as the forces began to move. The counterattack was set to begin shortly. According to the strategy, the unit requiring the most mobility would be stationed in the village center, under the command of Captain Jeffrey. Later, inside his tent, Daichi considered the variables. He was unsure how effective his magic enchantments would be and had to account for the possibility that a deserter might not be alone. He reasoned that it wouldn't be feasible to simply assume all the enemy mages were B rank and open fire indiscriminately, especially since he didn't know who they were. His thoughts turned to the weapons from his world, specifically anti-material rifles. His strategy formed. He could start by clearing the area with an assault rifle and then pick off any remaining targets with the anti-material rifle. He also considered that since magic enchantments are not subject to light, sound, or air, he could use sedating gas. His concentration was broken by Nike, who meowed and pawed at a radio. Daichi turned to his companion, asking if it wanted to play with the device again. Suddenly, the radio crackled with a distorted voice, revealing a shocking truth. The current operation was a fake plan. The voice confirmed that their real target was the Beltram Company. Stunned, Daichi looked at Nike, realizing the cat had been trying to warn him. He quickly apologized, promising to play later as the gravity of the enemy's hidden agenda sank in. A sudden realization strikes Daichi as he listens to the crackling radio. The plan he'd learned of was a fake. He now understood that the enemy's true target wasn't the village watch at all. Meanwhile, in the bandits' hideout, their strategist lays out the real objective, the Beltram convoy. This, he explains, is a once-in-a-million chance, as the convoy rarely splits its forces. Their goal is to steal the cargo and capture the guild leader. When asked who can identify their target, the strategist confirms that he and a man named Yosef are the only ones who know what the leader looks like. He continues detailing the deception, stating they will leak the fake plan about attacking the village watch. One of the men questions the trick, but the strategist dismisses the concern, explaining that their opponents will anticipate a feint. They will likely concentrate their main force in the village center and keep their elite troops close, leaving the guild leader's position vulnerable to a solo assault. Another bandit voices his worry about facing those elite troops directly. The group's leader, Peter, slams his fist into his palm, confidently declaring they can handle the boss as well. His certainty ignites the morale of the others, who agree that it's been a while since they had a worthy opponent. They boast that with just 5 of them, they can surely win, proclaiming they're different from other groups. They reveal the source of their confidence. They are active-duty military. The strategist then casually suggests that, to be safe, they should also throw in a group of captives huddled in the darkness. Unwilling to risk injury by holding back, the men agree to use their trump card. Peter makes the decision final, ordering that Alan's squad be told to attack the north entrance at midnight tomorrow. The strategist adds a final layer to the deception, instructing a subordinate to pretend to contact their insiders with a second, more detailed fake letter. The plan is set. They attack tomorrow night. Back with Daichi, he processes the intercepted conversation. He now knows the attack on the village is imminent. As he murmurs that it's almost time, a voice calls out to him. In another location, Frida holds a similar radio device. She informs Karina that Captain Jeffrey has received intelligence on the attack and that they must go to the guild leader's tent immediately. Karina acknowledges the order, her expression tense as she prepares to move. A detailed letter, presumably the intercepted intelligence, rests on a table inside a large command tent, its contents illuminated by a nearby lamp. Inside, Klaus Bertram addresses his command. With grim certainty, he announces that the bandits will attack tonight. His declaration hangs in the air, met with a line of tense, uncertain expressions from Frida, Karina, Daichi, Captain Jeffrey, and Alicia. He elaborates on the intelligence gathered. According to a letter found on some suspicious adventurers captured by patrol, the bandits have discovered the plan to station a unit in the village center. He reveals their true objective. The bandits intend to launch a full-force assault on the north side of the village, aiming to swiftly annihilate the village watch. He deduces that the bandits, deeming it unwise to face both the adventurers and the village watch simultaneously, plan to eliminate the watch first, leaving the guild as their next target. As the group listens, Daichi's mind races. He realizes this isn't a typical bandit strategy. It's more akin to a meticulously planned military operation. Klaus then slams his hand on the table, asking what they're all there to discuss. He doesn't wait for an answer, instead roaring that they will not let the bandits succeed. He declares that he has already ordered the mobile unit to join forces with the village watch and commands the adventurers to head to the north side to turn the tables on their attackers. As the others prepare to move, Karina steps forward, insisting she will remain with the Merchants Guild as a guard. Dennis, acknowledging her decision, turns to Klaus and asks what his own plans are. He dismisses the concern, stating there's no need to worry. He assures them that the guild has employees who are capable of fighting to a certain extent. Frida then speaks up, addressing the guild leader directly. She requests that he allow Karina to stay behind, explaining that with her presence securing the guild, the rest of them can assist the village watch without worry. Before Klaus can respond, Daichi suddenly interjects, holding up the radio transceiver. He argues that with 5 B-rank mages among the bandits, leaving Karina out of the fight will only increase the damage they take. He insists this is exactly what the bandits want. He calls out to guild leader Klaus, declaring he has something urgent to tell him. He questions Daichi, asking if he hadn't just heard their discussion. Daichi confirms that he had, and it is for that very reason he must speak. He insists they cannot leave the south undefended, revealing that everything Klaus had laid out was, in fact, part of the enemy's plan. He places a small, rectangular device on the map. With a press of a button, the device crackles to life. A recorded voice fills the room, its words chilling the listeners. It speaks of leaking a fake plan intentionally, a scheme designed specifically to trap the Beltram Company. The revelation stuns Klaus and the other adventurers. His eyes widen as he processes the disembodied voices. Daichi watches him, confirming that he is finally grasping the situation. He explains that the recording likely contains the bandits' true strategy. The other adventurers, including Jeffrey and Frida, listen intently, with Frida muttering that she is becoming accustomed to such sudden turns of events. From a distance, Karina watches, her curiosity piqued by the strange object in Daichi's hand. Klaus, however, dismisses the device's nature as irrelevant. He grits his teeth, focusing only on the damning conversation being played back. He clarifies that the conversation was recorded not long ago. The bandits, he reports, are heading for them from the large forest south of the village, somewhere between 500 meters and a kilometer from the main road. His explanation is cut short as his eyes dart up in alarm. "Everyone," he yells, "they're here." Just then, another adventurer bursts in, shouting for the guild leader. He reports that a battle has erupted near the north gate and a signal flare has been fired. As the group reels from the news, wondering what to do, Daichi's hand tightens into a fist. His expression hardens with resolve. "I have an idea," he declares. He began to lay out his plan, tapping a finger on the map. It was simple, he explained, a counter-strategy that would turn the bandits' own scheme against them. His finger traced the route on the diagram. As the bandits approached from the south, their forces would ambush them on both flanks, halfway to the village. He looked up at the others gathered around the table, stressing a critical point. For this ambush to succeed, they needed to act as if they were moving according to the bandits' original plan. To achieve this, he detailed the first step. They would create the illusion that their remaining troops were being sent from the south to reinforce the north gate. The remaining guards, and even non-combatants, would be disguised to sell the deception, while he, Alicia, Karina, Frida, and Dennis would remain behind. The second part of the ruse involved the guild leader, Klaus. He would be made visible in the town square, ostensibly waiting to issue emergency orders. In reality, he would serve as the bait. Then he concluded the five of them, Alicia, Karina, Dennis, Frida, and himself, would sneak out to the ambush point and launch a surprise attack. Karina's expression hardened, and she immediately interjected, declaring the plan too risky. He countered that even if their attack failed, it would create a vital opening for the guild leader to retreat safely to the village center. She pressed him further, questioning why they wouldn't simply recall the troops sent to the north gate if the main enemy force was truly approaching from the south. He met her gaze, his own resolve firm, stating that no plan is without risk and that the bandits were already attacking. Nearby, Dennis shook his head, murmuring that her suggestion wouldn't work. Frida agreed, adding that the bandits would reach them long before any reinforcement from the north gate could be recalled. Karina, however, continued to reason through the possibilities. She argued that even if the bandits had up to 5 Barank mages, the combined strength of the village watch and the Beltram company forces at the north gate could easily hold off 60 bandits. This defense, she calculated, would buy enough time for their main troops to fall back and help intercept the southern force of the village center. She turned to Klaus and Frida, a confident glint in her eye, seeking their validation. After a moment's consideration, Klaus conceded her point. She was right. She listens as Dennis interjects, explaining that the issue is more complex than just fighting. Klaus, with a stern expression, concurs, stating his belief that the guild leader will not agree to the current strategy. Daichi elaborates on their concerns. He explains that allowing the bandits into the village center without a fight would simply cause them to change their target from guild leader Klaus to someone else. The realization strikes her with force. Her eyes widen as she understands the grave oversight in her plan. They would simply take any villagers who hadn't evacuated as hostages instead. She clenches her fist in frustration. The discussion shifts as one of the men asks what their chances are against the bandits' main force. From behind them, Daichi calmly announces that he possesses a secret weapon. His claim is met with immediate skepticism from Klaus, who leans forward, his eyes narrowed. He questions if Daichi is suggesting he has some kind of tool or area of effect magic powerful enough to annihilate 60 or more bandits, along with 5 B-rank mages. A faint, confident smile plays on Daichi's lips. He then makes a startling declaration to the astonished group. He will not annihilate them, but rather render them all powerless and capture them alive. The statement leaves Klaus utterly stunned, barely able to repeat the word powerless. His confidence infuriates Karina. She lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar and is shouting that he is underestimating their opponents and treating the situation far too lightly. Captain Jeffrey voices his own disbelief, noting that while the claim of wiping out 60 bandits was already difficult to accept, the idea of incapacitating and capturing them all is even more unbelievable. Klaus agrees, demanding proof and asking Daichi to explain his method precisely. Daichi acknowledges their skepticism. He explains that a verbal explanation is not feasible at the moment, concluding that a demonstration will be the simplest way to provide the proof they require as he reaches into his bag. He presents his secret weapon, a large, circular, tent-like structure placed on the ground between 2 lit torches. Sometime later, in a field outside the village, the group makes their final preparations for the coming confrontation. As they wait, Alicia explains to Daichi that guild leader Klaus had been strongly against her joining the squad. She smiles, recounting how she convinced him by arguing that her powerful attack magic was better suited for use outside the village, not within it. Faced with that logic, he had to concede. Karina glances back at him, her expression filled with concern as she asks if he is truly sure this will be okay. He watches her, a bead of sweat on his temple, realizing from everyone's reactions that Alicia's magic must be truly formidable. He acknowledges that it's a lot to ask with just his explanation, but he needs her to trust him. He reminds her of his contingency plan. If his initial strategy fails, he will have to use a weapon he calls an assault rifle. He stresses that if the guild leader deems the situation too dangerous, she must retreat and leave him behind. Alicia leans in close, her expression bright and cheerful, and declares that she will stay behind with him to help mow them down. Her casual remark infuriates Karina, who grabs Daichi and insists she can't just abandon them. She vows to stick with him until the backup plan is needed, and if that fails too, she'll drag him to safety herself. He calmly points out that the backup plan requires her to leave him behind to work. He smiles placatingly, trying to ease the tension by telling her not to worry about it. His relaxed attitude draws criticism from the others. Frida warns him not to be overconfident, even though she's heard he is tough. Dennis chimes in, telling him to take the enemy more seriously. Karina adds that while his mage skills are impressive, he lacks real combat experience. Frida continues, her tone grave, stating that she has heard the same story time and again. A promising mage, defeated by a weaker enemy. Their lack of experience, she concludes, was the one thing they all had in common. She bluntly states that the mages Daichi read about lost because they were too cocky, a harsh assessment that visibly startles him. He responds by calmly reciting an old saying, "To know the enemy and know yourself is to never fear the result of 100 battles." Alicia seems to understand his point, and Karina elaborates that having an accurate grasp on both your own and the enemy's strengths ensures you won't lose, even over the course of many fights. Frida interjects, explaining that knowing the enemy's plan is their greatest advantage, allowing them to turn that very strategy against them and capture them all in one fell swoop. Her tactical breakdown is cut short as Karina grabs her shoulder, conceding that she understands Daichi's logic but insists he is still being reckless. Dennis, standing behind them, silently agrees. Daichi realizes with a sweat drop that they don't trust him at all, seeing him as just a naive, rich kid. He internally admits that while he lacks experience, he firmly believes his extensive knowledge makes up for it. He reasons that his confidence comes from studying countless books and dramas on warfare, and the chance to finally test this knowledge outweighs any fear. His thoughts are shattered when Alicia suddenly announces they're here. At her warning, the group tenses. Karina shouts for everyone to get ready, ordering Alicia to cast enhancements. Daichi remains composed, noting the enemy is a kilometer away and he just needs to wait. From aside, Captain Jeffrey yells a warning. There are more than just the 60 bandits. His words prove terrifyingly true. An unexpected clash awaits them, as a horde of monsters, including 6 massive king apes, are charging toward them alongside the bandits, leaving the entire party staring in shock. Daichi's party finds its path blocked by a formidable force, a massive horde of bandits, their ranks bolstered by monstrous, ape-like creatures. He immediately questions the origin of the king apes, while Karina, her expression tense, asks if he intends to use his powerful, unnamed weapon. Before he can answer, Alicia calmly reports that she senses 66 bandits, with 6 of the king apes under their direct command. Daichi recalls hearing that the creatures are used as military forces, and Karina grimly concludes that the situation is dire. From a distance, Jeffrey confirms their fears, noting the numbers are far greater than anticipated. Frida urgently shouts to Karina, insisting they must fall back immediately. However, Daichi assesses the bandits' speed and determines that a safe retreat is impossible. With energy crackling around his hand, he declares his intention to hold them off alone, buying time for the others to warn guild leader Klaus. Karina dismisses his plan as ridiculous, but he counters with unwavering confidence, stating that more enemies simply means he will increase his firepower. As Karina stares in disbelief, Alicia calmly announces that she will stay behind with him. She explains with a cheerful smile that she cannot use her magic inside the village anyway, and she can always use physical enhancements to catch up with the others later. Her casual defiance infuriates Karina, who roars that she's the one in charge, and they must obey her orders to retreat from the enemy, now only 700 meters away. Her outburst is cut short when Jeffrey interjects, warning that the bandits are now too close for a retreat. Realizing he is right, Karina pivots, ordering Dennis and Frida to face them head-on, with Daichi and Alicia providing support. Frida immediately acknowledges the command. Jeffrey smirks, understanding Karina's new strategy for what it is, a show of trust in Daichi's capabilities. He and the others watch from their vantage point, as Daichi gave a confident double thumbs up. Daichi noted the distance to the approaching horde was 600 meters, but Alicia quickly corrected him, pointing out that the signal was for 500 meters. He then closed his eyes, concentrating, and held up 4 fingers. Karina watched him, her expression unreadable. As the silent countdown continued from 3 fingers to 2, the bandits, led by a sneering Jeffrey, marched steadily closer, completely unaware of the trap being laid. A bead of sweat ran down his face as the reality of the situation set in. He realized with a start that the enemy was now only 200 meters away, practically on top of them. He began to worry, wondering if he would even have time to pull out his assault rifle if this initial plan failed. His final finger lowered. The enemy was now in range. Suddenly, the sky above the advancing horde filled with dozens of cylindrical objects. These were stun grenades, non-lethal weapons from certain country, designed to emit a blinding flash and a deafening sound to temporarily rob enemies of their sight and hearing. The bandits and King Apes looked up in confusion, just as Daichi's party shielded their eyes. The grenades detonated in a wave of sensory overload, catching the bandits completely off guard. Karina watched the chaos unfold below. A blinding white light washed over the entire enemy force, their forms becoming indistinct silhouettes against the searing flash. The men in the front lines stared in wide-eyed shock and agony. With his opening gambit successful, Daichi calmly reached up and pulled a pair of dark goggles over his eyes, ready for the next phase. His attack left the bandits utterly helpless. They stumbled about, clutching their heads and crying out in pain, their formation completely shattered. They writhed on the ground, smoke rising from the strange cylinders as their senses were overwhelmed by the deafening blast and blinding light. From a safe distance, Daichi and his companions watched the chaos unfold. Karina, shielding her eyes, cautiously asked if the threat was neutralized. Her question hung in the air as Frida and Dennis expressed their own bewilderment, wondering aloud what had just happened to the bandits. Karina's gaze, however, shifted to Daichi, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. She looked at him not as an ally, but as an unknown quantity. With a narrowed, searching gaze, she addressed him directly, demanding to know just who he really was. He met her stare, but offered no answer, instead turning his attention to the task at hand. With a casual shrug, he instructed the party to begin tying up the incapacitated bandits. He then decided that simple ropes wouldn't be enough. To be safe, he would restrict their movement further, opting to use a net. As he prepared this, Karina watched on, realizing this process would not be quick. But their work was violently interrupted. A monstrous, white-furred king ape erupted from the surroundings, its maw wide in a terrifying roar as it lunged towards Daichi. His companions reacted instantly. Karina and Frida shouted for him to retreat. Dennis observed that the beast seemed disoriented, while Alicia urged everyone to fall back from the chaotic scene. He, however, stood his ground, waving off their concerns with a calm reassurance that he was fine. His eyes were fixed on the beast as, in a blur of motion, Captain Jeffrey threw himself between Daichi and the monster, his armored arm taking the brunt of a powerful blow. Seeing the captain engage, Karina launched her own attack, striking the king ape's head, but the blow had no effect. Dennis, rushing in, exclaimed that his fire magic had also been useless. Karina realized the problem. This king ape was wearing enchanted gear. The beast, undeterred by the previous assault, turns its attention to a new target. Karina cries out in frustration at her missed opportunity as the ape begins to charge. From nearby, Alicia shouts a warning to Daichi. He responds with calm determination, telling his companions to leave the creature to him. From his inventory, he materializes a strange, long-barreled object. Taking a firm stance, he aims the device and fires. A projectile streaks through the air, striking the king ape's armored forearm with a loud crack, but the enchanted gear deflects the blow. He assesses the result with a cool expression, confirming to himself that the anti-material rifle is indeed powerful enough to kill them. Turning to Karina, he declares that he will take out the rest of the king apes himself. As she looks on, stunned, he takes aim once more. Another deafening blast echoes as a second shot slams directly into the star-shaped emblem on the ape's chest armor. The projectile tears through the metal plate, embedding itself deep within the creature's torso. She can only stare, her mind reeling at the fact that he felled the beast with a single, well-placed shot. Daichi remains focused, the barrel of his weapon still smoking from a discharge. The moment of victory is short-lived, as another king ape, its maw wide in a furious roar, lunges into the fray. Unflustered, he calmly assesses the remaining threats, noting there are 3 left. He fires again, and the bullet finds its mark, striking the second ape squarely in the head. He internally processes the results of his attacks. He realizes that only the shot that entered the first ape's mouth passed completely through. The one that struck its body armor did not. This confirms his suspicion. The enchanted gear is even tougher than he initially thought. Undeterred, he fires yet another round, this time at the chest of a third approaching ape. His overwhelming power left Alicia stunned. She watched in disbelief as his shots pierced the enchanted gear with such ease. He, however, felt the initial excitement of the battle drain away. While he had no aversion to taking a monster's life, he realized the thrill came from the fact that his weapon could penetrate its defenses at point-blank range. His focus returning to the remaining threats, he announced that only 2 king apes were left. He instructed Jeffrey and the others to start tying up the bandits, assuring them he would handle the monsters. Jeffrey immediately acknowledged the order. One of the last 2 apes let out a low, guttural growl, its form tensed for a final, desperate struggle. Its defiance was met with another precise, powerful shot that tore through the air and found its mark. With the creature now motionless, Daichi looked upon the last of the fallen beasts. Last one, he confirmed to himself. It's over now. But just as victory seemed certain, several swirling orbs of dark energy materialized from nowhere, hurtling directly towards him. Both he and Alicia could only stare in shock at the sudden ambush. The devastating blow struck him before he could react. Alicia screamed in terror. From across the clearing, Karina and Jeffrey cried out his name, their faces masks of horror and disbelief as they witness their protector fall on the very brink of victory. A devastating blow connects with Daichi, tearing through his jacket and sending him flying. His allies, Karina, Jeffrey, and others, watch in horror. Alicia cries out his name in alarm as he is thrown to the ground. He hits the dirt hard, groaning in pain. With a grimace, he clenches his fist, struggling against the immense agony coursing through his body. The same concussive force sends Jeffrey staggering backward, barely managing to stay on his feet as another bandit is thrown aside. Before anyone can fully recover, a bandit unleashes a volley of magical projectiles. From the ground, Daichi's eyes widen in panic. He knows this is bad. He senses an immense surge of power and sees Alicia standing firm, gathering swirling vortexes of energy around her. He shouts her name, a desperate warning. She unleashes the magic in a powerful defensive wave. As the energy dissipates, Karina rushes to Daichi's side, grabbing his arm and urging him to fall back with her. Ignoring Karina for a moment, he looks toward Alicia, asking if she was hurt or burned. She turns with a bright, confident smile, assuring him she's totally fine and boasting that her enchanted gear is quite strong. Nearby, Karina turns away, her expression hidden. She reflects on her own carelessness, realizing with frustration that she had forgotten to enchant her own gear and that the battle unfolding is her fault. Alicia's cheerful demeanor vanishes. She shouts at Daichi, demanding to know if he realizes how injured he is. He insists he's fine and that they need to help Karina and deal with the bandits, but she cuts him off, declaring that his wounds must be treated first. She leans in close, her face just inches from his. Her expression is one of intense, unwavering concern, leaving Daichi flustered and speechless. She stops him, insisting that she needs to treat his injury first. Confused and in pain, Daichi wonders if his wound is truly that severe. He is suddenly stunned into silence. Touching the spot on his shoulder where he was struck, he realizes with a jolt that the wound is completely healed. He questions how it happened, wondering if it was his physical enhancements, as Nike lets out a soft meow from Alicia's shoulder. His gaze falls upon the small cat, now cradled in his hands, and the truth dawns on him. He realizes it was Nike who healed him, understanding that only high-level water elemental magic could instantly mend a burn from a fireball. She stares at him, utterly astonished. Alicia stammers his name, processing the incredible revelation that he can wield water magic at such a high level. He looks away, admitting with some embarrassment that he's not very proficient with it yet. Shaking off the moment, he tells her they need to hurry and bring the bandits under control. His focus returns to the battle, where Karina, Frida, and Dennis are holding their own. He observes that their senses haven't fully recovered, forcing them to rely on basic magic to track their foes. Calling out to them, he apologizes for the delay and announces he will handle the rest. He rushes forward as his companions turn, relieved to see him unharmed. A nearby bandit, seeing Daichi approach, panics and begs for his life, pleading not to be blamed if he dies in the confrontation. The bandit is sent flying with a scream. Simultaneously, Frida unleashes a vortex of power while Dennis moves like a phantom past another foe. The combined force of Frida and another combatant's magic erupts, shattering the very ground beneath them in a wave of destructive energy. With focused intensity, Daichi activates his storage ability. He vanishes and reappears in an instant, first striking one bandit, then materializing beside Dennis to intercept a blow meant for him. He moved with blinding speed, his pipe striking down one bandit after another. Frida and Dennis fought alongside him, their own attacks finding their marks amidst the chaos. His speed was not his only weapon. As a bandit lunged, he simply pointed, and the man's sword vanished from his grasp, absorbed into thin air by the storage skill. Before the disarmed man could react, he summoned the stolen blade back into his hand and plunged it into the chest of another charging foe. The remaining bandits fell quickly, leaving his companions to stare in astonishment. With the immediate threat neutralized, Frida rushed to his side, anxiously asking about the wound he'd sustained earlier. He casually dismissed her concern, explaining that he'd let his guard down but had already healed it with water magic. She remained skeptical until she looked closer, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw his shoulder was completely unmarred. Seeing her stunned expression, he beamed, confirming there was no problem at all. Nearby, Alicia asked Frida if she was the one who had healed him, but Frida, still processing the event, clarified that Daichi had done all by himself. The realization that he had been injured and healed so quickly without her knowledge finally sank in, and her relief erupted into anger. She roared at him, demanding to know if he had any idea how worried she had been. Her sudden outburst left him speechless for a moment. Faced with her intense glare, he could only stammer out an apology. Just then, Captain Jeffrey intervened, placing a heavy hand on each of their shoulders. He told the bickering lovebirds that was enough for now, reminding them that while they had much to discuss, their first priority was to deal with the captured bandits. The captain's comment caught her completely off guard. Flustered, she slapped his hand away with a sharp exclamation. Despite her embarrassment, she regained her composure, her expression turning sly as she promised Daichi they would have a nice, long talk later. He readily agreed, and together they began securing the unconscious bandits before they could wake. As Daichi stood under the evening sky, Alicia's voice came from behind him, quietly stating that she was upset, too. He turned to face her, his expression one of pure confusion as he questioned her statement. Her gaze was direct, her own eyes shimmering as she clarified, her voice trembling slightly, that she was upset specifically with him. She pleaded with him not to make her worry so intensely again, confessing she had been on the verge of tears. Looking down, Daichi offered a sincere apology and promised he would be more careful in the future. He internally reaffirmed his promise, his thoughts turning to the apology he had just offered Alicia. His gaze shifted to Karina, who was efficiently binding 3 bandits at once. He looked up at the sky, clutching the tattered remains of his sleeve. A familiar saying about knowing oneself and the enemy echoed in his mind, and he grimaced, wondering how he could have ever uttered such words with confidence. His self-recrimination continued as he admitted his failures. He had underestimated the B-rank mages and foolishly forgotten to enchant his own gear. He confessed to himself that he simply got carried away, completely ignorant of the enemy's true capabilities. He recalled the moment the fireball grazed his side, the sheer terror of it causing his mind to go completely blank. Even now, the memory sent a shiver of fear down his spine. His somber reflection was interrupted by Jeffrey and Frida, who were now excitedly praising his performance. Jeffrey exclaimed that one-shotting the King Ape's enchanted gear was an insane feat, while Frida admitted that although she knew he could handle the bandits, she never imagined he could incapacitate them all at once. Overwhelmed by their praise, he waved his hands dismissively, a flustered smile on his face. He apologized, insisting it was too much for him to handle. He confessed his entire chain of errors, getting carried away after his attacks worked on the King Apes, going on a rampage without seeing the incoming fireball, and failing to incapacitate the creatures when they panicked. He admitted his original, foolish plan was to take out both the apes and the mages. He continues to downplay his own efforts, but Frida insists he stop, asking him to accept the praise. She reminds him that they were all struggling to find an opening, yet he made a valiant comeback, taking out even the B-rank mages almost instantly. Jeffrey chimes in, agreeing that it was incredibly cool. Her words only make him more flustered, and he desperately wishes for a hole to crawl into. Alicia, however, is completely unfazed by his embarrassment, winking and cheering for him to keep it up. Cutting through the praise, Karina offers a sterner assessment. She concedes that it was quite a feat, but points out that he was also a little too careless. Jeffrey, overhearing her sharp tone, remarks that if he were a girl, he would have already fallen for her. He immediately agrees with Karina, admitting there is no excuse for his carelessness and that he would be dead if not for Nike. Jeffrey loudly objects, dismissing the idea by claiming an injury like Daichi's is nothing more than a scratch and certainly doesn't count as being careless. He continues to defend Daichi to Karina, arguing that adventurers and mages in their country must keep their cards close to their chest. Karina seems to accept this, but questions if hiding high-level water magic until the last second wasn't taking it too far. Caught between them, Daichi can only offer a flustered apology for his secrecy. With the debate settled for now, their attention shifts to the captured bandits, all tied up. Karina turns to Daichi, who looks on with concern and tells him that it's all right. She then announces their plan to the group. Since there are only 5 of them to manage the prisoners, they will escort the bandits to the South Village Square. Her expression hardens as she issues a final, non-negotiable command. They will not tolerate any resistance from anyone. She then asks if there's a problem. Her threat hangs in the air, and the bound bandits begin to tremble with fear, none daring to challenge her. With the immediate threat neutralized, the reality of their situation sets in. It would take 4 days for the knights to arrive and formally arrest the bandits. In the meantime, members of the caravan, like Lloyd and Colette, can only rest as they wait. While the caravan prepared to move on, the village watch took the lead in interrogating the captured bandits. As suspected, their claims about an unusual number of goblins were a complete fabrication. Captain Jeffrey considered the situation. The bandits were far too organized for common thugs. A theory emerged that they were part of a feudal lord's army or perhaps foreign soldiers in disguise. While no concrete evidence could be found to support this, it was determined that at least 5 of the B-rank mages among them hailed from other countries. Guild leader Klaus offered his own analysis, stating that if they were merely working for an incompetent local lord, the guild would have already known. He concluded it was more sensible to believe they were foreign soldiers, with some of the B-rank mages specifically sent to disrupt security along the border. With the bandits handed over, a period of calm settled. Daichi and the others waved farewell as the escort departed. He mused that while he had thought this was a peaceful country, the border areas were clearly tense. The caravan rumbled onward down the road. Aboard one of the wagons, Nike let out a wide, sleepy yawn. The next morning, Karina announced to a yawning Daichi that the town of Karam was just ahead. He sighed in relief, glad for the promise of good rest. From another window, Alicia cheerfully wished Nike a good morning, and Daichi confirmed he'd slept well. In the distance, nestled among rolling green hills and forests, the walled town of Karam came into view. He peered out from the wagon, getting his first proper look at their destination. Daichi asked if it was a big town, unable to judge the scale from so far away. Karina explained that it was the second largest town near the border, making it a reasonable choice for new merchants. The largest settlement in the area, the commercial city of Byron, was a 20-day journey east by horse. She then laid out their plan. The Beltram convoy would stay in Karam for 10 days. Afterward, They would depart for the royal capital, a journey that would take another 20 days. She looks at Daichi, asking if he has made his decision. He is at a branching route in his mind, weighing the guild leader Klaus's invitation to the capital against Alicia's invitation to stay with her in Karam. He leans back with a relaxed smile, announcing that he will proceed as he initially planned. He has decided to set up his own shop in Karam. At his words, Karina closes her eyes with a satisfied smile, while Alicia looks on with a hopeful, blushing expression. She then reminds him of something he said when they first met. Alicia recalls that he wanted to find a town where he could trade with multiple countries. She continues, telling him that his dreams are coming true. From a nearby window, Daichi confirms that he did indeed say that, and Karina adds that she remembers him saying something similar. She turns to him, acknowledging that it's a big dream and that she's rooting for him. He then clarifies his immediate plans with a slightly sheepish look from behind a wagon wheel, admitting that for now, he'll just be a street vendor. Her expression shifts to one of sly curiosity. She leans in, asking just what sort of crazy products he intends to sell. He asks if she's losing trust in him and promises not to worry, stating he'll only focus on selling items that she and guild leader Klaus approve of. Karina retorts, questioning what makes him think she ever trusted him and calling his use of the word focus suspicious. Alicia observes their exchange and remarks that Daichi is just like a small child. Karina agrees, adding that she feels like she can't take her eyes off of him. From a distance, Daichi overhears, protesting that being called a small child is going too far. She pinched Daichi's cheek, teasingly remarking that even a small child is better behaved than he is. Confirming that the Bertram Company would be in town for 10 days, she listened to his next words. He then made a proposition, asking if she would be willing to help him and Alicia set up their shop and offer some advice during her stay. A sly smile crossed her face as she agreed, but with one condition. He had to treat her to some delicious sweets. From the carriage, Alicia's face lit up as she chimed in, exclaiming that she would love some sweets too. With the deal struck, Karina turned her horse, ready to depart, while Daichi and Alicia watched her go from the window of their carriage. Moments later, Daichi and Alicia arrived in the bustling heart of the town, its streets lined with sturdy stone and timber-framed buildings. He led the way through the unfamiliar streets, his eyes scanning the various signs as they searched for lodging. After settling in, he stretched his arms high above his head, feeling refreshed and ready. With a determined, "All right," he prepared for the days ahead. Nike perched comfortably on his shoulder. Their first destination was a grand, imposing building that stood out amongst the others in the city. Inside, a young woman with bright, curious eyes suddenly looked up from her work. A wide grin spread across her face as she declared she could smell a new customer, heralding a new encounter on their journey. Daichi extends his hand in a gesture of goodwill, thanking his new business partner for all his help and expressing his hope for their future collaboration. The other man accepts the handshake, stating his own eagerness to work together for years to come. He is confident that the products Daichi provided will undoubtedly be popular in the royal capital. With the agreement sealed by a firm handshake, Daichi looks toward his new life, contemplating the new town and the new challenges that await him. As planned, after a 10-day stay in Karam, the Beltram convoy sets off for the royal capital. Watching them depart, Captain Jeffrey admits to Frida that he's starting to feel sad. She turns from the departing convoy to shake Daichi's hand, thanking him and wishing him the best with his plan to set up a shop in town. He confirms that he'll be selling in this town for the time being, but reveals that once he's more confident, he is also thinking of opening a shop in the capital. This declaration prompts Jeffrey to grab him by the shoulders, telling Frida not to put such ideas in his head. He insists that Pyron will be a more interesting place for a wager. The city they speak of, Pyron, is a sprawling metropolis. It is the largest commercial city near the border, controlling trade routes to 4 different countries, and serves as the second largest city in the entire kingdom of Nuendor. Gazing out at the city, Daichi speaks to Karina, admitting that while the capital seems more interesting, it's still a long way off. Internally, his mind races with business plans. He then turns to Karina, telling her he'll be lonely for a bit, but that she should take care of herself. She responds with a bright, disarming smile, leaning in close. She confesses that she's a bit worried, cautioning him that if he does something careless and gets into trouble, she won't be able to save him. She pressed him, asking if her assessment wasn't true. He averted his gaze, a bead of sweat on his brow, admitting her words were harsh. He thought to himself that she had a remarkably good memory as she continued her list of his missteps. She pointed out, for instance, that the battle with the bandits was the peak of his carelessness, and before that, he had provoked the troublemakers in the village himself. Finally, she raised a hand, conceding the point. In a flustered attempt to change the subject, he grabbed Nike and held the cat up like a shield, promising he would do better and begging her to cut him some slack. The plea left Karina momentarily speechless, while Jeffrey watched the exchange with amusement. Her expression softened into one of genuine concern. She looked at him directly, seriously urging him to be careful. He clenched his fist with resolve, confidently stating that he believed he could handle any trouble that came his way. While she acknowledged his abilities, she reminded him that he was still in an unfamiliar land. He responded with a confident wink, Nike perched on his shoulder. He declared that by the next time they met, he would show them just how reliable he had become. A sentiment Nike seemed to echo with a meow. She then laid out the plan for their future business. If the products he'd entrusted to the Beltram company sold well, they would pay him the remaining balance immediately. Following that, they would dispatch a caravan to Pyron to restock, and she expected to be assigned as an escort for that very convoy. With a confident smile, she extended her hand, stating that she would expect him to be fully capable of taking care of himself by the time she returned. He agreed, and they sealed the promise with a firm handshake. As they parted, he suddenly remembered a gift. He presented her with a container, explaining that he had packed some cake inside and urged her to eat it soon before it spoiled. Her serious demeanor vanished instantly. Her eyes widened and sparkled with pure delight as she exclaimed in excitement over the cake. She then turned to her companions, assuring Captain Jeffrey and Alicia that she had brought some for them as well. The captain repeated the word cake in surprise, while Alicia politely addressed Lord Asakura. The offer delighted them. Alicia expressed her own desire to eat cake in the capital, and Karina added that having it daily would be a dream come true. This prompted Captain Jeffrey to question Daichi, wondering why he would add such a popular item to his general sales list when they would sell out instantly. He explained the logistical challenge. Cake spoils quickly. The risk of someone falling ill from eating old cake, he noted, would lead to a disastrous reputation. His reasoning sobered the group. Captain Jeffrey sighed in disappointment, and Alicia agreed it would be a serious issue. Daichi elaborated on the worst-case scenario. If a noble were to get food poisoning, it could easily be mistaken for an assassination attempt, creating a nightmare situation. Captain Jeffrey then turned his attention to Karina with a knowing smirk, suggesting this was just another reason for her to visit Lord Daichi in the future. The sudden remark caught her completely off guard. Before she could respond, a loud call echoed through the street, announcing their departure. The suddenness of the order left her stunned. As Captain Jeffrey gave a casual wave, she turned, flustered, towards the moving caravan, while Daichi watched the scene unfold. With a quick, well, she hurried to board the wagon as its wheels began to creak and turn. From her position on the moving transport, she looked back and waved a final goodbye, promising to see him in 2 months if everything went according to plan. He waved back, Nike perched in his arm, and called out with a confident smile, betting that she wouldn't even recognize him by the time they met again. He watches as Karina gives him a confident smile, telling him she's looking forward to their reunion. With a swift turn, she departs, leaving him standing alone. In the city gates, he sees the caravan off, officially parting ways with Karina and the others. His thoughts drift back over the past 10 days the Beltram Company had stayed in Karam. During that time, while he was busy setting up his street stall, Karina and Alicia had helped him find a property that could serve as both a shop and a home. Alicia cheerfully explains that she's been off on her own for the last few days, having already said her tearful goodbyes to the company. She then relays a message she received from the Merchant Guild yesterday. The property they had their eyes on is ready for handover. Overjoyed by the news, he scoops up Nike and promises to build a cat tower just for him in their new home. He quickly apologizes for his sudden burst of excitement. As he hurries through the city, he considers his finances. The deposit from Beltram for his products covered the cost of the property, though he notes most of it was an IOU. Fortunately, the bounty from capturing the bandits provides him with enough money to relax for several months. He clenches his fist in triumph, marveling at how much his life has changed. A month ago, he was a jobless college graduate in his old world, and now he feels this new world is the best. With a contented sigh, he walks through a town square, his steps light with optimism as he passes a central fountain. He arrives before a large, stately building, the Merchant Guild. He smiles, thinking how reliable their support is, as Nike meows from within his hood. Pushing the heavy door open, he steps inside and calls out a cheerful good morning to whoever is within. He entered the Merchant Guild, its polished wooden interior bustling with activity. As he ascended the stairs, his mind was set on finalizing the purchase of his new home and storefront. A cheerful voice greeted him, a young woman with feline features. Introducing herself as Melissa, the sales representative for his property, confirmed that the room for their meeting was ready. Before they could discuss the property itself, however, she stated there were a few other matters to confirm with him first. She began with an unexpected question, asking if he knew anything about rumors of someone using offensive magic in Lint Forest, near the South Gate. Daichi, taken by surprise, could only confirm that it was the first he was hearing of it. The forest in question was the closest one to town. It served as a hunting ground for novice and intermediate adventurers, and its shallower parts were often frequented by regular townsfolk gathering wild plants and grasses. Daichi casually remarked that some people were being a nuisance, only for Melissa's demeanor to sharpen. She paused, then stated that the guild had received reliable information that he, Mr. Asakura, had been spotted in that very area at that time. She asked him directly if this was true. His composure shattered. He quickly admitted to practicing his offensive magic, but insisted he had done so deep within the forest, far from any civilians. He added that he had even seen someone else practicing magic there. Unmoved, Melissa informed him that a formal complaint had been filed. He scrambled to explain about the other person, recalling a girl perched on a tree who was using wind magic. She dismissed his defense, explaining that if it were merely an apprentice or a low-level magician practicing a little, no one would have bothered to complain. He had no counter to this logic and could only agree, his shoulders slumping in defeat as the paperwork for his purchase was prepared. She then clarified the true nature of the issue. The complaint wasn't about minor magic. It was about someone using magic that roared like thunder and was powerful enough to knock over giant trees. She continued, identifying the weapon he had used in the forest as an M32 grenade launcher. He seemed surprised she knew, but she simply advised him to be more careful from now on. She then posed a question, asking if he knew any attack magic that couldn't be classified as beginner level. He quietly affirmed that he did. With a sly grin, she announced that there was more. He reacted with surprise as she explained that the second point of discussion was about the selling of monster materials and magic stones. He sought clarification, asking if he was indeed permitted to sell monster materials and magic stones. She confirmed this was true, but with a critical caveat: only in small amounts. Her professional demeanor instantly vanished. With fangs bared, she slammed the documents onto the table and roared, demanding to know how he could possibly consider his sales to be small amounts. He calmly observed that they seemed to have a difference of opinion. In response, she jabbed a finger at his product listings, which detailed vast quantities of magic stones, beast horns, fangs, fluids, and innards, and demanded he explain himself. She continued her tirade, explaining that monster materials and magic stones are meant to be sold in bulk through official channels like the Adventurers Guild or the Merchants Guild itself. She stressed that there was no way a simple street vendor would be allowed to trade in such large quantities. He calmly corrected her, stating that he was no longer a street vendor as of yesterday, and now possessed his own store. Flustered for a moment, she insisted the rule was written in the agreement, and that selling large amounts of monster materials without going through the Adventurers Guild was prohibited, store or not. He sheepishly admitted to having skimmed over that section. He then asked for a precise definition of a small amount. Looking weary, she conceded that since he was from another country, she would have to start her explanation from the very beginning. She clarified that a small amount refers to the leftovers from a non-adventurer's hunting trip. The common monster materials traded on a small scale after a family has already taken what they need for themselves. She points out that the term small amount is used for a specific reason. Daichi, looking flustered while holding a stack of documents, can only agree that the quantity he sold was, indeed, not small. He is then confronted with a third issue: his registration with the Mages Guild. When Melissa asks when he completed it, he hesitantly questions if it was necessary. His ignorance incites her fury. She shouts that of course it was required. Daichi tries to defend himself, explaining he thought joining the Merchants Guild precluded him from joining others. But she yells back that no such rule exists. Her anger dissolves into tears of desperation. Leaning over the desk, she begs him to simply ask her for guidance whenever he is unsure about something, rather than making decisions on his own. Startled by her outburst, he quickly agrees to everything. He promises that from now on, he will ask her before doing anything, pleading with her to stop crying. He gently tries to calm her as her sobs subside into sniffles. She puffs her cheeks, still visibly upset. Then, with a sudden burst of decisiveness, he stands and slaps his hand on the table, calling her name to get her full attention. She looks up, her face still streaked with tears, and manages to mumble about the Mages Guild. He immediately understands her meaning and declares he will go to the guild right away. Before he can move, she grabs his arm, insisting they go together, which catches him by surprise. Wiping the last of her tears away, she suggests they visit the Mages Guild first, before finalizing the transfer of the property. He lets out a quiet sigh of resignation. The path to their next destination lies ahead, through the town's cobbled streets. He walked beside Melissa, who continued her lecture. She acknowledged that he was from a different country and might not understand how things worked, but she still found his actions irresponsible. Chastened, he looked away and agreed to reflect on his behavior. Her voice rose with frustration as she insisted that he must ask someone if he doesn't understand something. He quickly affirmed that he would, promising to talk to her more from that point on. To emphasize his sincerity, he bowed deeply, offering his most earnest apologies. Still fuming, Melissa jabbed a finger at him, demanding he promise. He readily agreed. Seeing his dramatic apology, her demeanor softened slightly. She told him he didn't have to go that far, admitting it was her own mistake for assuming the Beltram company had taught him more than they actually had. Flustered, she urged him to raise his head, suggesting they both reflect on their own mistakes and move on. As she tried to pull him up, she grunted at his weight and declared it was time for them to leave the area. After retreating to a quieter alley, Melissa cautiously peeked around a corner. Daichi whispered her name, but she shushed him for a moment. He asked if something was there, and she confirmed the coast was clear. She turned back to him, a little embarrassed, admitting that it was difficult to walk with so many people staring at them after the public scene. With a relieved smile, she announced they could go. Just as they were about to leave, Daichi called her name. An idea struck him, and he presented her with a large, brightly colored, swirled candy on a stick, telling her to take it. She could only stare in confusion. He proudly explained that it was a type of candy from his country. Melissa's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the enormous confection, questioning if it was truly candy. She tried to put it in her mouth, but immediately protested that it wouldn't fit. Daichi cheerfully explained that she was supposed to lick it with her tongue, a suggestion that made her recoil in shock, exclaiming how vulgar that sounded. As a misunderstanding settles, Daichi enjoys his own lollipop, thinking to himself how sweet and tasty it is. His companion, Melissa, is having an even more profound experience. She exclaims that the candy is incredibly sweet and tasty, marveling at its complex flavors which far surpass any ordinary sweets she's ever had. Her delight quickly turns to professional concern. Flustered, she asks Daichi how much such a treat costs, but he simply smiles and asks if she likes it. She stares at the large candy, overwhelmed by its potential cost, and insists that she cannot accept money or goods from customers. Daichi calmly tells her not to worry, suggesting they just keep it between themselves. To settle the matter, he gently takes her hand and proposes a different arrangement, that they simply become friends. Before she can respond, he surprises her further by presenting an entire jar filled with assorted candies, urging her to take them. She stammers, completely taken aback by the gesture. Her mind races, wondering if this is some kind of bribe. He clarifies his intent, explaining that in return, he just wants her to teach him more from now on. Understanding his simple request, her apprehension vanishes, replaced by pure joy. She thanks him profusely, and he smiles back warmly, confirming his offer. He congratulates himself internally with a smug look. It was too easy, he thinks, even easier than with Karina. He concludes that sweets must be incredibly valuable in this world. As Nike peeks out from his jacket, Daichi muses that with a smile like Melissa's, he can afford to make more mistakes, even if he didn't learn anything this time. Holding her new treasures, Melissa cheerfully announces it's time for them to go. She casually asked if he had truly gone into the lint forest all by himself. Sucking on a lollipop, he confirmed that he had. Hearing this, she realized it made sense. She thought to herself that if he had been accompanied by someone from the Beltram company, they certainly wouldn't have allowed him to cause such a commotion. He resolved to find a companion for his next trip. Musing on his options, he noted that Alicia was busy and he didn't know anyone else he could ask. Believing Melissa was out of the question, he decided he would try talking with the Mages Guild. In response to his musing, she pointed out that the Adventurers Guild frequently handles requests for escort services from people gathering materials. She then offered a suggestion. Perhaps someone from there could accompany him into the forest. He considered her idea, thinking it sounded plausible. She continued, however, with a warning. The majority of adventurers who would accept such a simple request were likely to be of a low rank. He wasn't worried, reasoning that since the work was just foraging in the shallow parts of the forest, even low-ranking adventurers should be more than capable. She agreed that a month ago, she would have felt the same way and not given it a second thought. Her comment caught his attention, and he asked directly if there had been any unsettling activity in the forest over the past month. She clarified that the issue wasn't particularly within the forest itself. Her expression hardened as she confirmed, with a serious tone, that there has indeed been trouble. Before she could elaborate, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, startling him. She immediately identified the source of the noise, exclaiming that it was coming from the street market. Without a moment's hesitation, he yelled for them to go and broke into a run toward the disturbance. Caught by surprise, she called out for him to wait, but he was already dashing away. He shot off into the crowd without a second thought, leaving Melissa scrambling to keep up. "H, hold on a second," she yelled, clutching her lollipop as she was pulled along. Her mind raced, urging herself to run and not get left behind. As Daichi and Melissa headed towards the market, a sudden commotion erupted. Melissa cried out in surprise as Daichi quickly pushed her behind him. A group of rough-looking men stood nearby, their gazes menacing. The chatter of the crowd died down as tension filled the air. Daichi, looking around at the sudden shift, wondered what was happening. His eyes then fell upon a familiar figure amidst the tense onlookers. He recognized the elderly woman with glasses and called out to her. The woman turned, recognizing him as well, though she called him Sonny Boy. He gently corrected her, stating his name was Daichi. Melissa, curious, asked if he knew her. He explained that her stall had been next to his during the 4 days he had been doing business in Karam, after parting with Karina's group and processing materials at the guild. As they spoke, one of the menacing men addressed the old woman, noting that she was running late today. He then pointed out that the spot next to her was no longer open. She scoffed, remarking that it must be a hard life for some, taking a break despite the good weather. Sensing the underlying conflict, but realizing it wasn't the right time to ask, Daichi decided on a course of action and cheerfully announced he was taking a day off. He then boisterously declared for all to hear that he had made enough money to not have to work for the rest of the month. Melissa looked on, startled by his sudden loudness. His loud proclamation immediately drew the thugs' attention. They smirked amongst themselves, commenting that they had a big-shot money bags in their midst and suggested he should share some of that wealth with them. Melissa, still confused, wondered aloud if they were new merchants. Daichi, however, knew exactly what was happening. He had successfully drawn their attention and decided it was time to provoke them a bit more. The old woman, pushing her glasses up, dismissed the men as ridiculous punks who only showed up to demand protection money. Daichi's initial plan was now ruined, but he had anticipated that they were exactly this type of people. The thugs turned their full attention to Daichi. One sneered that the old woman was feisty, but that it was none of his business. He then leaned in, stating menacingly that they were going to have a nice, long talk with him now. He grins broadly at the thugs, undeterred by their menacing posture. With a cheerful tone, he informs them that unlike them, he actually works for a living and has business to attend to, asking if they can make this quick. Beside him, Melissa looks on with wide-eyed concern. His casual disrespect infuriates the men. The mustached thug bellows, accusing Daichi of mocking them. The long-haired thug grabs his companion's shoulder, shoving him slightly as he tells him to be quiet, taking the lead himself. The long-haired thug's eyes narrow, his expression turning intensely menacing. He leans in, repeating Daichi's own words back to him with a sinister promise of just how quick things will be. In a swift motion, he draws a knife and presses the cold steel against Daichi's throat. He warns the young man that whether or not he gets hurt is entirely up to him. The sudden escalation causes Melissa and the other onlookers to cry out in shock and fear. Unfazed by the blade at his neck, Daichi's expression softens into a calm, knowing smile. He agrees with the thug, calmly stating that yes, it probably does all depend on him. His serene confidence throws the thug off balance. The man's menacing demeanor falters, replaced by confusion as he demands to know what Daichi finds so funny. Just then, a young man from the crowd, Dennis, rushes forward, shouting for the thugs to stay away from Daichi. Seeing a villager trying to intervene, Daichi's expression hardens with concern. This is not a good development. He decides to end things quickly. His hand shoots out, gripping the armed thug's shoulder firmly. He gets the man's attention, reminding him of his earlier statement, that the outcome was up to him. Before the thug can process the words, Daichi strikes. A single, powerful blow connects with the man's head, knocking him unconscious instantly. The other two thugs stare, mouths agape in utter disbelief at the sudden turn of events. He doesn't hesitate. A second sharp strike sends a mustached thug collapsing to the ground. The third is also shown falling. Standing over the three incapacitated men, Daichi clenches his fist, ready for another, though the fight is already over. He stood over the defeated thugs when Melissa suddenly cried out, warning him to watch out. Before he could fully turn, another of the thugs was sent flying through the air, landing with a hard thud on the cobblestones. His eyes widened as he saw a young girl named Alicia standing where the man had been, and he called out her name in surprise. She stood triumphantly, declaring that she knew he was at the center of the chaos. However, she had completely misunderstood, believing him to be the victim. As she stepped over one of the groaning men, the crowd began to cheer, praising the young man for his victory. He turned to her with an intense glare, asking if she wanted to continue their nice long talk. Alicia looked up at him, momentarily silenced by his sharp tone. Nearby, the two thugs he had dealt with earlier began to stir on the ground, muttering about a mage and insisting they were fine. His attention snapped back to the troublemakers. He confirmed their intent to extort protection money from the townsfolk, his intense stare causing the men to flinch and stammer denials. Just then, an old woman clapped him on the back, congratulating him. She said she knew he was a mage, but was surprised by how skilled he was. The unexpected praise left him flustered. Upon seeing the old woman, Alicia's expression shifted to one of pure shock as she cried out, "Grandma." The woman immediately turned to Alicia and began to scold her for putting herself in danger. As she lectured her granddaughter, Daichi watched the exchange in utter confusion. The realization finally hit him. She was Alicia's grandmother. Blushing, Alicia corrected him, explaining that the woman was, in fact, her great-grandmother. She looks at him, confused, asking what he means. Daichi, still processing the situation, remarks on what a small world it is, expressing his surprise that she thought he was trying to flirt with her great-grandmother. He quickly denies her accusation, explaining that he was simply with someone from the Merchants Guild. Just then, a familiar voice cuts in as Frida approaches, asking if he's by himself and getting into trouble again. As he turns, his attention is immediately captured by another figure. He calls out the name Melissa in surprise. Behind him, Alicia watches the newcomer with a slight pout. With an energetic shout, Melissa stomps her feet and charges toward him, a wide, joyful grin on her face. She arrives, panting from the exertion. Daichi apologizes for the commotion, explaining that the street market falls under the guild's jurisdiction. Alicia, seeing that the situation is resolved, suggests they should all leave the area. As they prepare to depart, an older merchant whose stall was involved approaches Daichi with gratitude. He calls him Sonny Boy and promises to come by later to thank him properly. Daichi, flustered, insists there's no need for thanks. Leaning in, Melissa whispers to him that the old man is stubborn and won't be dissuaded. With an intense stare, she adds that it wouldn't feel right to her if he didn't accept the gesture. Resigned, Daichi agrees to see the merchant later. With the matter settled, they move on, leaving the incident behind as the market's lively chatter and bustle resume. Walking alongside him, Alicia asks what his plans are now. He explains that he and Melissa are on their way to the Mages Guild, a statement that clearly surprises her. Their destination is a district of impressive, multi-storied stone buildings that stand tall against the sky. He walks onward, flanked by Melissa and a beaming Alicia. The girl's cheerful presence is a stark contrast to his own confusion as he silently questions why she is tagging along. As they proceed, Melissa catches his attention, explaining that she had meant to bring something up before. She notes a troubling trend over the last month, an increase in rough-looking adventurers who have been causing disturbances, much like the ones they just encountered. He confirms her observation, admitting he had also noticed the change, but simply assumed it was the local norm. Alicia agrees with his assessment. While behind them, a group of delinquents sneer and laugh. Melissa elaborates, explaining that the problem extends beyond just low-ranked individuals. A significant number of refugees from neighboring countries have been pouring in, all claiming to be adventurers, which has also swelled the ranks of intermediate and unidentifiable people in the city. The implications trouble him. He looks up and asks if this means that should a powerful foe appear, these new adventurers would simply abandon their clients. Melissa confirms his suspicion, adding that requesting an escort from the Adventurers Guild has become a gamble, likely to result in being assigned unreliable individuals. Her expression darkens as she continues. She explains that adventurers fleeing is one problem, but a far greater one arises if they conspire with bandits or turn on their employers. The scenario sounds disturbingly familiar to Daichi, bringing back memories of Takura Village. He turns to Alicia, thinking aloud about the larger consequences. If such betrayals are indeed occurring, he reasons, then the entire credibility of the Adventurers Guild, and perhaps its very existence, would be at risk. But Melissa interrupts, her gaze sharp, revealing that this is not their only problem. The thought crosses Daichi's mind that perhaps it would be safer for him to return to making solo trips into the forest. As they continue down the cobblestone street, she reveals the other pressing issue. There have also been a large number of missing persons cases. She then delivers the most chilling detail. The missing are children. 10 cases have been reported in the last 2 weeks. The revelation stuns Daichi, his eyes widening in shock. His expression hardens as the grim reality sets in. If children are disappearing, he realizes it means they are being kidnapped. Melissa confirms his fear, stating that this is precisely what they suspect. She elaborates that the 10 or so cases are only those that have been made public. The true number, she warns, would likely double if it included unreported disappearances from orphanages and the slums. While most victims are children, Melissa continues, the possibility of adults being targeted isn't zero. She points out that as a business partner of the Beltram company with enough capital to start his own shop, Daichi himself is a prime target. He grimaces at the thought, realizing he's essentially a sitting duck. Melissa adds to his concern, noting that she heard he is a foreigner with no relatives in the area, making him an even more isolated and vulnerable mark. Trying to lighten the mood, he suggests she must be worried about him getting kidnapped, reminding her that she's seen his true strength. Melissa concedes that he is definitely tougher than she first imagined, but her tone carries a hint of reservation. Her doubt quickly turns to intensity as she grabs him, shouting that his power is useless if he's caught off guard. Alicia rushes to her side, agreeing vehemently that it's crucial for him not to be alone right now. He holds up his hands to placate them, assuring them he is fully aware of the dangers of entering the forest alone. Petting Nike on his shoulder, he promises to be careful, hoping to earn their trust. Since he must go to the forest, Melissa proposes a solution. He needs to speak with the Mages Guild. She explains that their guild is far more exclusive than the Adventurers Guild, requiring an introduction from trusted mage. The best course of action, she concludes, is to hire one of them as a bodyguard. He crosses his arms, considering her words. He understands now. The Mages Guild operates on a completely different level of scrutiny compared to the Adventurers Guild, which seems to accept anyone. Just then, Alicia clears her throat, her face flushed. She announces that she has a few things she needs to do and turns away abruptly. Daichi, slightly puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, simply agrees. While Alicia stood quietly by, Daichi turned to Melissa, curious about who had introduced him. He wondered aloud if it was the leader of the Beltram company, but Melissa clarified that it was actually Karina Kirsch who had provided the introduction. She continued with sparkling eyes, explaining that Miss Karina is the daughter of the esteemed Count Kirsch family. Karina herself, appearing in his memory, added that as a B-rank mage, she was more than qualified to vouch for him. Melissa sighed in admiration, remarking on how wonderful Karina was. He looked up, processing this new information, before his expression went completely blank as the pieces fell into place. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. That gluttonous girl he had met was the daughter of a count. Sometime later, as they walked, Melissa reassured him that with such significant backing, the guild would surely be accommodating to his request for a guard. With a burst of excitement, she announced that they had arrived. They stood before a large, stately stone building, the sound of a heavy door echoing slightly. Stepping inside, Melissa cheerfully announced their presence to the quiet, formal-looking reception hall. He remarked that the building was smaller than he'd thought. Melissa explained that people say the Merchants Guild is focused on appearance, but the Mages Guild values practicality. With a sly wink, she told him it's easier to see for himself what awaits them inside. At the Mages Guild, Melissa confidently approaches the front desk with Daichi and Alicia in tow. She announces to the receptionist that Daichi is there to register. The man behind the counter, a calm, bespectacled official, acknowledges her statement. He confirms that this is the first step for the young man to join their ranks. He then asks Mr. Asakura for his letter of recommendation. The request catches Daichi by surprise, and he pauses to think, trying to recall such a letter, while Melissa watches with a knowing smirk. From nearby, Karina whispers to Daichi, reminding him of the sealed envelope she had given him. The memory clicks into place. He had simply tossed it into his item box and forgotten. He quickly retrieves it and hands it to the receptionist. He takes the letter, but his professional composure shatters as he reads the sender's name. His eyes widen in disbelief as he exclaims that the recommendation is from Lady Karina Kirsch. Before he can fully process this, Melissa interjects. She clarifies that while this next one isn't an official letter of introduction, it is from the guild leader of the Beltram company. She then presents a stack of additional letters, urging the receptionist to accept them as well. The man is stunned silent by the mention of the powerful Beltram company, his mind reeling. The source of the other letters is quickly revealed as Frida and Jeffrey step forward. Jeffrey explains that they are also letters of recommendation from 3 other B-rank mages, just like Lady Kirsch. Frida confirms one is from her, leaving the receptionist utterly speechless. He shuffles through the documents on his desk, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. A recommendation from the daughter of a count, another from the guild leader of the Beltram Company, and now 3 more from B-rank mages on top of that. Completely overwhelmed, the receptionist leans forward, whispering in astonishment. He can only wonder about the true identity of the young man standing before him. As the receptionist stood frozen, Melissa glanced over at Daichi before leaning in to whisper to the bewildered man. She confessed that his guess was as good as hers. She had no idea who this boy was either. The man slid an application form across the counter, instructing Daichi to fill in the required information and wait. Daichi hesitated, telling Melissa he didn't want to write down where he was from. She advised him to just leave the section about magic blank, which he agreed to. Having composed himself, the receptionist announced he would take a look at the documents. As he reached for them, however, he tripped and crashed loudly into a stack of wooden crates. Daichi watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that the man was finished. From behind the counter's grate, the flustered man offered his deepest apologies for the delay and thanked Daichi for his courtesy. As he spoke, a soft meow echoed through the room. The sound came from Nike, who had just hopped on a counter. The receptionist stared, remarking that he'd never seen such a breed before. Daichi casually confirmed it was a cute cat. The receptionist agreed, though he was sweating profusely as a menacing aura seemed to emanate from the small creature. Melissa watched the man's reaction with a knowing look, wondering if this was happening again. The receptionist's eyes shot wide with shock as he stared back at her, his face a mask of disbelief. He leaned forward and whispered to Daichi, questioning if the cat-like creature was some sort of monster, claiming it had just floated. Daichi, petting Nike, dismissed his concern as silly, stating that it was just a continental kitty and that cats don't float. Melissa intervened, whispering a logical counterpoint to the receptionist. She reminded him that the creature had been traveling with the Beltram Company and several B-rank mages, who would surely have noticed if it were a monster. The man conceded that she was right and that he understood. His immediate panic subsiding, he turned his attention back to the paperwork. He announced his intention to review the application again, but his expression remained one of utter shock, sweat beading on his brow. Daichi, noticing the receptionist's stunned silence, looked up from his spot and innocently asked if there was a problem. He explained to the guild receptionist that he was under the impression he only needed to fill out what was convenient. The man pointed to the application form, which was mostly blank, questioning if this was truly all he had written. He then gave a deep bow, offering his thanks. The receptionist, seemingly placated for the moment, replied that it should be sufficient and thanked him in return. The receptionist then waved a dismissive hand toward Melissa, who looked on with an annoyed expression. He let out a weary sigh, turning back to his work at the counter. She leaned in close to Daichi, whispering that leaving his nationality and place of birth blank was strange, noting that even travelers typically provide that information. He cheerfully suggested that instead of grilling him, she should just ask him directly. Melissa shot back, questioning what kind of inconvenience would prevent someone from writing down where they were born. The receptionist suddenly slammed his hands on the counter and roared. He shouted that there was no way he could ask Daichi such a direct question, given that he was recommended by both the Beltram Company and the household of Count Kirsch. She roared back, telling him to stop bothering her with every little thing. If that was the case, she demanded, then he should have no problem just registering him without any issues. His argument lost. The receptionist slumped onto the counter in defeat, agreeing to proceed with the registration. Melissa, meanwhile, celebrated their victory. With the matter seemingly settled, he turned and confirmed that the registration was complete. He then asked if they could now arrange the transfer of the store to him. The man, trembling and adjusting his glasses, interrupted. He nervously asked if he could at least witness Daichi's magic. Daichi considered this, wondering aloud if perhaps they weren't actually finished after all. He asked the guild receptionist where exactly he was supposed to demonstrate his abilities. The man leaned out of a nearby doorway, explaining that since Mr. Asakura uses non-elemental magic, the courtyard would be the most suitable place. He agreed, provided his 2 companions could come along. The receptionist had no objection. Nearby, Melissa watched with a weary expression, thinking to herself that this was going to be a nightmare. Hearing they were allowed to watch, Alicia grabbed Melissa with unbridled excitement, shouting for them to go. The group stepped out into a massive, open-air courtyard surrounded by the guild hall's impressive architecture. Daichi was stunned into silence, and a receptionist asked if he was surprised. He looked around in awe, admitting he had no idea it would be so spacious. He finally understood what Melissa had meant by the guild's practicality. His companions were equally impressed. Melissa let out an appreciative whoa, while Alicia commented that the sight of magic brought back memories. Alicia then asked Melissa if this was her first time seeing it as well. Melissa confirmed that she'd only heard stories. Alicia then turned to Daichi, playfully questioning why he'd hyped it up so much when he had never seen himself. The receptionist raised a hand, calling for their attention. He explained the procedure. Since Daichi uses non-elemental magic, they would first test the strength of his gear enchantment. Afterward, a test of his physical enhancement would be carried out in a light spar. Daichi grew concerned, wondering if this was truly the place for such a test. As he finished speaking, a figure on a distant balcony slammed a massive 2-handed sword down onto the railing with a loud bang, readying himself. The swordsman then leaped from the balcony, landing gracefully in the courtyard below. Daichi watched, surprised, asking if his opponent was a swordsman. The receptionist clarified that while he looked the part, he was actually a mage who, like Daichi, specialized in non-elemental magic. He faces his examiner, a large swordsman who introduces himself as Alan. The guild receptionist explains that Alan will be overseeing the test. Daichi admits he has no experience with swordsmanship, but Alan warmly reassures him, stating that he's a complete newbie at swordsmanship himself, and that Daichi shouldn't hold back. The receptionist then proudly adds that Alan is a B-rank mage who achieved his rank using only non-elemental magic. Alan laughs heartily, admitting that it's the only thing he's truly good at. Moving on to the first part of the exam, the receptionist directs Daichi's attention to a longsword resting on a rack. He explains that Daichi must use gear enchantment to cut through a series of thick wooden pillars set up in the courtyard. As Daichi takes the sword, the receptionist offers some final reassurance. He tells him not to worry, as an inability to cut the pillars doesn't mean automatic failure. He simply encourages Daichi to relax and give it a try. With the long sword in hand, his expression hardens with focus. From the sidelines, he hears Melissa and Alicia cheering him on, their voices filled with encouragement. The receptionist gives the command to begin, instructing him to cut the wooden pillar to his left. Alan watches with arms crossed, adding his own encouragement for the kid to do it. In an instant, he dashes forward, his body low and his eyes fixed on the target. A clean, swift arc of the blade slices effortlessly through the thick pillar. The sound startles both Alan and the receptionist, their eyes wide with disbelief. Below, Melissa and Alicia erupt in joyous cheers, amazed by the display. Without breaking his momentum, he pivots and flings the severed top of the pillar into the air. He then leaps off another pillar, launching himself towards the airborne block of wood and slicing it cleanly in two as his friends watch in awe. He lands perfectly as the two halves of the wooden block crash to the ground behind him, crumbling on impact. His gaze remains sharp, his stance ready. He stands over the shattered remains of the test pillars, a satisfied look on his face. The training he'd asked Karina to continue even after they arrived in Karam had clearly paid off. With a final groan, the last standing piece of the pillar collapses. His display leaves his companions in awe. Melissa cheers, calling it amazing, while Alicia marvels that an enchanted wooden sword could cut through iron. Turning from the wreckage, he addresses the examiners, asking if his performance was acceptable. The guild receptionist is left speechless, stammering in disbelief. Seeing the man's hesitation, Daichi leans in with an intense gaze, getting right in his face to ask the guildman if he is finished. Suddenly, the receptionist slams his hands down on a nearby surface, startling Daichi. "Wait, hold on," he shouts, demanding to know what in the world that was. He continues his tirade, pointing out that while Daichi was told to cut the pillars, he got carried away and did all of them. The receptionist insists that what he just witnessed should not even be possible. Daichi, slightly confused, tries to explain that it would have been boring to just cut them horizontally, so he added a vertical cut. But the receptionist cuts him off, shouting that his point is about something else entirely. Why did he use a wooden sword to cut the iron pillar? The man roars that he was only supposed to cut the wooden pillar with a wooden sword. Daichi defensively retorts that the receptionist was the one who told him to do it, a claim immediately backed up by both Melissa and Alicia, who shout that they heard him say it. The receptionist, exasperated, finally clarifies the test's actual rules. Daichi was supposed to use the designated sword for each pillar, the bronze sword for the steel pillar and the steel sword for the iron one. By that logic, he shouldn't have been able to cut the iron pillar at all. He holds up the wooden sword, pointing out that despite the rules, he did manage to cut them. Therefore, he reasons there shouldn't be a problem. The examiner, utterly defeated, can only concede that he isn't wrong. From a distance, the swordsman Alan observes the aftermath. He notes to the others that the examiner is crying. Melissa remarks what a poor guy he is, as the receptionist can be seen shaking in the background, completely overwhelmed. As the swordsman looked on from the testing area, the guild receptionist stood beside Daichi, sweating and hissing in disbelief. Breaking the stunned silence, Daichi calmly asked what they needed to do next. His answer came in a roar from the examiner, whose voice boomed through the hall, officially declaring Daichi's non-elemental magic to be C rank. He remained on his knees, utterly crushed. The examiner couldn't believe that such power was only C rank, worrying that people would underestimate him. Daichi, however, seemed pleased, thinking it wasn't a bad result at all, and offered a polite thank you. This only deepened the examiner's despair, who now felt his own B rank was meaningless as Daichi resolved his next course of action. The guild receptionist, snapping into a panic, quickly ushered Daichi along, insisting they get him registered as a C rank adventurer right away. Moments later, he sat on the floor in the waiting area, fidgeting nervously between a silent Alicia and Melissa. His anxious state was broken when Nike suddenly leaped onto his lap. The receptionist cried out as the cat began licking his face, and Melissa teasingly asked if he'd gone weak at the knees, a fact he embarrassingly admitted. With the registration complete, she turned to Daichi and handed him a metallic tag marked with a C. She confirmed his new status as a C-rank mage and warned him not to lose the important item. He took the tag, remarking that the process had taken longer than he'd thought. At that moment, a loud growl erupted from his stomach, catching Alicia's attention. She noted that it was already past noon and suggested they postpone the property handover. Daichi then turned to a blushing Melissa and asked if she was hungry too. Her face lit up as she proposed they visit a nearby shop owned by a friend. Daichi cheered in agreement, and the group decided to get lunch before resuming their business later in the afternoon. The market streets buzz with activity, the air filled with the chatter of shoppers and merchants. Stalls overflow with goods, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, Daichi, Alicia, and Melissa wander through the market, each enjoying various snacks from street stalls. As they ate, Daichi remarked that it was nice to eat on the go for a change. Melissa, her mouth full, enthusiastically agreed, declaring that she simply had to try everything. She then announced that they had one last place to visit before they were done. Daichi, intrigued, asked if it was her friend's place. He followed up, asking if her friend also ran a street stall. Melissa clarified that it was nothing like that, explaining that her friend is a sister at the church who helps run a stall for the local orphanage to raise funds. Thinking of her friend's kindness, Melissa pointed towards their destination. With their destination in sight, she waved enthusiastically, calling out a cheerful greeting to someone named Fiona. Her call caused a young woman in a dark nun's habit to jolt in surprise, her face obscured by her bangs and wimple. Someone nearby murmured Melissa's name in recognition. The children at the stall recognized Melissa, but one sadly informed her that lunch was over, with only leftovers remaining. Daichi, looking towards the sister, asked if that was the girl they were there to see. Melissa confirmed her name is Fiona, though she noted her face was hidden. Daichi looked on, intrigued. He is taken aback when Melissa leans in close, patting his head and casually mentioning that leftovers are fine by her. Her affectionate gesture sends the children into a frenzy. One of them excitedly asks when big sis Melissa got a boyfriend, while another squeals with delight. Daichi, caught in the middle, can only think that he doesn't even have a tail like her. Their attention then swivels to Sister Fiona. They playfully taunt her, declaring that she lost out to Melissa and will have to try harder, causing the sister to become flustered. The playful interrogation continues as the children surround Fiona. One offers to help her forget about Daichi, while others accuse him of stringing her along or even cheating. Beside the uncomfortable young man, Alicia peeks out shyly. In response to the commotion, Sister Fiona bows deeply, apologizing for the children's behavior. Daichi tries to brush it off, saying they're just kids, though Alicia questions his composure. Nearby, Melissa erupts, vehemently denying that Daichi is her boyfriend and insisting she would never be strung along. She clarifies that he is merely a customer from the guild, her outburst noted by the children. She then formally introduces the group as the annoying little brats from the orphanage, quickly amending her statement to the precious children. The children, including Rick, Jack, and Nina, all offer a cheerful greeting. She goes on to introduce Daichi as Mr. Asakura, a merchant and a valued guild customer. When she adds that Alicia is a B-rank mage, the children look on in amazement. With a sudden, affectionate embrace that startles the sister, Melissa introduces her friend. She explains that this is Sister Fiona, a childhood friend who now serves as a priestess at the church. The sister bows politely, formally introducing herself. Daichi extends a hand for a handshake, introducing himself as well. As he does, Alicia tugs on Fiona's sleeve, insisting she just be called Alicia. His hand is suddenly seized by both of hers. As Fiona grabs it, her wimple shifts, revealing more of her face and a pair of intensely sparkling eyes. With an earnest plea, she asks to be allowed to buy everything he has left, leaving both Daichi and Alicia completely stunned. He remains flustered by Sister Fiona's sudden, intense business proposal. She holds his hands, her own trembling as she pleads with him. Nearby, Alicia observes the scene, thinking to herself that another heart has been captivated by the sister. The moment is broken when Melissa shoves Fiona forward, shouting Daichi's name. She explains loudly that Fiona is just incredibly shy. Following her outburst, Melissa begins dragging both Fiona and Alicia away, announcing their departure. Still kneeling, Daichi glares after them, muttering about what that all meant and warning them not to come crying to him later. He quickly gets up and grabs Melissa's arm, stopping her. He asks why she's in such a hurry to leave, reminding her that they're childhood friends. With a sigh, Melissa admits she was careless and let her guard down. She then explains Fiona's behavior, revealing that because the sister is so adorable, she has been constantly approached by men since she was young, leading her to develop an intense fear of them. As Daichi stands stunned by this revelation, Melissa holds him back by his hood. She tells him he should have mentioned something sooner, and now that he knows the full story, he must not grab Fiona's hands or do anything similar again. He turns, his expression determined. He insists that this new information is all the more reason for him to return. Feeling terrible for having terrified her, he declares his intention to go back and apologize. Hearing his sincere plea, Melissa sighs and relents, stating that she is trusting him. From around a corner, Daichi asks her to believe in him, and Alicia quietly affirms her own trust as well. Just as the matter seems settled, a sudden, piercing scream shatters the relative quiet, jolting Daichi, Melissa, and Alicia to high alert. The source of the commotion is a group of thugs harassing the orphans at their stall. One of the men slams his hand down on their table, aggressively questioning if brats from an orphanage can even run a business or count to 10. Daichi's expression hardens into a grim scowl as he takes in the scene. He sees that the children are in trouble and immediately barges through the crowd, determined to help. As they move, he remarks that he's seen his fair share of thugs recently. Melissa agrees, noting with a sneer that they seem to have multiplied like cockroaches over the last few months. Alicia, unfamiliar with the city's underbelly, asks if such people are really that common. The city has indeed seen a massive influx of adventurers from neighboring towns and cities. Most of them, having failed to make ends meet, are low-rank individuals with poor reputations. In short, they're the kind of people the city does not welcome. His gaze sharpens as he assesses them from a distance, noting their cheap and poorly maintained equipment. Despite their appearance, he warns his companions not to let their guard down. He can see that there are some mages and skilled adventurers mixed in with the rabble. He explains that since arriving in Karam, his connection with Klaus from the trading company has allowed him to browse tons of high-quality weapons, which has sharpened his intuition for these things. He reflects that he has already learned the hard way what happens when one is careless. Melissa, pointing at him, remarks that he must seem like some kind of naive optimist to her. With a serious glare, Daichi confirms he understands the stakes and will not be letting his guard down. Turning his attention to his companion, he tells Nike that he's counting on him if things turn into a scrap. The small cat pops its head out from his hood in response. He lifts Nike up, confident that he has the most reliable partner he could ask for. The cat lets out a determined cry. Meanwhile, at the stall, one of the orphan boys shouts at the thugs, telling them they're already closed and to go home. A large thug roars back, threatening to teach the mouthy little shit how to respect his elders. Another thug muses aloud, wondering if anyone would notice if they snatched and sold one or two more kids, since more seem to keep appearing every day. Sister Fiona steps forward, bowing her head low. She apologizes for the children's rudeness, pleading with the men to forgive them and leave it at that. As she does, Daichi's hardened eye watches the scene unfold, while the children behind Fiona look on in shock. As he watched, the situation deteriorated. One of the thugs roared at a crying orphan to shut her mouth, his eyes then falling on another girl, remarking that she looked like she would fetch a good price. The children wailed in terror, while Sister Fiona tried desperately to soothe them, telling them it was okay. The man then decided he preferred a different target, reaching past the children for Sister Fiona herself. Melissa, watching from nearby, let out a fierce, protective snarl as Fiona gasped, her eyes wide with fear. Before the thug's hand could make contact, Daichi moved. He seized the man's wrist, twisting it back with brutal force. As the man cried out in agony, Daichi offered a serene smile, telling him to remove his hand and apologizing for the scare. Sister Fiona could only stare in shock. The sudden violence left her trembling and speechless. Tears streamed down her face as she struggled to process the rapid turn of events. From a short distance away, Alicia and Melissa observed the scene. Melissa wore a look of smug satisfaction, while Alicia's expression was more reserved. He tightened his grip, his voice low as he asked the thug if he needed his arm twisted right off. Writhing in pain, the man pleaded for him to stop. Daichi looked down at him with disdain, calling him pathetic. He noted how the man acted tough when facing women and children, but as soon as he was confronted by another man, he was reduced to a bawling mess. The other thugs, seeing their companion neutralized, began shouting threats. They demanded to know who Daichi was, warning that he would pay for laying hands on them, and that he'd be the one in tears once they called the guards. Daichi simply blinked at them, unimpressed. His calm indifference seemed to provoke the onlookers, who glared at him menacingly. He considered their words, wondering if they were actually serious about calling the guards. Suddenly, Melissa stepped forward, announcing herself as a staff member of the Merchants Guild and a witness. She pointed an accusatory finger at the lead thug, declaring loudly that his man had been the one to strike first. The thug's face contorted with rage, realizing he couldn't easily escape the situation. Her declaration as a witness galvanizes the onlookers. One man points at the thug whose arm is being twisted, shouting that he was the one who laid hands on Sister Fiona first. Others in the crowd quickly agree, offering to serve as witnesses as well. This public defiance enrages the thug leader. He roars at the crowd, threatening that when the guards arrive, they had all better keep their mouths shut. He vows to remember every single one of their names and faces. He then turns his intimidating gaze back to Melissa. Leaning in close, he mockingly asks what exactly a little lady from the Merchants Guild does and demands to know her name. Meanwhile, another of the thugs, this one wearing a helmet, tells Daichi he'd better let his companion go now. He chuckles, confident that they'll get Daichi's name one way or another as soon as the guard arrives. Daichi's response is not verbal. He applies more pressure, and a sickening crunch echoes as the thug's arm breaks under the strain. The man screams in agony. The helmeted thug shouts at Daichi, warning him of the consequences when the guards get there. This confirms Daichi's suspicion. These men have connections within the guard. The realization makes the situation interesting to him. His expression hardens into an intense glare. He asks the thugs if they truly believe they will all still be in one piece by the time the guard arrives. His sudden, menacing threat stuns the thugs. They stare, bewildered, asking what he's talking about, and if he's lost his mind, as the very air around him seems to crackle with pressure. Seeing the situation escalating toward extreme violence, a trembling Sister Fiona steps forward. She pleads with Daichi, begging him not to do anything reckless for the sake of the orphanage. He turns to her, his menacing aura vanishing completely. With a reassuring wink, he introduces himself to Miss Fiona, stating his name is Daichi Asakura. He paid her no mind. Sister Fiona, her face etched with fear, pleaded with Mr. Asakura to stop and wait for the guards to arrive. Her plea went unanswered. Daichi remained silent as she and the children huddled behind her trembled, their eyes wide with apprehension. As he stood firm, Melissa also urged him to wait, acknowledging the thugs' boasts about their connections, but questioning how much power they truly had. The children cried out in unison, begging their big bro to listen to the sister, terrified that he was going to get hurt. He ignored their collective pleas, turning his head just enough to glance at Alicia. She met his gaze with a serene, confident smile, assuring him that she had his back. Bolstered by her support, he turned his attention forward once more. He noted with a grim certainty that he now held the undivided attention of the entire crowd that had gathered. His quiet observation was shattered by one of the thugs, who lunged forward aggressively. The man demanded to know what Daichi had been saying, accusing him of suddenly going silent and acting scared. The young man simply pinched his nose, his expression utterly unimpressed. "You stink," he stated flatly, leaving the thug and his companion momentarily confused. The insult hung in the air, causing a few onlookers to chuckle. Daichi continued, musing aloud about the foul smell he'd been noticing and bluntly asking the man if he ever washed himself. The thug could only stammer in shocked disbelief. His eyes narrowed with contempt. "That's the stench," he clarified. "The cowardice to bully women and children only to then hide behind guards." The thugs' faces twisted in rage. Before they could move, a dark, crackling energy erupted from Daichi's hand. "That's my line," he snarled, his voice filled with fury. "Don't fuck with me." His singular, unwavering thought was to protect the orphanage. In the crowded market, a group of thugs looms over Fiona, Melissa, Alicia, and the children, their faces twisted in anger. They roar a warning not to be trifled with. While the others recoil in fear, Daichi Asakura watches with a calm, unwavering gaze, his mind set on protecting the orphanage. He acts in an instant. With a flick of his fingers, a small object spins through the air, cracking against one thug's helmet before ricocheting with a sharp thud into another's face. Both men are stunned by the swift, precise attack. Before the third can react, Daichi closes the distance and slams his forehead into the man's face with a sickening whack. The crowd gasps. Fiona and Alicia cry out his name in alarm as a nearby merchant exclaims that an adventurer just headbutted a traitor. He staggers back from the force of his own blow, rubbing his head and muttering about the pain. Below, the dazed thug is stomped on by one of his own confused companions, his eyes wide with shock. The lead thug, seeing his men reeling, shouts for them to wait, protesting that he hadn't yet given the order to engage. His two subordinates wobble unsteadily, clutching their heads in a dizzy stupor. Daichi ignores him, facing the group and cracking his knuckles with purpose. His eyes narrow as he declares it's payback time. The remaining thug flinches, his face a mask of fear. He moves like lightning, his fist connecting squarely with another thug's jaw. The impact sends the man flying, and the rest of the group collapses in a heap on the cobblestones. Enraged, the leader draws his sword, roaring for his men to get him. But before the blade can even begin its arc, Daichi rushes in, burying his fist deep into the man's stomach with a resounding slam. The force of the blow sends the leader spinning through the air, upside down and gasping for breath. He crashes to the ground and collapses, shuddering. Daichi stands over his defeated opponents, the immediate threat neutralized. Suddenly, another man lunges forward, swinging his sword. Daichi sidesteps the attack with ease, causing the assailant to stumble and fall. As the man looks up from the ground in shock, Daichi calmly advises him to watch his feet. He looks up just as his new challenger's foot descends in a powerful kick, the force of the blow booming through the air. The masked man's knife clatters to the ground. In a flash, Daichi has already moved inside his opponent's guard, seizing his arm and neutralizing the threat. With the briefest of struggles, the masked adventurer crumples to the ground, defeated. Daichi stands over him, his expression unchanged, while the previously dispatched thugs lie unconscious nearby. He lets out a quiet exhale as the crowd of onlookers erupts and cheers, one man shouting that his display was amazing. Sister Fiona and the children watch with relief. The townsfolk, buzzing with excitement, express their satisfaction with the outcome, but begin to wonder aloud who this mysterious young man could be. Ignoring the crowd's questions, his gaze fixes on Alicia, who stands nearby. From a collar of his hoodie, Nike peeks out, observing the scene. He turns to her with a warm smile, asking if she was worried about him for a moment. Alicia simply shakes her head in response. She looks at him with complete confidence, stating plainly that she never doubted him for a minute. Her unwavering faith leaves Daichi slightly abashed. Their moment is cut short by a sudden rattling sound. Both of them turn their attention toward the growing commotion in the crowd. The noise grows louder as armored guards begin forcing their way through the onlookers, shouting for everyone to make way and move on. He watches the armed figures approach, his expression calm as he quietly acknowledges their arrival. The sound of their armor rattling echoes through the marketplace square, which is now littered with the unconscious bodies of the thugs and the masked adventurer he had just dispatched. With a clatter of armored boots on the cobblestones, the city guards march into the scene, their faces grim as they survey the aftermath. Nearby, one of the fallen men groans in pain. The lead guard kneels to check on his men, lamenting the mess. In response, one of the conscious thugs struggles to breathe, weakly pointing a finger and accusing Daichi of attacking them without any provocation. The young man remains silent, his gaze steady as the accusation is leveled against him. Beside him, Alicia looks on with growing worry. Accepting the thug's account, the guards turn their full attention to Daichi. The captain states that while they heard about a scrap between adventurers, this has gone too far. Another guard sneers, warning him that this will not end well for him. Before they can act, Sister Fiona pushes past Daichi, placing herself between him and the guards. She pleads with them to wait, insisting that he was only helping them. Her sudden intervention catches him by surprise, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. Though Fiona trembles, she stands her ground, her face set with resolve. Her courage inspires the orphan children. They erupt in an uproar, shouting that she's right, that Daichi did nothing wrong, and that the thugs are the real villains. The children's cries galvanize the entire crowd of onlookers. Voices rise from all around, corroborating the story. They confirm that the thugs initiated the conflict by harassing the sister and that the fight was entirely justified, creating a racket of support for their defender. In response to the public outcry, one of the city guards roars for silence, declaring that any explanations can be made down at the station. The guard's shout startles Sister Fiona, who flinches as he bellows for anyone not directly involved to clear the area immediately. Daichi steps forward, his expression hardening. He tells the guard there is no need to shout at women and children, accusing him of trying to intimidate them. The guard glares back, muttering an insult. The mustache guard leader turns to his subordinate, conceding that while he doesn't know about the other three assailants, the two conscious ones are clearly guilty. He then directs his sharp gaze to Daichi, who flinches slightly. The guard leader suggests that this is how Daichi ends up siding with criminals, which in turn emboldens them to think they can get away with anything. Before the tense standoff can escalate, a new voice cuts through the air. A young woman with cat-like features swiftly moves between Daichi and the guards, announcing that there seems to be a misunderstanding. She introduces herself as Melissa from the Commercial Guild, offering to act as a witness to the entire event. She states with conviction that the fault lies entirely with the adventurers, explaining that Daichi was merely defending himself after they assaulted the sister. Her testimony emboldens the onlookers. One man shouts that they will back her up, and another adds that they overheard the thugs discussing kidnapping the children. A flustered guard tells them to stay out of it, but his command is lost in the rising clamor. The commotion is abruptly silenced by the arrival of a higher-ranking officer. The other guards stiffen, their expressions shifting to apprehension as the stern-faced commander surveys the scene. He clears his throat, catching the attention of subordinate. The commander then points toward the injured thugs and issues his first order. Find a mage who can heal them. He scanned the crowd, his voice booming as he called for anyone capable of using water magic to provide emergency treatment until a proper healer arrived. From among the onlookers, a hand timidly rose. His attention turned to the source, a young sister from a church. He asked if she could do anything for the injured men. She nervously affirmed that she could, at least a little. She elaborated, stating she could likely stabilize them enough to prevent their deaths. That was sufficient for the commander, who urged her to begin, adding with a dismissive wave that she need not concern herself with certain delicate injuries. With the immediate medical situation handled, he turned his sharp gaze towards the center of the commotion, introducing himself as Aaron, the squad leader of the men now being treated. He demanded to know what had happened. Melissa, still clinging to Daichi's arm, began to explain that they had rushed over upon hearing of a fight between adventurers, gesturing to indicate that Daichi was the cause of it all. His eyes narrowed, focusing solely on Daichi. He questioned incredulously if the young man was truly responsible for incapacitating his entire squad alone. Before Daichi could answer, Melissa frantically prompted him to show the squad leader his guild identification. Realizing her point, Daichi began a search for it. He handed the identification over. The moment Aaron's eyes fell upon it, his face went rigid with disbelief, sweat beading on his brow. Daichi, however, met his stunned gaze with a calm, questioning look of his own, asking who this man was. Daichi presents a document to the guard commander, whose eyes widen as he recognizes the seal. It is an official merchant's guild identification. The commander, taken aback, asks if Daichi is really a merchant. With a simple smile, Daichi confirms that he is. His companion, Melissa, erupts in protest, grabbing him and demanding to know why he would show a merchant's pass when he has a mage's guild identification. Daichi, flustered, explains that he was told the mage's guild isn't trusted in this area. The commander listens, a look of understanding dawning on his face as he remarks on Daichi's skill. Melissa, however, points insistently at the document, telling him to check the issue date. Before he can, Daichi holds up a peace sign and calmly announces that he, Asakura, was registered that very day and was immediately certified as C rank, stunning the onlookers into silence. His statement sends a ripple of murmurs through the gathered crowd as he and Melissa stand as the center of everyone's attention. The guard commander processes this new information. He muses that it's not so strange for a C rank mage to cause a commotion, then breaks into a loud, hearty laugh. He turns and grabs one of his subordinates by the collar, telling the terrified guard that they should be grateful they're still alive after picking a fight with someone of that level. Meanwhile, another guard approaches Daichi to apologize, stating that it's clear the other party was the one who initiated the violence. The commander watches the exchange from distance. He concludes that this situation is different. This is a real fight. With a final look, he turns and walks away. He lay on the cobblestones, piecing the events together. It seemed an overconfident adventurer had initiated violence, and the young man had simply retaliated. The commander questioned the details of what had transpired. Pushing himself to his feet, He assessed the situation. No matter how he looked at it, the boy seemed stronger than the 5 men he had just defeated. He concluded that it was best to concede. Picking a fight was not the right move. Daichi watched, a sense of awe washing over him. He was struck by the realization that even among the city guards, there were individuals of such remarkable character. He was soon joined by his companions, who were visibly relieved. He tried to downplay the situation, explaining that his actions were merely excessive self-defense and that his water magic was nothing special. From a distance, Karina watched, glad they seemed to understand. The guard commander approached them, his tone formal. He stated that a debriefing was necessary and requested that Daichi and his party accompany him to the station. His words sent a jolt of panic through Melissa and Alicia. They grabbed onto Daichi, worried that if they went to the station, the guards might reverse their decision and not let them go. Seeing their distress, Daichi quickly spoke up to reassure everyone. He rapidly declared his affiliations. His guardian was with the Asakura Guild, his patron was with the Bertram Trading Company, and his other guardian was with the Kirsch Mages Guild. The revelation left Melissa utterly stunned. As the group headed off, Karina watched from afar. She processed the new information. Daichi was now a ward of the Bertram noble house, and also connected to her own family, the Kirsch. She mused that it would be problematic if he brought trouble to their name, but decided it was fine for him to go to the station, reminding herself to handle the delicate situation with care. The guard commander also observed their departure, turning to his subordinate. He gave a word of caution, pondering aloud how they should handle this complicated matter. Daichi, however, paused for a moment, looking back at the unconscious adventurers being loaded onto a cart. He briefly wondered if they might know something useful, but then dismissed the thought. He speaks to the guard commander with a confident smile, explaining that while he is indeed strong, there will be no issue as long as he is handled correctly. To further prove his standing, he presents another document. The commander's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes it. A letter of introduction from the head of the Bertram Trading Company, addressed to a Lord Denelli. He calmly points out that Lord Denelli is the commander's employer, and asks that if they should meet, the commander pass along his apologies. A bead of sweat rolls down the commander's face as he struggles to comprehend the situation, finally asking who Daichi truly is. The young man simply smiles in response. He then clarifies that he didn't present all of this just to make excuses for his actions. Turning to his companions, he outlines their next steps. They will eat, then deal with the property matter. He adds that he cannot show his face at the church or the orphanage for the time being, a statement that visibly startles Karina. He looks back to the commander, confirming that this arrangement is acceptable. The commander quickly agrees, assuring him it's fine and that he will hold the other adventurers in custody until Daichi's debriefing is concluded. He makes one more request, that the commander refrain from questioning the sister or anyone at the orphanage until his own statement is finished. The commander concedes, stating that he can manage that much. With a slight bow of his head, Daichi thanks him for his cooperation. With the immediate situation resolved, he walks through the town with Alicia, his mind already processing the tangled connections between the thugs, the kidnapping, the adventurers, and the city guard. He watches as Sister Fiona reassures the children, telling them everything is all right now. As she comforts a crying girl, he resolves that there is something he needs to investigate. Before he can act on that thought, a lavish feast materializes on the table before him, startling everyone present. He picks up a rice ball and smiles warmly, explaining that since they were all having trouble eating, he hoped they would join it. The children erupt in cheers, excitedly asking if he is serious. One shouts with joy, calling him Big Brother, and exclaiming how generous he is. As they all begin to eat with gusto, Karina turns to Melissa, who is watching with a knowing smile, and asks if she was the one who bought all the food. Later, Daichi finds himself outside a sturdy stone building, the local real estate office. Inside, Melissa gestures towards the property, recommending it highly. Daichi, with Nike perched on his shoulder, remarks on its impressive size. She agrees, noting that the previous owner had it extensively modified. Alicia suddenly appears, adding that the previous owner's main request was for the building to be sturdy. When Daichi asks about her presence, Melissa explains that Alicia had an errand to run and has just returned. He studies the floor plan, thinking it's an ideal match for his requirements, though he remains cautious about anything that seems too perfect. Melissa informs him that the building was constructed 3 years ago and has been vacant for the last year. He presses further, asking why the previous owner only stayed for 2 years. Flustered for a moment, Melissa asks him to wait as she searches for the information. A moment later, she triumphantly holds up a document, announcing that she has found the answer. She began to explain the history of the property's previous owner, gesturing towards an ornate portrait. The man depicted, she detailed, was the 80-year-old fifth son of a viscount. He had been invited to the Royal University as a researcher and served as an associate professor of pharmacology. Daichi listened, a bit overwhelmed by the man's prestigious background. As he processed this, his attention turned to the building's exterior. He ran a hand along the sturdy stone wall, observing that for a viscount's son, the structure was exceptionally well made, built with first-rate materials by a top-tier craftsman. The quality was evident in the entire property, including the solidly constructed workshop adjacent to the main house. From a balcony, Melissa affirmed his assessment. Melissa then revealed a crucial detail about the former resident. He was the best magic tool craftsman in the entire town. The revelation struck Daichi, whose interest was instantly piqued. A magic tool craftsman? He repeated, needing to be sure. She asked if he had an interest in magic tools. From across the yard, Daichi confirmed with great enthusiasm that he was, in fact, very interested. His mind raced with the possibilities. His unique skill, no invention, allowed him to combine modern products with items from this world. Since he couldn't create new things from scratch, he realized that acquiring the knowledge of a magic tool craftsman would be an invaluable asset. As he considered this, Melissa recalled that Alicia also aimed to become a magic tool craftsman. She suggested he should talk with her about it sometime, and gestured for him to follow her inside. She led him through a spacious interior, remarking that a shop of this size could easily handle supplies and miscellaneous goods, much like Sakura's business. Daichi readily agreed. Their tour brought them to a particular door, which Melissa confirmed led to the workshop. Holding a glowing object that cast a small pool of light, Daichi peered ahead, noting how dark it was. The door creaked open under his touch. As the door swung open, the darkness was instantly banished by a brilliant flash of light from within. Melissa cried out in surprise as Daichi froze, bathed in the intense glow. "What happened?" she asked, turning toward him in alarm. He watches as Melissa excitedly points at the glowing lantern, asking if it's a product they could sell. He wonders aloud if any magic tools were left behind. Melissa explains that the previous owner probably took all the valuable items with him when he moved to the capital, leaving only what was removed from the fixtures. He then asks if he can request modifications through the guild, and Melissa enthusiastically confirms that he can. She leads him towards a large stone warehouse, where the mysterious lantern continues to glow softly on a wooden barrel. He observes that the space seems a little narrow, but Melissa quickly reassures him that it's plenty large enough for a shop. With a confident wink, she declares that since he won't need a workshop, he can simply use this entire area for storage. He clarifies his plan. He intends to convert the workshop into the main shop. If he does that, he explains, he won't need such a large warehouse. Melissa considers his point. He then reveals that he has an item box, making a physical warehouse completely unnecessary. Melissa's initial surprise quickly turns to understanding. With the ground floor assessed, he suggests they head upstairs to inspect the second floor, and she readily agrees. She leads the way into a furnished room, cheerfully announcing their arrival. Pointing towards a set of doors, she boasts that the view from the balcony is the best feature. Daichi looks on, his expression filled with awe. He stepped out onto the second-floor balcony and was surprised to see two familiar faces on the balcony of the adjacent building, Melissa and the young girl, Alicia. As he called out Alicia's name in surprise, a door behind her opened, revealing an elderly woman who peered out curiously. She in turn recognized Daichi. The woman, Alicia's great-grandmother, addressed him directly. She remarked that she'd heard someone was looking to buy the neighboring house, but she hadn't expected it to be him. He smiled, realizing the serendipity of the situation. It was certainly a strange coincidence. The great-grandmother then asked him plainly if he was truly going to purchase the property. She continued, explaining that the house had been empty for some time and that if he planned to do any renovations, it might cause a bit of noise and trouble for them. In response, Daichi simply smiled warmly and gave a friendly wave. He cheerfully stated that he was looking forward to being her neighbor. Her granddaughter's face lit up with pure delight. Clasping her hands together, Alicia happily exclaimed that the feeling was mutual, excited about the new bond forming and the new life beginning. With a cheerful grin, Melissa raises a finger, ready to outline the next steps. All right then, she begins. Daichi, meanwhile, signs the document with weary resignation, his eyes closed. He sighs internally, thinking that even in this new world, the paperwork is still a hassle. After he finishes, Melissa reviews the form. From his place on the floor, Daichi asks if everything is in order. She confirms that it is, then reminds him that their next destinations are the orphanage and the church, to which he agrees. She then amends the plan, stating her agreement, but suggesting it would be better to visit the guard station first. Looking up at her, Daichi thanks her and says he will go with her. He feels the need to clarify, however, that since he was the only one summoned, he can't expect her to do so much for him. Melissa immediately and forcefully disagrees. She explains with great intensity that while it's true only he, Asakura, was summoned for the battle, she accompanied him. In that context, she had a duty to prove her own identity, and therefore, she is not uninvolved in his affairs. Her mind races, her eyes swirling as she suddenly realizes there must be a hidden meaning to it all, a deeper connection she's been overthinking. Snapping back to the present, she cheerfully raises her hand. All right, I understand, she exclaims. From now on, I'll officially accompany you. Daichi agrees, relieved, and tells her he'll be in her care. He then lays out his own strategic thought. While their destination is the guard station, he suggests they stop by the Merchants Guild first. If they can get the guild's permission to travel together, it will be fine. He reasons that having the Merchants Guild aware of their visit to the guards could serve as a form of insurance, should anything go wrong. Upon hearing his plan, Melissa stands abruptly, understanding immediately. Then let's head back to the guild at once, she declares. Daichi, however, is taken aback, covering his mouth as he thinks that he'd rather not. Visiting the orphanage and church is his priority. He sits at the table as Melissa leans in, confirming their change of plans. She insists that prioritizing their other destination is the right move, noting that even the platoon leader understood, so the guard station can wait. He agrees with her assessment. As they finalize their decision, a voice calls out from a nearby doorway. An elderly woman with round glasses summons someone, calling them monk. Her gaze sharpens as she extends an invitation, telling both Nike and the others to come inside for some tea. Daichi looks taken aback by the sudden invitation, but Melissa gives him a knowing wink, urging him to accept the offer. She privately reaffirms that the guild remains their priority. He follows the woman alongside Melissa, whispering that she must be Celia Heartland, the most prominent figure in town. Melissa quickly corrects him. She explains that the woman is, in fact, one of the top 5 magic tool artisans in the entire country. Having her as an acquaintance, she notes, would be incredibly advantageous for Daichi. He expresses his disbelief. Melissa nods, confirming that this is the great-grandmother of the girl, Alicia, who runs the shop next to theirs. With this new understanding, he cheerfully accepts the woman's hospitality. As they arrive at the woman's establishment, Melissa bows her head respectfully. Daichi observes her, thinking to himself how shrewd and calculating she can be. The door opens to reveal a cheerful young girl, Alicia, who greets Daichi by name. He smiles, explaining he came for tea and that he'd heard about her from the monk. The elderly woman tells Alicia not to bother their guests, while flustered Melissa objects to being called grandma. As they all sat around the table, Daichi inquired about the house. Alicia's great-grandmother explained that she had just signed a contract for it, telling him to feel free to ask about anything he liked. She then offered him a cup of tea. Daichi, slumping slightly in his seat, accepted it with a word of thanks. A moment later, a large platter of freshly baked pastries was presented, with the suggestion that they discuss matters while they ate. The sight of the plentiful sweets brought gasps of delight from Melissa and Alicia. Their host encouraged them to eat as much as they wanted, assuring them there was plenty to go around. Taking a bite of a cookie, Daichi remarked that the property being both sturdy and spacious was a perfect fit for his requirements. His comment prompted a serious look from the old artisan. She stated that a sturdy building is a necessity for anyone who anticipates explosions from their workshop, something a mere merchant would need. Daichi looked back, surprised, questioning if that was truly the case. She continued with a proud smile, explaining that her own underground workshop was a magnificent sight. She added that the next time she builds one, she intends to make an even sturdier version, also underground. The revelation caused Daichi to bolt upright in his chair, his voice loud as he questioned. An underground workshop? The great-grandmother confirmed it without hesitation. She elaborated that it was in that very workshop that she had passed down her secret techniques. Her hand tightened into a fist. Seeing Daichi's intensely focused and silent expression, she asked him what was wrong, while Melissa and Nike looked on in confusion. He enthusiastically suggests they re-examine the blueprints. Melissa agrees, adding that she might have written something down on them. With a flourish, the architectural plans are spread out across the table. As they pore over the document, he asks where the workshop is located. Melissa points out a large underfloor storage area in the kitchen. A finger traces the lines on the paper, landing on the specified location. Alicia's great-grandmother confirms the spot, explaining that it's a hidden staircase leading down to the underground workshop. While Melissa seems confused by the discrepancy in the plans, Daichi's expression darkens as he imagines a secret workshop belonging to a noble pharmacist. His expression hardening, Daichi asks if the Merchants Guild conducted an on-site inspection. Melissa confirms that guild rules require one with the owner present. Alicia adds that the original owner is in the capital, and Daichi presses further, asking if the staff and person in charge at the time are still at their branch. Alicia confirms that both are still there. With this new information, he declares that they will get the 2 responsible parties to take accountability. Melissa enthusiastically agrees. Before they can act, the great-grandmother calmly interjects, taking a sip of her tea. She states that she was the one who had the hidden staircase built, so there is no mistake. She offers to guide them for confirmation, noting that since Daichi was the one who made it, the guild staff will be coming soon. Alicia turns to her great-grandmother, surprised, and asks if she really had the hidden staircase made. The old woman confirms it, calling it a successful meeting. Melissa expresses her excitement for the upcoming inspection. As the great-grandmother sips her tea, Daichi remains silent and serious. Alicia turns to him, tentatively beginning to speak. Alicia Flower looks up at the great-grandmother and asks if the previous owner of the house was a pharmacist. The elderly woman confirms this, adding that he was the scion of a noble family. This revelation visibly disturbs Daichi. Seeing his reaction, Alicia wonders aloud if the secret workshop was used to create suspicious drugs, or if it was an upgraded version of a pre-existing secret laboratory. He grimaces, his mind filled with images of shady pharmacists and alchemists, convinced that such people are always involved in clandestine activities. He reasons that if they knew about the hidden staircase, they must have been the ones to build it. His thoughts turn to action as he organizes his priorities on slips of paper. Underground workshop, orphanage, church, and guard post. He concludes that confirming the state of the workshop is the most pressing matter. As he sorts the notes, Melissa leans in, pointing out that his chosen order is strange. She remarks that the guard post is usually the last place one reports to, and questions why he is making so many requests at once. Her point makes Alicia realize the oddity as well. Melissa then decisively states that she will go to the guard post herself, prompting protests from both Daichi and Alicia. She stands, ready to depart, suggesting that in the meantime, they should return to the guild and summon the person in charge. Daichi watches her go, bidding her farewell. But before she leaves, she turns back, leaning close to Daichi as he sips his tea. She asks what exactly he was doing while she was away at the Merchants Guild. He looks up, explaining that he wants her to accompany him to brief Asakura, as her help would be valuable. He adds that before they go to the guard post, there is something he needs to investigate, and he intended to use this time to gather information from her. Her expression softens into a knowing smile. She asks what it is he wants to know, suggesting that she might be able to provide the answers he seeks. Daichi looks down at his hands, considering her offer. As the conversation began, the backdrop was the town itself, a place where, according to local whispers, disappearances and kidnappings had become disturbingly frequent. Daichi confirmed he had heard as much, specifying that the kidnappings of children from the local orphanage seemed to be on the rise. Hearing this, the old merchant looked at him through her spectacles, her expression turning serious as she asked why he was inquiring about such matters. She explained that after the morning's commotion, there had been another incident involving adventurers making a scene, and it was then that she overheard something troubling. She recounted hearing a sinister-looking man remark that with so many people already missing in town, kidnapping and selling one or two more wouldn't even be noticed. He had been heading toward the orphanage. Daichi considered her words, his gaze distant. He mused that if it were just empty threats, it would be one thing, but he couldn't shake the thought that these people might actually be involved in the kidnappings, selling the children they abducted. He then clarified his position, stating that it didn't matter if they knew nothing that could prove the pharmacist's innocence. His investigation was focused. The old merchant studied him intently, asking if his motivation was a sense of justice. He gently stroked Nike's head, denying any such noble intentions. It was, he admitted, entirely for his own convenience. He lifted the small cat, a warm smile spreading across his face as he explained his simple desire. He just wanted to live a comfortable life in this town. He finished his explanation, and the old merchant considered his words. She declared that she didn't dislike his selfish motive at all. On the contrary, she found such a straightforward reason far more trustworthy. Having made her decision, she offered to share everything she knew. Daichi gratefully accepted. The merchant added that if she was going to borrow the words of a lord, she might as well commit to it fully. As they spoke, Alicia looked on with a gentle expression. She thought to herself that since she would be staying in this town for some time, she wanted to make it a place where her grandmother could live comfortably. Melissa, however, had a more pragmatic thought. She mused that with a ghost present, it would be a waste not to use this opportunity to their advantage. He found himself agreeing with Melissa's sentiment. He didn't dislike that kind of thinking either. Turning back to the old merchant, he formally asked her to teach him what she knew, though he was inwardly flustered by her directness. A moment of silent understanding passed between them, their gazes locked in a new agreement. Breaking the silence, Melissa cheerfully announced her intention to head to the Merchants Guild to kill some time. The old merchant stopped her, suggesting she use the errand runners from the tailor shop Alicia had established. Alicia readily confirmed the arrangement. The suggestion seemed to delight Melissa immensely, a wide, cat-like grin spreading across her face. Her playful demeanor vanished in an instant. She turned to Alicia with a serious expression, placing a cup on the table. She confirmed, for the record, that Alicia understood that what they had just discussed was not to be repeated. Listening to the stern warning, Daichi tensed slightly, swallowing hard as he quietly affirmed his understanding. He begins to lay out the grim facts of their investigation. Over the past year, kidnappings and disappearances have surged. The number of missing children, especially from the local orphanage, is abnormally high, a tragedy underscored by the image of a single, mud-stained child's shoe abandoned in a puddle. Alicia, her expression somber, confirms this, stating that such incidents were once far less common. Melissa adds to the grim report, clarifying that it isn't just orphans. Over the same period, children from ordinary families and even adults have been vanishing in increasing numbers. The old merchant, listening intently with her fingers steepled, connects the timeline. The period of increased disappearances, she notes, coincides exactly with a rise in the number of vagrant adventurers in the area. As they sit around the table, a voice asks if they have grasped the situation, adding that the real issue is about to be revealed. It is Melissa who delivers the shocking revelation. A large portion of these so-called vagrant adventurers, she declares, are citizens of the Talnar Kingdom. Daichi's eyes widen in disbelief. She calmly affirms her statement. Still processing the news, Daichi asks what the Talnar Kingdom is. His shock deepens as Melissa explains that the army of the Talnar Kingdom is backing these vagrants. She insists it would be impossible for the kingdom's military not to be involved with so many of their people operating in this manner. He turns to the old merchant, demanding to know the source of this incredible information. Taking a calm sip from her cup, she provides a two-word answer: the Nightly Order. The reply leaves him utterly stunned. He leans forward, his voice filled with disbelief, demanding to know how she could possibly obtain such sensitive intelligence from the Nightly Order. He listens as the old merchant explains her source. About 10 days prior, the Beltram Nightly Order had handed over a group of thieves for them to investigate. Daichi's eyes narrow in recognition of the group she mentions. She elaborates, revealing that she used a self-made confession drug on the thieves. In exchange for selling this potent concoction, she was able to procure valuable intelligence, adding that she received an additional supply just last night. He stares at her, finding her methods hard to believe. He questions if the vice commander of the Nightly Order was the one who came to purchase the drug, demanding to know by what authority she operates. Before the old merchant can answer, Melissa leans in to explain the hierarchy to him. A vice commander, she clarifies, is a high-ranking officer. While the use of confession drugs is officially forbidden, it is an open secret among them. She confidently states that he will be able to persuade the vice commander to purchase the prohibited substance. The old merchant continues her account, stating that she was investigating 5 individuals. After administering the drug to them the previous night, all 5 were left completely incapacitated, a fact she stresses is not for public knowledge. He takes a slow drink, his expression grim as he organizes the disturbing new information in his mind. The intelligence gathered paints a dark picture. Over the last year, disappearances have surged, particularly among vagrants, adults, and children. This alarming trend began precisely when adventurers from the Talnar Kingdom started arriving, and it was confirmed that the captured thieves were, in fact, soldiers from that very kingdom. The conclusion becomes unavoidable. This means there is a strong possibility that the Talnar Kingdom's army is directly involved in the kidnappings. He looks away, remarking with grim certainty that the town is far from peaceful. The old merchant shakes her head in weary agreement, calling the situation a complete disaster. His expression hardens. He declares that this is not a problem he can ignore. Since the Knightly Order is the party involved with the drug, he will leverage his position as the local lord to make a formal request of them. He sits back in his chair, a hint of relief on his face, remarking that he has at least managed to secure one reassuring piece of information. Melissa, looking on, asks him to clarify what he means. He explains his concern while looking up at an ornate chandelier. He had been worried that the very house he purchased was somehow tied to the recent string of disappearances, admitting that such a property would be unsettling. He snaps his fingers, theorizing that the kidnappings have become less frequent now that the suspicious pharmacist is gone. Melissa, holding a small vial, agrees, adding that she had also been a little worried. She elaborates on her concern, explaining that the timing was suspicious. The property became vacant right around the same time the disappearances were becoming rampant. The thought makes him flustered, and he waves his hands dismissively, pleading with Melissa not to voice such ominous ideas. Unfazed, she simply asks what he intends to do now. At that moment, Alicia, who had been looking out a nearby window, announces that the representative from the Merchants Guild has arrived. Her announcement galvanizes them. Daichi clenches his fist in determination, while Melissa, with a fierce expression, declares that this is the person responsible for all the property's issues. He stands firm, his expression set with resolve. With Melissa, Alicia, and the old merchant behind him, he declares that this is the person he's been waiting for, ready to fight for the peaceful life they deserve. Inside a well-appointed room, Melissa cheerfully offers to make introductions. A stern-looking man named Richard, a property manager for the Merchants Guild, presents himself and his colleague, Edward, the current handler for the property in question. Daichi observes them, realizing that all the key figures related to the house are now assembled. Richard explains that he rushed over upon hearing the name Cecilia and had to jot things down in a letter. He then asks if the contents of that letter are true. His question prompts Daichi to recall the letter's key points: the existence of a basement in the property, a connection to the increasing number of missing people, and the fact that the man from the Bertram Trading Company who introduced the property has also vanished. And with that recollection, a look of determination settles on his face. The letter also revealed that the name Cecilia belonged to the wife of the first blacksmith guild master, a woman who was also a senior figure related to the second magic guild master. The name's appearance had clearly caused a stir. He considers the tangled web of connections, wondering grimly if this is some form of social death sentence. Meanwhile, the old merchant turns to Alicia, telling her that they must now confirm the truth of the matter. Richard concedes that there is a possibility of a mistake, but Daichi quietly affirms that he understands the man's feelings on the matter. The old merchant then speaks directly to Alicia, confirming that there is indeed an underground workshop. She explains that she saw it herself, having helped build the workshop's walls as a favor during the house's construction, and seems perplexed as to why she is being asked about it again. She elaborates, recalling that when the neighboring house was being built, she was asked to construct a special wall for a magic tool, one that could not be easily seen through. She is confronted by the former guild master, who sternly demands to know if the bonbon who constructed the underground workshop is still present, leaving her visibly startled. In response to this revelation, Daichi insists he knew nothing of an underground workshop or a hidden staircase, stating it's the first he's heard of it and that Farrell had mentioned nothing. Melissa recalls that the previous owner, Farrell, was a former nobleman and pharmacist. The former guild master presses the old merchant, asking if she learned of this from the carpenters during the land survey. She hesitantly admits that she did hear something. She explains her silence, stating that since she knew Cecilia was involved, she couldn't bring herself to ask about the matter, especially when the carpenters themselves remained quiet. With the conversation yielding no further clarity, the former guild master decides they must conduct an on-site inspection. Daichi questions if he means outside the small hut. Instead, the old merchant leads the group up a staircase inside the house, explaining that the first-floor workshop is just ahead. Upon reaching the room, Daichi points to a specific spot on the wooden floorboards, declaring, "This is it," and taps the surface. He observes that there appears to be nothing there, and Melissa concurs, seeing only a plain wooden floor. The old merchant then addresses him, stating that the hidden staircase she constructed was not meant to be found easily. She adds that no matter how one looks at it, Cecilia bears some of the responsibility for this situation. She instructs him to channel his magic into the floor. The idea resonates with Daichi, who senses a magical device at play. He kneels and places his hand firmly on the wood, ready to infuse it with his power. He channeled his magic into the floorboards, and with a sharp crack, the wood began to shift under his touch. The rumbling intensified as a hidden trapdoor slid open, revealing a dark passage below. The entire group peered into the newly revealed opening. Daichi was the first to speak, identifying the structure within, a staircase. He marveled at the sight. While he knew a hidden staircase existed, he had never heard of one that could be revealed simply by pouring magic into the floor. The mechanism was unlike anything he had encountered. The others were equally stunned, staring in wide-eyed disbelief at the impossible sight before them. The Viscount's son finally broke the silence, confirming that the rumors were true. Without hesitation, the old merchant began to move toward the stairs, ready to descend. Daichi quickly stopped her, urging her to wait. He cautioned that they had no idea what conditions were like below and that they should proceed with more care. She looked back at him with a faint smile, asking why he was so concerned for her. She remarked that he was a kind young man, not at all like the person rumored to have ruined her family. His expression hardened with resolve. He announced that he would descend first and instructed the others to follow closely behind him. With that, he led the way down the stone steps into the darkness, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage as Alicia and the old merchant followed. He led the way down the steep, narrow steps, holding a lantern aloft to pierce the oppressive darkness of the hidden passage. Behind him, the others followed closely, their footsteps echoing softly in the confined space as they descended deeper into the earth. Upon reaching the bottom, Daichi surveyed the small chamber and reported that there seemed to be nothing there. The Viscount's son, however, pointed towards the far end, noting that the wall there looked unfamiliar and questioning what it was. The path ended abruptly at a solid brick wall, a seemingly impassable dead end. A dull thud echoed as something struck its surface. In a burst of frustration, the Viscount's son kicked the wall. He turned on the old merchant, angrily demanding to know why she would construct such a wall when she claimed to have no memory of it. He continued to berate the old woman, questioning why she would build a wall and then claim to have enchanted it. He revealed that he had specifically requested that this entire underground workshop be soundproofed and deodorized with enchantment magic. The revelation stunned Daichi, who now understood the term enchantment magic in a much more sinister context. His words struck a nerve, and Daichi yelled back, accusing the man of going too far. He couldn't believe the Viscount's son had ordered the workshop to be completely sealed off, preventing any sound or vibration from escaping. As the two men argued, Alicia Flower turned on her great-grandmother, her voice filled with frantic disbelief. She cried out, asking why the old woman would ever accept such a suspicious job. Her anger subsided into concern. She asked her great-grandmother if she knew what kind of magic had been enchanted onto the wall, then quietly told her to wait a moment. She then turned to the wall, explaining that what she was about to do was similar to her great-grandmother's work, though she admitted she was clumsy at it. With concentration, she placed her hand flat against the cold brick, attempting to feel the nature of the enchantment. As she completed her analysis, the former guild master stepped forward, confirming her findings. He declared that she had done well, but that the enchantment itself was a shoddy piece of work, made with just enough skill to be functional. He detailed the sloppy process. First, a vibration-proofing layer was applied to the entire wall, followed by soundproofing, and finally, a deodorizing agent was applied with a damp cloth. Daichi listened, realizing the complexity of the work, even if it was poorly executed. Hearing the expert's critique, Alicia quietly apologized, a hint of embarrassment on her face. Daichi then turned to the former guildmaster, asking for confirmation. He questioned if this wall was present the last time his great-grandmother had seen the workshop. The old man affirmed that it was not, stating with certainty that the wall hadn't been there immediately after he had finished his own work on the building. He elaborated, pointing toward the brickwork, explaining that beyond this structure, there should be another wall that he himself had enchanted. Placing a hand on the false wall, he estimated that the true, original wall was about 5 meters further in. The realization struck Daichi. This was a reinforcement, a second wall built in front of the first. His mind raced, visualizing the layout, the workshop, a mysterious empty space, and the original wall behind it. He gasped, understanding its purpose. It was a hidden room. The alarming thought made him turn back to his companions. Their faces registered various degrees of shock as they processed his unspoken conclusion, though Alicia wore a faint, knowing smirk, as if she had suspected it all along. Meanwhile, the former guild master pressed his hand against the bricks, muttering about the crude job. As he did, a cracked spider webbed out from his palm. With a series of grinding crunches, the entire section of the wall gave way, collapsing inward and revealing a dark, empty space beyond. The old man stumbled back, startled by the sudden structural failure. A hand holding a glowing lantern thrust forward, its light cutting through the dust and darkness to illuminate the entrance to the newly discovered passage. He holds his magical lantern aloft, the light piercing the darkness of the newly discovered passage. His eyes widen in shock as he and his companions gaze into the space beyond, the young man barely able to stammer. What is this? The lantern's glow reveals a grim, narrow corridor lined with prison cells. The air is stale and heavy. On the stone floor of one cell sits a simple bowl containing the remnants of a meager meal, a silent testament to a recent occupant. Staring at the cells, the old merchant murmurs that the Viscount's son must have been conducting some strange experiments here. Daichi, still processing the scene, can only stare in disbelief. He turns to Melissa, asking what she makes of it all. She grimaces, suggesting it might be a warehouse. Alicia, however, her voice trembling slightly, corrects them with certainty. It's a prison. Elsewhere, the Viscount's son, Farrell, stares in horror, demanding to know why such a place exists here. Beside him, a woman with dark hair covers her face, sobbing that she doesn't know, that she knows nothing. The old merchant steps closer to one of the cells, her expression hardening as she inspects the simple but sturdy lock on the barred door. She remains silent, her mind carefully analyzing the details. She turns back to the group with her findings. She states that the lock is not old. It's a modern piece, likely from within the last year. Melissa, sniffing the air, adds that she can detect the faint scent of wolfkin, estimating they were present about 2 weeks ago. Looking up at the merchant, Alicia suggests they should call the guards. Daichi, kneeling for a closer look at the ground, agrees wholeheartedly. This is far beyond what they can handle themselves. The old merchant considers this, then looks toward the passage exit with a grim expression. She muses that given the circumstances, calling the knights might be a better option than just the city guard. As the decision is made, Farrell's composure completely shatters. He stares blankly, sweat beading on his face, while the woman beside him trembles uncontrollably, clutching her head in utter terror. He flinched as the old merchant jabbed a finger toward him, ordering him to inform the knights of their discovery. The man could only stammer in agreement, sweat beading on his brow. She grabbed him by the collar, her voice low and intense. It wasn't enough to simply inform them, she clarified. He was to bring the knights back with him. She demanded to know if he understood the gravity of the situation. Before the man could respond, a young boy declared he would handle it and sprinted away to fetch the authorities. Daichi watched him depart, a flicker of concern on his face, questioning whether the boy would be all right on his own. As the messenger disappeared, another man in their group began to tremble uncontrollably. Melissa shot him a sideways glance, her expression a mixture of annoyance and disbelief at his cowardice. Her attention then snapped to the trembling man. The old merchant confronted him directly, her tone sharp as she asked if he believed he could escape shouldering the responsibility for this alone. He broke into a cold sweat under her scrutiny. Melissa scoffed, calling him a grandma's boy, and complaining that his terrified reaction was no fun at all. She had been looking forward to watching his miserable expression to pass the time until the knights arrived. Daichi considered the escalating situation. He hadn't expected things to become so serious. With the knights now involved, he knew the investigation would be out of their hands. It seemed his keen sense of smell, a trait of his wolfkin heritage, was no longer required here. With a sudden, cheerful smile that broke the tension, he turned to the others. He suggested they all head back upstairs for a cup of tea, a brief respite before the inevitable arrival of the authorities and the deepening mystery. Daichi sets a table for a tea party, a small pot, and cups already laid out. He smiles warmly at his companions, Melissa, Alicia, and Richard, who have gathered around. Observing from aside, Alicia's great-grandmother expresses her surprise, noting that he even had a full tea set stored in his item box. She suggests they all take a break for tea. With a dramatic flourish, Daichi unveils the main event from a box. He proudly presents a large, ornate cake topped with strawberries, announcing it as a new sweet from his homeland. Melissa and Alicia stare, their eyes wide with wonder. They lean closer, captivated. Alicia excitedly exclaims that it's a cake, while Melissa marvels at its pure white color and fluffy texture. Karina, also present for the occasion, gives an enthusiastic thumbs up. She remarks that such a confection is a rare delicacy in this country, known only to a select few, and that she's looking forward to trying. Daichi then turns his attention to Richard, warmly inviting him to have some as well. The stoic man looks away, offering only a quiet, hesitant acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Melissa takes the first bite, lifting a forkful of the soft cake towards her wide-open mouth. The flavor is an immediate shock. A jolt of pure delight runs through her as she savors the taste, her eyes squeezing shut before she declares with absolute certainty that it is delicious. Alicia also takes a bite, her face breaking into a blissful smile. She notes that while she has had cake before, this one is exceptionally good. Seeing their joyous reactions, Daichi beams with happiness, glad that they're enjoying his gift. In the background, even Richard allows a small, satisfied smile to grace his lips. He found himself being gently chided by Alicia's great-grandmother. She pointed out that he'd been out with a young, cute girl for 5 days straight, something he'd never done before, and warned him not to say things that could be misunderstood. She glanced at him sideways, asking if it was simply a case of him being sweet to a young, cute girl. Annoyed, he insisted that wasn't it at all. As they spoke, Alicia continued to eat her cake, her cheeks puffed out slightly as she savored the treat. His mind briefly considered the idea of being sweet to a young, cute woman, but an image of Melissa flashed in his thoughts, immediately dismissed as not being the target of such affections. He quickly clarified to the old woman that it wasn't a matter of being sweet to a young girl. Nearby, Alicia paused her eating, turning her head as if she had overheard his denial. The great-grandmother then mused that if he tried to sell cakes and cookies on such a busy street, it would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. Daichi imagined himself being swarmed by an eager crowd. He agreed, explaining that was precisely why he was holding back for now. Even his visions of more elaborate confections danced in his head. Meanwhile, his friends continued to enjoy the cake. Melissa ate with obvious delight, while Karina remained composed. Alicia, however, seemed lost in thought, prompting Daichi to quietly add that he didn't want any misunderstandings. He then turned his attention, winking and pointing as he declared with a bright smile that Alicia was the one who was truly cute. The direct compliment caught her completely by surprise. She looked up, fork frozen near her lips, as a deep blush spread across her face. She remained completely flustered, blushing as she ate, while Daichi happily enjoyed his cake. Beside them, Melissa also savored her treat with a playful lick. As they continued to eat, Daichi pointed to another dessert, telling the group he wanted to try the white one next. Alicia's great-grandmother declared her intention to have the yellow one, and Melissa readily agreed. His appetite drew a warning from the great-grandmother, who chided him that too much sugar is poison to the body and he should eat in moderation. Daichi casually replied that it was fine, as he could simply make medicine if he started to feel unwell, prompting her to tell him to stop his unhealthy habits. She continued her teasing, lamenting that if he were to collapse, Alicia would be terribly sad. The great-grandmother then clarified that her concern was for Alicia, not him. This prompted Melissa to slam her hands on the table, demanding cake for Daichi. The old woman simply told her to stay out of it. Daichi watched Melissa, who was now hissing at the old woman, and noted with some exasperation that just moments ago she had been on the verge of tears. Now, she seemed perfectly willing to pass off her responsibilities to someone else. She explained that while she had found a property, if it was poorly managed, it could be seized as evidence, and she couldn't have that. This news caused Alicia to stop dead, her expression turning to one of shock. After a moment of stunned silence, she slowly raised her teacup and took a thoughtful sip. Melissa continued, lamenting that she had thought the property was paid for since the landlord was gone. She concluded that if this was the case, they would simply have to search for a different property. The great-grandmother, however, smiled slyly, remarking that she had found a playmate she'd been wanting. As Melissa cheerfully asked for a refill, Alicia slammed her head onto the table in utter despair. The chaotic turn of events left Daichi reeling. He stared at an empty bowl, a dreadful realization dawning on him as he wondered if everyone had forgotten what just happened. Elsewhere, the Viscount's son, Farrell, held his head in his hands with a look of agony. Despite his inner turmoil, Daichi forced a bright, cheerful smile. While the group sits in tense silence outside the disputed property, Alicia sips her drink, her eyes wide as she takes in the scene. Her quiet observation is shattered by the clatter of armor on cobblestone. A knight rushes towards them, announcing that the knightly order has arrived, causing Daichi to look up in alarm. The great-grandmother, however, reacts with frustration, shouting that their arrival is far too soon. She gestures towards Melissa, complaining that she hasn't even finished her cake yet. Ignoring the culinary complaint, Farrell turns to Daichi with a grim expression. He states that he will go to the first floor to greet the knightly order, and Daichi soberly agrees to go with him. As they stand near the building's stone entrance, a heavily armored boot thuds onto the ground before them, heralding the arrival of the order's leadership. A young man in a white cloak steps forward, introducing himself as Squad Leader Bradley of the Hazelgrand Knights. He mentions something he forgot to say, prompting Melissa to ask about a Viscountess Cecilia. The great-grandmother listens intently. He calmly explains that due to her recognized skill in alchemy, Cecilia was granted the title of Viscountess for one generation, despite being a commoner by birth. Daichi is visibly impressed by the news. The great-grandmother expresses immense relief, admitting she feared people sent by Farrell had come to drive them away. Declaring her trust in Bradley, she turns and leads Daichi and Melissa down a set of stone stairs. As they descend, a heavy stone slab grinds shut behind them, sealing the passage with a resounding thud. On the other side of the sealed entrance, Squad Leader Bradley stands in the dim corridor with two subordinates, their faces hidden by a helmet and hood. He touches his chin, his expression thoughtful and unreadable. He departs with a rustle of his cloak. Watching him go, Daichi remarks that it's getting a little warm and suggests they should have set out for the garrison the day after tomorrow. Melissa immediately retorts that his timing is far too convenient. Leaning in close, she points out the suspicious timing. The knights are now investigating the very place they are, and he suddenly suggests leaving for the garrison. She declares that it's simply impossible. As Daichi stammers, Melissa concedes that while delaying their departure isn't beneficial, the situation remains highly suspect. Alicia chimes in, suggesting they could have Squad Leader Bradley write them a formal note, an idea Melissa enthusiastically praises. Their discussion is cut short by the great-grandmother, who announces she was instructed not to let them escape. Melissa whistles in admiration for the foresight of Cecilia-sama, leaving Daichi to stare in silent confusion. He begins to sweat, his mind racing to their plans for the orphanage and church the next day. Melissa notes that he finally seems to grasp the priorities, adding that he should have been more worried about his own situation. Daichi defensively insists that he understood all along. She puffs out her chest with confidence, declaring that she is perfectly fine. As the junior member on this assignment, she explains she has only been responsible for the property for the last 2 weeks. Continuing her explanation, she reveals that about 2 weeks prior, someone was caught snooping around the premises. She overheard the knights discussing it and believes the military is now involved. Her tone shifts to teasing as she asks Daichi why he seems so interested in Fiona, playfully wondering if it was love at first sight. Startled, Daichi shouts back, questioning why she would suddenly bring that up. The great-grandmother muses that it must be love at first sight, remarking on the hopelessness of young men. Melissa agrees, questioning the mental wiring that allows someone to fall in love so easily. An indignant Daichi retorts that most young men are not such simpletons. As he protests, Alicia turns and fixes him with an intense, unblinking stare. As the conversation continues, the old merchant dismisses any far-fetched rumors. She confirms, however, that the number of missing people has surged in the past year, possibly connected to the underground. At the same time, she notes the number of adventurers has also been on the rise. Daichi listens, his expression tight with stress. He grimly adds a crucial detail to her report. Half of the victims are children from the orphanage. This, he explains, is the very reason he was trying to gather information from the church. It's a place where all sorts of people gather, making it a prime location for intelligence. The old merchant strokes her chin, understanding dawning on her face. She realizes he has already made his move, concluding that his supposed affection for Fiona was merely a convenient excuse. Daichi affirms this with a steely gaze, admitting it was for his own convenience. Just then, Alicia speaks up, calling his name. She points out that he acts on his own without consulting anyone, which is why he gets teased. As she speaks, Daichi is seen in the background planting a small listening device. Alicia then offers a quiet apology. Her observation is cut short as Melissa leans in close to Daichi, her expression sharp. She tells him that while she understands his motives, asking Fiona directly is inappropriate. Confused, he asks why. Before she can answer, the old merchant provides the crucial context. The disappearances spiked a year ago, but they had already been increasing for 2 or 3 years prior. She then poses a question. Was Cecilia already in town back then? The timeline clicks into place for Melissa. She whirls around, pointing accusingly at a startled Daichi. She exclaims that this means he should have asked Fiona about the situation from before she arrived in town, just over a year ago. He stammers, suddenly flustered, explaining that it's a sensitive subject. He reveals that Fiona is a childhood friend who left this very town with her parents when she was only 10 years old. His composure completely shatters as he waves his hands dismissively, overcome with embarrassment. He insists that asking a childhood friend about such grim matters is difficult. Melissa watches his frantic display, a look of deep interest on her face. He is approached by a knight who apologizes, explaining that he hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but admits it was a good opportunity. The knight reveals he has a small listening device, clarifying it's just for a test and not for gathering intelligence. He then offers to have someone from the courthouse accompany Daichi, which might prove useful. Daichi eagerly accepts the offer, stating that he has questions for the guards anyway and would be grateful for the company. The knight seems slightly taken aback by his enthusiasm, but agrees. Beaming, the knight confirms their arrangement, stating that he will accompany Daichi to the orphanage and the church the next day. Daichi confirms the plan for the following day as well, though he internally notes that this development is unexpected. The prospect of working alongside the handsome knight leaves Daichi horrified, thinking it feels like a punishment, while his companions are visibly thrilled by the idea. After a long and tiring investigation, the knight apologizes for taking up so much of their time, reporting that he was unable to find what he was looking for. Their search had led them to a hidden door, concealed behind crates and barrels in a first-floor warehouse. A woman named Cecilia points out that the complex mechanism is an excellent hidden passage, allowing one to go directly to the basement without being seen. Unseen by the others, 2 men, Richard and the former guildmaster, had been watching as the hidden door was discovered. Later, the knight, Bradley, reports to an unseen party. He confirms he had his subordinates listening on the area and asks if they noticed anything suspicious about Cecilia. He instructs them to report anything they might recall. He explains to Daichi that the owner of this house was a man named Asakura. Since there is a possibility that a crime occurred on the premises, the house will be placed under the management of the knights for the time being. Daichi, processing this, asks how long the arrangement will last. He admits that while he doesn't know what happened in the basement, he can't feel comfortable living there. He continues, expressing his unease. He feels that even if he knew what had transpired, he wouldn't be able to live there with a clear conscience. Bradley listens, a slight smile on his face. Suddenly, a man with slick-back hair and a goatee, Klaus, interrupts them. He addresses Daichi as Asakura-sama and announces that he will prepare a new property for him immediately. He adds that the Merchants Guild will cover the cost of his lodging until then. Daichi, bewildered, asks if he can choose the inn himself. Klaus confirms that the Merchants Guild will handle the arrangements. An elderly woman with glasses, the old merchant, places a hand on Daichi's shoulder. She tells him not to worry, explaining that since he is unaccustomed to the city, they will provide him with the best possible lodging as a substitute. Klaus, with a determined expression, reaffirms their commitment. He declares that they will, of course, prepare the finest room for him. The old merchant tells Daichi that this will be a great help and asks him to come to their inn for the night. She then adds that once the lodging is settled, she would like to invite him and Alicia to a meal. Daichi, looking aside, understands her true intention. He turns to the old merchant and tells her it's a shame, but he must decline her offer. He explains that he has a prior engagement. The old merchant looks disappointed, and Alicia appears behind her, looking up at Daichi. Alicia looks down, her expression filled with disappointment, as she quietly murmurs, "Oh, really?" Daichi stands alone, his expression distant and somber after declining the dinner invitation. Seeing an opportunity, Klaus turns to the old merchant. He suggests that since they're already arranging additional facilities for Alicia, they should all have dinner together to discuss matters. The old merchant seems weary, wondering how many more arrangements he will have to make. He politely interrupts, explaining that while he appreciates the offer, he is already staying at an inn where he has reserved a private room for dinner. This news visibly shocks Alicia, her hopes dash. At that moment, Melissa cheerfully announces that Mr. Asakura is staying at the Calm Leaf. Klaus and the old merchant are taken aback. Klaus recognizes the name as a high-class establishment, far better than the one he had in mind. He looks out at the grand building, realizing it was indeed a luxury inn. He wonders if it's truly all right for him to stay there, especially since the head of the Merchants Guild himself had only just introduced it. Upon this realization, Klaus spins around and barks an order at his subordinate, Edward. He commands him to run to the Calm Leaf at once and secure a private dinner reservation, no matter the cost. A startled Edward hastily agrees. He then turns back to Daichi, making a grand declaration. The Merchants Guild will cover all of his lodging fees at the Calm Leaf, including all expenses incurred thus far. Daichi thanks him for the kind gesture. Melissa steps forward, confirming she will continue to be his liaison for any issues. With a playful wink, she adds that he should let her know if he needs a girlfriend. Her own boldness immediately horrifies her. She internally panics, thinking that finding a property is one thing, but offering herself up as a sacrifice is something else entirely. Klaus, however, is pleased. He pats her shoulder, remarking that she and Mr. Asakura seem to have good chemistry. He praises her as an excellent employee and says he feels confident leaving things in her hands. In response to his directive, Melissa slams her hand down decisively. She declares that if she completes this job without issue, she will demand a special reward. Klaus, looking amused, agrees to her terms, promising a promotion upon her success. Beside him, Edward remarks that it sounds like a dirty job. Elsewhere, Daichi overhears the commotion, wondering about the intense conversation happening before the night squad. In the background, Edward frantically presents a written pledge, demanding it be signed immediately, to which Klaus agrees. Daichi is left bewildered by the scene. His thoughts are interrupted as squad leader Bradley turns to him with a friendly smile, asking if he should call for him. Bradley explains that he was merely mediating the previous exchange and asks if Daichi has been waiting long. Edward interjects, assuring Daichi that he will keep what he witnessed to himself. He continues, stating that the night's dirty dealings are none of his concern and that having someone as capable as Daichi come forward would only be a hassle. Daichi is visibly shocked by his bluntness. Meanwhile, Melissa, full of energy, announces that she is ready to go. Beside her, a slightly overwhelmed Alicia confirms that she will be accompanying her. Back with the escort party, Bradley announces that it's time for them all to head to the guard station. Daichi clutches Nike, telling him not to get distracted, a sense of unease growing as he considers his strange new companions. Edward watches, thinking that Daichi doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. Within the city, a formidable stone structure stands, serving as the local guard station. Inside, Daichi, Alicia, and Melissa sit before a stern-faced official, a guard captain, whose intense gaze is fixed upon them. Alicia glances around the well-appointed space, remarking that it's a rather comfortable room for an interrogation. The guard captain, arms crossed, corrects her sharply. He clarifies that there is no interrogation room. This is merely a reception area. His statement only confuses Daichi, who asks why they were brought here. The captain retorts that he shouldn't feign ignorance. The captain's mind drifts back to the moment Daichi presented him with a letter of introduction addressed to the Lord. In a brief flashback, Klaus confirms to Daichi that he wrote the letter. Daichi, pleased, had requested it to save himself some trouble, viewing it as a simple formality. Returning to the present, the guard leader approaches his captain, questioning the attempt to apprehend the two individuals from that past incident, calling it an impossible task. The guard captain glares, stating that he doesn't understand what those people were thinking, trying to arrest them with such force. Daichi listens, completely bewildered by the captain's intense reaction. The captain clarified his position, stating that the two individuals from his past were not his subordinates. He had merely been with them by chance. In response, Daichi firmly requested that the captain at least control his own squad. He continued, questioning why they were being arrested and treated like the lowest of criminals. Daichi asserted that the captain's own defiant attitude was more than enough reason for them to protest. The captain, incensed, declared their behavior a mockery and refused to tolerate such insolence from the guards. Despite his outburst, the captain extended a gloved hand, explaining that he had brought them here for their own safety. He offered his help, should they choose to accept his protection. Daichi coolly asked if this offer was some kind of loan. The captain's expression brightened slightly, admitting that he had hoped Daichi would see it that way. With a weary sigh, Daichi dismissed the idea, stating that if a loan couldn't be created, there was no point in getting stuck. He declared their overlapping circumstances a mere coincidence and suggested they leave it at that. The tense standoff concluded as the group was led into a lavishly appointed room, its high ceiling dominated by an ornate chandelier. Inside, Alicia Flower was addressed directly, asked if she was the successor that the esteemed Heartland family was so proud of. With a modest bow, she replied that she was still just an apprentice and had much to learn. The guard captain's face contorted in shock at this revelation. At that moment, the guard commander, Aaron, approached his subordinate, stating it was time to leave. The flustered captain quickly apologized for having detained them. As the heavy door closed behind the guards, Alicia turned to Daichi, asking what had just happened and why he had truly detained them. Daichi remained silent for a moment before the door slammed shut. He turned to his companions, explaining that they were in a reception room and that he had made a deal with the guards on how to handle criminals. Elsewhere, the captain apologized profusely to his commander, promising to do what he could. Aaron simply acknowledged the apology, stating that if the worst should happen, he would handle it. He slammed his hand down, roaring at the guard captain. He demanded to know what the captain, Boyd, was thinking, questioning why he would hand over criminals to the support division. The commander, Aaron, insisted that Boyd calm down and explain himself. He continued his tirade, pointing an accusatory finger at Daichi. He declared that Daichi was making a fool of the guards and that he would make him regret it. Daichi and his companions looked on, confused, wondering if the commander was addressing them. His fury mounting, Aaron clenched his fist and shouted, demanding to know who gave Daichi permission to speak. Nearby, Klaus observed that the commander was clearly displeased, but coolly decided that it was none of his concern. The confrontation was abruptly interrupted as the guard captain stumbled and fell backward with a loud thud. Aaron was caught by surprise, holding a small pouch, as Boyd tumbled to the floor. As he tumbled backward, the captain pointed dramatically at Aaron, shouting that he would be sent to the chopping block for this. Daichi and his friends watched in utter bewilderment, wondering what was wrong with the man. In a calmer setting, Klaus addressed Captain Boyd directly, stating firmly that Daichi's group were not the criminals. He explained that Stone's report clearly indicated the other party was at fault, and therefore, he would not acknowledge the accusation. Commander Aaron, however, was pursuing his own line of inquiry. He confronted a subordinate guard, demanding to know why he had written the report. The guard clarified that he hadn't written the incident report itself, but had only added a few lines to the patrol log. The entire group was now assembled in an office with Daichi, Alicia, Melissa, and Klaus seated on a couch as Commander Aaron and the subordinate guard stood before them, the tension palpable. The guard captain considered the situation, murmuring that he understood. He conceded that Stone may have overstepped his authority, noting that it was strange to imprison the victims of an assault. Aaron, listening intently, questioned the captain's use of the word victims. He affirmed his conclusion with resolve. The captain stated that the severely injured party had been abandoned without proper medical care. His gaze hardened as he looked toward cell. Klaus reacted with shock, unable to believe they would actually hand over such a criminal to the support division. He leans forward, his expression sharp, and questions why it would be strange for a new suspect to emerge after he took custody of the original criminals. His pointed question hangs in the air, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the room. Klaus dabs sweat from his brow while Daichi, Melissa, and Alicia watch with wide-eyed concern. The guard commander and his subordinates stand rigidly. The guard captain turns to Klaus, asking what he intends to do. Flustered, Klaus demands they restrain Daichi's group and take them to an interrogation room immediately. The guard commander, Aaron, looks on in disbelief, asking what exactly he is supposed to explain. Before anyone can act on Klaus's order, Aaron takes control of the situation. He states that he has received permission from the general commander to use this very room and will conduct the investigation here if necessary, though he adds that there is a condition. He finishes his declaration with a sharp glare directed at the guard captain. Faced with this assertion of higher authority, the captain grimaces but concedes, stating that he has no choice. As the two commanders face off, Daichi watches from the side, his eyes narrowed in thought. He begins to see the larger picture of the conflict unfolding before him. Having secured the venue for the investigation, Aaron turns his attention back to the guard captain. He accuses the captain of being unreasonable, suggesting he is merely exploiting the incompetence of the guards named Stone and River. He continues, laying out what he believes to be the captain's true motive, to frame him by making it appear as though he helped a group of exemplary adventurers and then falsified the report. Aaron admits that this turn of events was beyond anything he had anticipated. As the accusation hangs in the air, Daichi reflects on the unfolding drama. He realizes this is quite a spectacle to witness. His observation is cut short as Aaron suddenly turns and points directly at him. The guard commander demands to know what crime Daichi is being arrested for and on what grounds. Daichi can only look back, taken completely by surprise. He stood silently as guard commander Aaron, with a calm but firm expression, invited him to state the nature of the crime. The guard captain, standing beside Daichi, was visibly startled by the direct question. The guard captain, his face contorted with anger, began to speak. He declared that according to the report, a brawl had occurred on Tuhane Street, during which Daichi's group had unilaterally and violently attacked defenseless adventurers. He continued, asserting that he had written the report himself after confirming the details with two of his men who were present at the scene. He insisted there was no mistake, while Klaus looked on from the side. As the captain finished, Guard Commander Aaron, seated comfortably, remarked that the captain needed to improve his ability to judge character. He then announced that he would be the one taking charge of the case. He then picked up a thick file from the table, stating that it was the report he had written on the incident and began to review its contents. Aaron presented the document, explaining that it was compiled from interviews with the three people in that very room: the victims, Lord Asakura, and the witnesses, Lady Melissa and Lady Alicia. The word struck the guard captain with force. He stared in disbelief, stammering, "Victims?" Aaron calmly affirmed that they were indeed the victims. He began to summarize his findings, stating that the 5 adventurers involved were, in fact, the perpetrators. His report detailed that beyond the incident on Suhain Street, it was a fact that these 5 individuals were registered as adventurers with the guild in the Talner Kingdom. The document's conclusion was damning. The perpetrators had infiltrated the stalls run by the orphanage and were inciting Sister Fiona to commit crimes. As the words were read, the nun could be seen weeping, flanked by 2 of the menacing adventurers. As news of the official report spread, a city guard read the findings aloud in the street. The listening townsfolk grew visibly angry, learning that numerous complaints had already been filed against the 5 adventurers. Meanwhile, Guard Commander Aaron continued explaining the situation to the disbelieving guard captain. He recounted how the group of fools had instigated the conflict, picking a fight with Daichi while he was merely shopping as a pretext for their assault. The guard captain, his face a mask of frustration, demanded to know how Aaron could be so certain. He argued that the opponents were 5 adventurers, implying they must have caught Daichi in a surprise attack. From his seat, Daichi calmly corrected him. It wasn't a surprise attack, he explained, because he had deliberately made it appear as though the 5 of them had initiated the fight. The guard captain slammed his fist on the table, shouting that it was nonsense. He questioned how just 2 people could possibly face 5 adventurers, 3 B rank and 2 C rank, without getting hurt. In response, Daichi simply presented his own guild card. He then asked if the captain was also a mage, suggesting he should understand. The captain, still fuming, retorted that he couldn't accept it, as Daichi was only C rank. At that moment, Melissa raised her hand, politely asking if she could interject. Guard Commander Aaron, maintaining his calm demeanor, gestured for her to proceed. With all eyes on her, Melissa made a stunning declaration. Daichi's power was easily equivalent to that of an A-rank mage. The entire room fell silent. The guard captain, Commander Aaron, Klaus, and Alicia all stared, their expressions a mixture of shock and deep contemplation. Melissa pressed her point, addressing the stunned guard captain. She asked if he was familiar with the Mage Guild's Allen Test Officer, noting that he is the most trusted user of attribute-less magic in the entire city. He stared, stunned, as Melissa continued her explanation. She stated plainly that Daichi Asakura had overwhelmed Allen. Furthermore, she revealed that Daichi had registered with the Mage Guild that very day, and during his examination, he had completely overpowered the B-rank mage, Allen. The guard captain could only stammer, "What did you say?" as the information sank in. The situation had indeed become complicated. Daichi had tried to explain this to Alicia, but she simply smiled, her thoughts filled with his kindness. The captain reeled from the revelation, stammering that this was the first he had heard of any of it. Klaus, looking downcast, conceded that given the circumstances, the current outcome was unavoidable, regardless of any objections. As the captain struggled to process the news, Guard Commander Aaron stepped forward, presenting a stack of documents. He declared that they had witnesses and testimony to corroborate the events, pointedly asking what the captain was trying to imply with his disbelief. His disbelief erupted into fury. The captain slammed his hand down on the table, roaring at his subordinates, demanding to know the meaning of their actions. He met the captain's rage with a calm explanation. Aaron admitted that his squad had also found the situation too convenient and couldn't believe the adventurers would have attacked first without reason. He continued, explaining that he had also believed the adventurers' claims of being seriously wounded. Furthermore, he added, there was other compelling testimony to consider. He recounted their arrival at the scene, clarifying that they had no time to assess the situation or gather intelligence. Their immediate priority had been to rush to the adventurers and rescue the injured. The captain seized on this, his voice dripping with accusation. He twisted Aaron's words, accusing him of blindly believing the witnesses' claims and trying to arrest Asakura as the culprit. He pointed out that the adventurers had only been lightly injured and had since escaped, while Aaron's men were focused on arresting someone who was temporarily incapacitated. His commander considered the sharp rebuke, acknowledging internally that the captain's point was reasonable. Still, he looked up from the documents in his hand, a counterargument forming as he addressed them. He turns his attention to the 2 city guards, his voice low and intense. He asks if they have forgotten what he said at the scene of the incident, reminding them that they, like the other adventurers, had looked to him for help. The guard captain observes the interrogation with a grim expression. In response, one of the guards, sweating with his eyes closed, remains silent while the other nervously claims he doesn't know anything. The guard is pressed further, questioned about why he was at that location when he and his partner were supposed to be on a break. He stammers that they were just getting lunch at a food stall. His partner then recalls something. He mentions that just before the mercenaries arrived, one of them had made a comment about luring and selling an orphan. From a distance, Daichi listens in on the conversation. Hiding nearby, Melissa whispers to Daichi and Alicia that this must be connected to the recent string of kidnappings in the city, questioning if the guards themselves are involved. Back in the interrogation, the mustached guard shouts that he doesn't know anything and insists he's telling the truth. His denial sends the guard captain into a rage. With a roar, The captain's fist connects squarely with the guard's face. As guard commander, Aaron restrains his superior, telling him to calm down. The enraged captain glares at the two terrified men. He warns them to be prepared for a thorough questioning. The other guard, now weeping, whimpers that he was only doing what he was asked. The tense standoff is broken by a calm voice. A young man in a white cloak steps forward, dangling a silver pendant. He asks if he might join the interrogation. The guard captain recognizes the uniform, sputtering that he's from the Night Order. The man, squad leader Bradley, confirms this and states that he will be taking charge of the proceedings. He turns his calm gaze upon the two terrified guards. He informs them that the Night Order is investigating the kidnapping incidents and will be taking them into custody the following day. He calmly stands his ground as the guard captain demands to know if he intends to work through the night. Guard commander Aaron interjects, insisting that the information must be obtained by tonight, but the squad leader dismisses the urgency, stating that tomorrow morning will suffice. With that settled, he turns his attention to Daichi and Melissa. He informs them that they may be questioned later, but for now, they are free to go. Melissa seems slightly taken aback by the sudden address. Daichi pauses for a moment, his expression serious, before asking a critical question, the whereabouts of the adventurers they had apprehended. His question catches guard commander Aaron off guard, who turns with a look of sudden concern. The guard captain, however, avoids eye contact, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple as he quietly admits to having released them. The admission sends Aaron into a rage. He seizes the captain by his uniform, shouting at him to prepare wanted posters immediately. Leaving the ensuing commotion behind, Daichi's group departs from the guard post. He sighs, remarking on his exhaustion. Melissa concurs, acknowledging that while their visit was necessary, it seems to have stirred up internal complications. Daichi can only agree. He and Alicia watch as Melissa announces her intention to return to the guild and file a report, before turning to ask about their own plans. With a cheerful smile, Daichi suggests a hotel dinner, looking forward to a relaxing and elegant evening. The idea brings a gasp of delight from Alicia, while Melissa watches them go with a distinctly unimpressed pout. During a training session one day, Daichi finds himself on the receiving end of a sharp blow from Karina, his eyes wide with surprise. The session is intense, a flurry of wooden swords clashing as he desperately parries Karina's relentless assault, his face a mask of exertion and panic. One such blow connects with enough force to send him stumbling backward. Karina, looking entirely composed, explains that since their arrival in the city of Kafna, she has been providing him with this basic swordsmanship training every morning. He sits on the ground, exhausted, as she points out that his sword skills are still lacking. However, she concedes that since he possesses non-elemental magic and unique skills, perhaps his swordsmanship doesn't need to be perfect. His frustration mounting, Daichi slams his fists on the ground, declaring his determination to find a way to make Karina admit defeat. In the background, Jeffrey remarks to the others that it should be an easy task. He gathers his companions and outlines a plan, instructing them to first pin her against a wall and then deliver a sharp jab to her chin. Karina, overhearing this, looks on with growing irritation. To demonstrate, Frida practices the move on Jeffrey, striking his chin as Daichi watches to confirm the proper placement of the blow. Watching from a distance, Nike considers the plan. The cat thinks to itself that while the technique is fine, it's too delicate and would take too long to make Karina yield. A more direct, perhaps cruder, method would be far more effective. The next day, the contest takes an entirely different form. Daichi, now clad in a baseball uniform, triumphantly points to a scoreboard, declaring victory in their practice match via a strikeout. A stunned Karina, also in uniform and holding a catcher's mitt, can only shout in disbelief. Daichi explains that the winner is the one who collects the most limited edition jewels, with the uniform itself being the prize. He points at Karina, demanding she praise and pamper him for his victory. She immediately retorts that he's getting carried away, insisting that he's no good at this sort of thing. His fantasy competition ended in a crushing defeat, the scoreboard showing an 8-4 victory for Karina. He stared in disbelief at her status, which revealed not only S-rank swordsmanship and adventure levels, but also S-rank skills in creation and throwing, along with fire and wind attributes. He could only cry out in shock. He slammed his fist down in frustration. From across the imaginary field, Karina chided him, saying he should have checked her status beforehand, and that it was now time for their actual training. The next day, undeterred, he approached Karina with a box in hand. He declared that today's contest would be a game of shogi. She looked on, puzzled by the suggestion. He explained that the board games of his homeland were far more complex than anything she could have encountered before, holding up a game piece with confidence. To his surprise, Karina agreed, though she was flustered by the ornate, traditional robes he insisted they wear for the occasion. He explained it was to get into the proper fighting spirit, certain that this time he couldn't possibly lose. Yet, the result was the same. Another decisive victory for Karina, leaving him utterly stunned. As he sat in stunned silence, she calmly asked why he hadn't told her this world had similar board games. His frustration mounting, he rose to his feet the following day in a chef's uniform, roaring that their next challenge would be a cooking duel. She sighed, accepting the challenge with a tired yes, yes. Daichi, brimming with confidence, declared that this time he would win using the power of modern science in his cooking, with Jeffrey serving as the judge. The competition began with Daichi's dish, a magnificent spiny lobster. Both Karina and Jeffrey were visibly amazed by the delicious flavor. Believing he had finally won, Daichi celebrated his apparent victory. Next, Karina presented her creation. It was a large sandwich, described simply as meat, vegetables, and cheese stuffed in a bread. She called it a gatani sub-burger. Jeffrey took a bite, and his reaction was immediate and overwhelming. He declared it was so delicious it soaked into his very being. As Karina smiled, pleased with the result, Daichi could only stand by in silent, utter shock once more. He stared in disbelief as Karina was declared the victor of the cooking contest. She gave a small, understated pump of her fist while Jeffrey and Alicia cheered her on. She then turned to Daichi with a faint smile, asking if he understood now that this was all a waste of time. He sputtered in frustration, finding it incredible that she even had his soul food to cook. Refusing to give up, he declared one final contest. Jeffrey, overhearing, questioned the decision, noting that Daichi was sure to win with that, but Daichi somberly acknowledged it was his only option left. With the final challenge set, the two sat at a table laden with enormous stacks of pancakes. As Daichi roared for the contest to begin, Karina calmly flipped a pancake onto her plate, ready for the decider. He devoured the pancakes with frantic energy, finally gaining an advantage. Yet, as he ate, a thought surfaced. At what point had his objective shifted from training to merely winning? He couldn't understand why this victory felt so hollow. A young man with light, wavy hair and a confident smile announces himself as Bradley, the squad leader who came to their aid. Daichi and Fiona look on in surprise. In response, Daichi, flanked by Alicia, Melissa, and Nike, eyes the man suspiciously. He demands to know why Bradley is there and what he has done. The squad leader gestures down the stone-paved alley, telling Daichi not to look so displeased. He informs them that they are all heading to the church now. He then adds with a sly smile that he never said he would be accompanying them. His statement leaves Daichi utterly confused, wondering what the man could possibly be busy with. Bradley, however, cheerfully insists that it's fine and asks to be allowed to join them anyway. As the two go back and forth, Fiona steps forward, timidly asking who Bradley is addressing. He turns his attention to her, formally introducing himself as Bradley of the Knights. Fiona bows her head slightly in return, presenting herself as Sister Fiona. With formalities concluded, Bradley explains that he came to thank Asakura for his help the previous day. Since they are both heading to the church, he suggests they go together. Fiona, however, leans into whisper to Daichi, suggesting it would be better if Bradley went alone, as their paths to the church differ. The knight then asks if the other two girls are coming along as well. Alicia and Melissa cheerfully confirm they are, and Bradley accepts, placing himself in their care for the journey. With the matter settled, the group sets off down the alley. Bradley leads the way, followed closely by Fiona, Melissa, and Alicia, while Daichi trails behind, watching the new formation with a thoughtful expression. He found himself questioned by Bradley, who pointed out that the topic of conversation on the road seemed to be how Daichi could possibly get away with things at the mercenary post. The knight suggested it would be quite difficult for him to simply leave. The knight squad leader then cheerfully offered to vouch for him at the church, given his position. Daichi appeared taken aback by the offer, while Sister Fiona looked on, clearly hesitant and uncertain. He then turned to Sister Fiona, extending a hand and advising her not to cause any unnecessary alarm for the people at the church. With a calm smile, he declared it was time for them to depart, leaving Fiona momentarily speechless. As their group began to walk, Daichi spoke up, telling Bradley that he had something to discuss with him. He asked the knight not to be so guarded around him. He asked if Bradley had encountered the adventurers Stone and River after their interrogation. Bradley confirmed that he had, and that his own two subordinates were currently investigating them. He then clarified, asking if Daichi was referring to the adventurers connected to a recent incident. The knight explained that those adventurers had been taking bribes to either look the other way or provide assistance for illicit activities. He dismissed it as a simple, if effective, strategy. Daichi pressed further, asking if only those two had accepted the bribes. Bradley corrected him, revealing that their superior, a squad leader, along with more than 10 others whose names were on a list, had already been taken into custody by the guards. He remarked with a hint of cynicism that it was a shame 10 corrupt guards had been taken away, his gaze sharp as he watched Bradley's reaction. Bradley then revealed the truth. He was the one who released the adventurers, not because they held valuable information, but because he was watching them. Daichi agreed with the tactic, noting that no one had noticed the illegal smuggling until now. Bradley's expression brightened, exclaiming that with Daichi's cooperation, they could seize the mercenaries' entire organization and their vast funds. He continued to ponder the situation as he gazed over the city. Buying out adventurers with a huge sum of money and incorporating mercenaries without anyone noticing was no simple feat. The critical question, he realized, was to figure out who was backing them with such a massive amount of capital. He continued, explaining the scale of the operation by giving an example. It was large enough to involve forces like the heavy infantry of the Tarnak kingdom. Daichi listened intently, his expression serious as Nike perched on his shoulder. Alicia interjected, pointing out that even adventurers like them only possess slightly more information than the guards. She watched Bradley with a calculating gaze, wondering what he was truly planning. Changing the subject, Daichi reminded him that he was also counting on the investigation of the Sakura Mansion's basement. He then asked directly when he could expect to have the house returned to him. Bradley casually replied that the Merchants Guild was covering their lodging expenses, so it shouldn't be an issue. He questioned if Daichi was still so eager to have his own home and shop. Daichi affirmed that it was his sincere desire, a thought which reminded him that Asakura had been a merchant. He then delivered some unfortunate news, explaining that the best property, the one that met all their requirements, especially being large enough for Alicia and the others, was no longer an option. He stated that no other property would suffice. Changing topics abruptly, Bradley began to say that he had heard something from Alan. Daichi, caught off guard by the sudden shift, asked what he was talking about. He clarified that it was about the Mages Guild registration exam, then curiously asked why Daichi had gone out of his way to listen to his story. Bradley dismissed it as a triviality, mentioning that he'd had to get Jeffrey's cooperation on numerous occasions, much to his reluctance. In the background, Jeffrey grumbled as Daichi looked on in surprise at this unexpected connection. He elaborated, stating his confidence stemmed from knowing Jeffrey's abilities well. He revealed that Jeffrey is a top-class mage within the country, his only limitation being a specialization in non-attribute magic. Daichi, completely flustered by the high praise, insisted that calling him top-class was a gross exaggeration. He explained to Bradley that Alan had witnessed him cut through iron, which was enough to recognize his ability as a C-rank mage without a fight. Melissa chimed in, agreeing that it was quite convenient. Hearing this, Bradley leaned in close, his expression intense. He questioned if Daichi had actually spoken with Alan. The question brought to Bradley's mind a conversation with Jeffrey, who had once remarked that he'd never even heard a rumor of a mage capable of so smoothly severing a wooden sword support pillar. Returning to the present, Bradley admitted that he himself didn't know of such a mage's existence. He then posed a startling question to Daichi. Was it possible he was actually an A-rank mage, not just a C-rank? He considered the possibility, explaining that back in his home country, he rarely left his mansion and thus had little opportunity to compare his abilities to others. Glancing towards his companions, he confessed that because of this, he truly didn't know where his own power was positioned. Bradley insisted that if his suspicions were correct, then it was imperative for Daichi to better understand his own capabilities. He turned to Alicia, suggesting she must feel the same way, catching her by surprise. Flustered, Alicia fidgeted and admitted she had a thought on the matter. Bradley then shifted the topic, remarking on the difficulty of the Sanus' trial and directly asking Daichi if he was responsible for its outcome. Daichi simply looked back, confused by the question. Before he could answer, Melissa pointed ahead with a shout of excitement. In the distance, a grand church with a tall steeple rose above the surrounding forest. She announced that it was their destination. Having arrived, an energetic Melissa declared that they should first greet the priest before proceeding to the other orphanage. Daichi covers his blushing face with one hand, a fork held in the other. The meal is so rustic, so unrefined, that he mutters about its crudeness. As he sits with his companions, Melissa explains that she was completely unaware of this particular orphanage. She notes that the orphanages in this town are generally well-funded, but the one Sister Fiona oversees is markedly different from the other two. The children there, she adds with a hint of concern, are in a pitiable state. The city they were in, Byron, was the largest commercial hub in the neighboring kingdom and a territory of the Denelli family. Its budget for orphanages was substantial, surpassed only by that of the royal capital itself. Despite this generous funding, the reality was stark. While the exact budget figures were unknown to them, it was clear the clothes worn by the orphanage's children were of a much lower quality than those seen on children elsewhere in the city. The discrepancy weighed on his mind as he ate. He reflected that, for orphans in this world, simply being healthy and receiving enough food was a fortune he had never imagined possible. Melissa's explanation, however, painted a darker picture. She described how the children from the other orphanages lacked the cheerful spirit found at Daisy House. They were listless and withdrawn, she observed, as if any affection they showed towards adults had been swiftly and cruelly betrayed. This disheartening atmosphere, she added with a sigh, extended to the staff as well. Her account troubled Daichi. He could understand that young children needed looking after, but what he couldn't grasp was the complete absence of adult staff. He recalled seeing nearly 10 orphans working by themselves, their ultimate destinations a mystery. The entire situation felt deeply wrong. In response to his unease, Bradley calmly explained the situation. Due to the high number of missing orphans, the Guard Corps had been forced to place collaborators and informants within the orphanages. He then added, with a knowing look, that such measures were no longer necessary. He gestured toward a nearby building. The church and the orphanage staff were indeed the prime suspects. Bradley then looked directly at Daichi, stating that if the church was involved as they suspected, it was a matter that did not concern him. He set his glass down, his expression thoughtful. He felt it was too early to make a judgment, and asked Daichi if something was on his mind. Daichi denied it, clarifying that he simply felt there was too little information to form a solid conclusion just yet. Meanwhile, at one of the city's orphanages, a senior nun complained to another that they were all being held back by a clumsy and inexperienced sister. The same nun then welcomed a group, explaining that the church handles all the orphanage's personnel. She noted that while they don't have many staff, they balance the enthusiastic ones well, before offering them a table for 4. Daichi's mind raced with the implications. He considered the possibility that inept staff and an inexperienced sister were deliberately dispatched to the other 2 orphanages to create a pretext for a crime, making the church itself an accomplice. At their table, Melissa voiced her skepticism, finding it hard to believe the other sisters could be so incompetent. She argued that, compared to Sister Fiona, the staff at the other local orphanages were managing their facilities much more effectively. Sister Fiona explained that her staff was quite large and that the sisters were present every day. Given this, she couldn't imagine such problems occurring elsewhere. As he ate, Daichi processed everything. The Denali territory allocated a huge budget to the orphanages, and the church was supposed to manage them. There was no reason for the staff to be overworked or neglectful. He reminded himself not to let Melissa's emotions sway his judgment as he organized the facts. He mentally listed the suspicious elements: the rise in kidnappings, the strange basement in his own house, and the existence of an unnaturally inept orphanage. Bradley's warning about troublesome adventurers from other nations echoed in his mind, along with the knowledge that mercenaries were accepting their bounties. Looking up with resolve, Daichi addressed Alicia's question about the wanted posters. He confirmed he had already requested them from the Adventurers Guild, and that they should be circulating soon. He admitted that while he didn't have clear proof of anything yet, his suspicions were solidifying. He stood before a wall plastered with wanted posters, confirming his plan. He asked if there would be any issue with him apprehending the targets, to which the man off-screen replied that there was none. The man, a confident adventurer with light, wavy hair, then made a suggestion. Since they were planning on capturing the wanted men anyway, he recommended that they register with the Adventurers Guild. The suggestion made Daichi pause his meal, a look of weary resignation on his face as Nike peeked out from his collar. The guild again. It seemed the path forward would once more lead him into the complex world of the Adventurers Guild. While seated at a tavern table with his companions, Daichi is asked a direct question by Bradley. What are his thoughts on the Adventurers Guild? He explains that for requests that come through the guild, even those that risk one's life, the guild provides certain conveniences. Daichi listens, a thoughtful expression on his face. Bradley continues, noting that Daichi is already registered with the merchant and mage guilds. He then asks if there would be any issue with also registering as an adventurer. He clarifies that being a member of the other two guilds actually lowers the chance of being burdened with troublesome designated requests from the Adventurers Guild. Confused, Daichi simply asks why that is. At this, Melissa bursts out laughing. She declares that compared to the merchant and mage guilds, the Adventurers Guild is of a lower class. She boasts that she could easily use pressure to shut down any unreasonable demands they might make. Later, as the group walks through the town, Bradley suggests that if Daichi were to register with the Adventurers Guild, a certain problem of his would be resolved. He looks puzzled, asking what problem Bradley is referring to. He racks his brain, wondering if he'd forgotten something related to the guild. Suddenly, Melissa points accusingly at him, a look of dramatic realization on her face. She reminds him that he has been selling magic stones and materials from the forest without permission. If he were a registered adventurer, she explains, there would be no issue. Daichi, flustered, tells her to stop making such a face. The system of the Adventurers Guild is, in principle, straightforward. Adventurers accept requests, and for subjugation missions, the handling of any acquired magic stones or materials is left to the adventurer's discretion. However, the guild is obligated to report these acquisitions to the state. Furthermore, when exploring a dungeon, the guild directly receives the materials to verify the completion of the request. Melissa explains that this is why adventurers are prohibited from selling materials they've obtained on their own. It prevents the guild from tracking the type and quantity. When Daichi asks why they need to track it, she leans in with a grin, suggesting it's a measure to prevent tax evasion. He listened as Melissa explained that by registering with the guild and building a record of contributions, he could avoid scrutiny. She clarified that the Adventurers Guild tends not to be overly strict about minor, unreported sales, a lenient stance they take with those they cannot fully protect. As they walked, she pointed towards a large, timber-framed building, identifying it as the Adventurers Guild. Daichi, looking up at the structure, could only remark on its impressive size. Melissa added that the building was once even more magnificent. She recounted how, 10 years prior, the former guild master had insisted they needed a big base of operations when constructing the main hall, imagining a ridiculously muscular figure making the declaration. He processed this, commenting on its luxurious appearance. With a sigh, Melissa dismissed it as all for show, stating that the lack of substance was typical for the Adventurers Guild. The heavy doors creaked open as Daichi stepped forward to enter. As he did, Melissa quietly advised Alicia that while they themselves didn't care about the inter-guild rivalries, they should remain wary of those who did. Inside, a wave of noise and activity washed over him. The hall was filled with rough-looking adventurers drinking, shouting, and checking a large quest board. Daichi's eyes widened in amazement, realizing it was just like the settings he'd read about in light novels. He gazed around the bustling room, taking in the chaotic scene of the Adventurers Guild for the first time, while a stoic guard stood watch nearby. His awe was abruptly shattered when a large, bearded adventurer blocked his path, shouting that the entrance was no place for a brat and telling him to get lost. Startled, Daichi froze as Alicia wondered aloud if the place was always so unwelcoming. Before the confrontation could escalate, Melissa stepped in. She reassured Daichi, explaining that many mages were registered here and that he would eventually blend in. She then mused that he likely stood out because he was a foreigner, a thought that made Daichi realize he wasn't fitting in. She guided him past the crowd toward the reception desk, where a cheerful woman welcomed them loudly. Melissa announced that she had brought someone from the Merchants Guild, prompting the receptionist to ask which one. She stammers, flustered by the request, and asks them to please wait just a moment. While she recovers, Daichi glances around the counter, wondering if anyone else is present. He considers that a referral from Klaus of the Merchants Guild might afford him VIP treatment, but quickly dismisses the thought, preferring not to stand out. His thoughts are shattered by an aggressive shout from behind him. A burly adventurer demands to know who was just trying to sell materials without a permit. The accusation hangs in the air. Daichi lowers his gaze, annoyed at being called out for the same thing again. Beside him, Alicia watches with a worried expression. He turns as the adventurer confronts him directly, addressing him as Daichi Asakura. Daichi begins to explain that he was told it was all right, but the man interrupts, stating that the Adventurers Guild has rules that can't be bent and that they must have a proper discussion in a separate room before his registration can be finalized. Before the situation can escalate, an older guild receptionist looks up from his paperwork and asks if the registration is for one person. Just as Daichi is about to answer, Alicia pops into view, holding up 2 fingers and cheerfully announcing that they'll be registering for 2. Her sudden declaration catches both Daichi and Melissa by surprise. He turns to her, asking if she plans to register too. Alicia confirms, explaining that she'd been meaning to and sees this as the perfect opportunity to do it together. Overjoyed, Daichi exclaims that it's no bother at all and that he's thrilled. As he beams, Nike peeks out from inside his jacket. His enthusiastic reaction brings Nike fully into view. Alicia immediately begins petting the cat, cooing over how cute and fluffy he is. Melissa, however, eyes the creature suspiciously and asks if it's a monster. Daichi quickly assures her that Nike is just a normal cat. After the brief distraction, they return to the task at hand. Daichi finishes filling out his registration form and hands it over to be processed. The result is announced, leaving Daichi stunned. He has been classified as a C-rank mage. He stares at the document in disbelief, questioning how he could possibly be C-rank with only elementless magic. Yet the assessment is clear. He listened as Melissa commented that the Adventurers Guild would naturally want to secure a high-ranking mage. She noted that most exceptional adventurers are either mages or possess some kind of special skill. The receptionist then called out the next name, Alicia Heartland, age 20. At the counter, the receptionist asked Alicia if she was, by chance, a descendant of the Celia Heartland lineage. Alicia confirmed that Celia was her great-grandmother. Overcome with reverence, the receptionist bowed deeply, thanking her profusely. The receptionist, flustered and buzzing with excitement, realized she was in the presence of the famous Celia's descendant. She stammered that it was an honor to have both her and Mr. Asakura joining their ranks, as Daichi and Melissa watched the scene unfold. She looked down at the registration document, her eyes widening in disbelief. "A B-rank mage," she exclaimed, startling Daichi. Apologizing for her outburst, she asked if the information was correct. Alicia calmly confirmed that it was. Overwhelmed, the receptionist thanked them again and announced she would process both of their registrations immediately, asking them to wait for just a moment before scurrying away. As they waited, Daichi remarked on how high Alicia's mage rank was. Melissa explained that while many mages register with the guild, it's quite rare for one of mid-rank, D rank, or higher to do so. She continued, clarifying that the guild has a preferential treatment system even for mages below E rank, allowing them to achieve higher results than adventurers without magic. The guild, she stated, is actively trying to recruit mages and priests. Daichi considered this, thinking it might create friction between magic users and non-magic users. Melissa quickly corrected his assumption. She explained that the guild doesn't just register anyone as a mage. There is a clear and absolute difference in standing between those who can use magic and those who cannot. To illustrate the guild structure, she gestured out a pyramid. At the bottom are the regular adventurers, divided into combat and gathering types. Above them are the lower-ranking mages. And at the very top, receiving preferential treatment, are the mid-rank and higher mages. He processed this information, his brow furrowed in thought. He then wondered aloud if, similar to the Mages Guild, the Adventurers Guild also requires a test to confirm one's combat abilities. Melissa cheerfully confirms that there is, in fact, a combat trial. The news visibly startles Alicia, who stammers as she questions why such a test would be necessary. He finds her reaction puzzling, recalling how she fought on the front lines against the King Apes and even confronted thugs just the day before. With a downcast expression, Alicia explains her hesitation. She admits she has some experience fighting monsters, but only because Daichi was there with her. She confesses that she's not very good on her own and can only manage if she's in a support role. The receptionist reassures them that it will be fine, suggesting that a simple display of attack magic will surely suffice. Just then, a woman in a nun's habit, Sister Fiona, approaches the counter, announcing she has returned. She turns to the pair and informs them that the next step is a combat trial in the training grounds. Daichi asks if this means they will be facing an examiner in a one-on-one match. Before Fiona can respond, an angry adventurer shouts for them to stop joking around. He points out that with a B rank and a C rank mage, no one would be foolish enough to act as their opponent in a mock battle. Alicia flinches at the sudden outburst. The man continues yelling, demanding to know where they think they're going. He insists that he has business to discuss now that their application is finished. Daichi turns to face the interruption. Fiona calmly addresses the angry adventurer as Lodi-san, explaining that Daichi and Alicia are still in the middle of their application and are on their way to the combat trial. Lodi processes her words. His anger momentarily subsides. His fury quickly returns. Lodi dismisses any inconvenience, declaring that he will personally select the examiner for their mock battle. He then barks at Fiona to hurry up and take them to the training grounds. Flustered, she quickly agrees. The adventurer glares at Daichi, telling him to look forward to the examiner he has chosen. Unfazed, Daichi simply smiles and politely asks him to be gentle. He faced the challenge with a confident, almost mocking grin, telling his unseen opponent to be gentle. Behind him, both Alicia and Melissa watch with apprehension. In response, Lodi turned his back, walking away down a corridor. He warned Daichi not to even think about running. He had no intention of fleeing. Cracking his knuckles, Daichi declared his plan. First, he would thoroughly beat up the examiner, and then, Alicia, however, cut him off with a panicked shout. She vehemently disagreed, shouting that Lodi was the one at fault, not the examiner. It would be an unreasonable loss for the guild if an examiner got injured. Daichi considered her point, conceding that perhaps he should just beat up Lodi instead, as the outcome would be the same. Just then, the chosen examiners arrived. A formidable group of 3 adventurers, led by the imposing Captain Jeffrey, strode into the courtyard with an air of confidence. Seeing the trio, Daichi questioned why 3 people were present. Lodi, standing nearby, clarified the situation. It was to be a 2-against-1 trial, and only Daichi would be participating. Alicia immediately cried out in protest, exclaiming that she had never heard of a 2-on-1 examination. Lodi, his patience worn thin, whirled around and roared for her to be quiet. Ignoring the commotion, Captain Jeffrey turned to one of his companions, a woman with a mustache, and inquired about Daichi's combat experience. He wanted her assessment to help gauge the appropriate level of difficulty for the trial. He answered for himself, calmly stating that he had participated in one proper anti-personnel battle against bandits, and had also dealt with some local thugs. One of the other examiners, a man with long, light-colored hair, scoffed at this, remarking that it wasn't much. Daichi retorted that those who know nothing often speak foolishly. The examiner, however, was already lost in thought, imagining the profit he could make from selling any magic stones or materials Daichi might possess. Daichi calmly explains to Melissa that it's not unusual for a dedicated adult guild member to get angry, noting that the man's sense of belonging to the guild must be strong. In the background, Lodi furiously demands to know what Daichi is saying, accusing him of breaking the rules. The arrogant examiner tells Lodi to calm down, while the scarred veteran tries to redirect his attention, asking what he intends to do about the monster opponent. Ignoring them, Daichi continues his report, mentioning that he defeated dozens of king apes and also practiced magic in a nearby forest against goblins and orcs. Melissa reacts with shock, shouting out in disbelief about the king apes. His casual claim sends a wave of disbelief through the entire group of examiners and opponents, who stare in stunned silence. The silence is broken by Lodi's booming laughter as he dismisses the claim as an outrageous bluff. He tells Daichi to stop wasting time and get on with it, while the scarred veteran presses for more details, asking how he managed to defeat the king apes. Unfazed, Daichi calmly approaches a withered tree and plucks a thin, dry twig from one of its branches. He explains that he did it by using body, strengthening, and magic, demonstrating by striking the tree trunk with the flimsy twig, which shatters a chunk of the wood on impact. He then adds that, of course, he used other weapons like a knife as well. Holding the broken twig, Daichi reveals his official standing as a C-rank magician. Melissa chimes in from the side, adding that Daichi also single-handedly defeated Alan of the Alan Guild, and that his other companion, Alicia, is the heir to the B-rank magician Senria Heartland. This flood of new information completely shatters the composure of Jeffrey and his 2 companions, who are left sweating and speechless. For Lodi, the series of revelations is too much to process. He collapses to the ground, foaming at the mouth, as the other 2 examiners look on in utter defeat. In the wake of the commotion, the guild receptionist bursts forward, her face flushed with exertion. She declares loudly that there is absolutely no need for a mock battle. A fight against a magician of his caliber, she insists, is completely out of the question. With her intervention, the matter is settled, and Daichi's adventure registration is officially complete. Behind her, Daichi watches with a slightly dazed expression, while Alicia breathes a sigh of relief, a gentle smile on her face. In front of a large building, Daichi Asakura observes a small commotion down the street. He turns to Captain Jeffrey and asks if it's all right for them not to get involved. Jeffrey glances away with a look of indifference, stating that they have no obligation to interfere. Frida and the scarred veteran stand by, listening. He crosses his arms and elaborates on the situation. A C-rank mage had approached them, intent on killing them. Jeffrey notes that the individual gets hot-headed at the sight of blood and was in the process of forming a 4-person party. He then tells Daichi that if he's so concerned, he should go teach the little brat about the harsh realities of being an adventurer. The scene shifts to a quiet field where an unusual scarecrow stands. It has a simple, smiling face drawn on its sackcloth head and is equipped with a metal breastplate, shoulder pauldrons, and a conical hat. Back in town, Daichi, with a determined expression, tells a young girl in a bonnet that it's time to go. The girl seems flustered, insisting he doesn't have to. For a moment, Daichi's resolve wavers, but he quickly regains his composure. Alicia Heartland watches them leave, a slight blush on her cheeks as Daichi and Nike wave goodbye from a distance, wishing her luck. The girl in the bonnet, now beside Alicia, asks what kind of errand she is on. Out in the field, she addresses the girl and the armored scarecrow. Alicia explains that she can use all types of magic and asks which one would be best for them to witness. The girl is taken aback by this claim. Her expression turns serious as she clenches her fists with determination. She declares that she is proficient in 4-element magic, non-elemental magic, enchantment magic, and even alchemy. The girl, Celia, runs off in a state of shocked awe. She cries out that Alicia's grandfather was right. She was fighting alongside a future great sage. In the background, Jeffrey's party looks on, their expressions a mixture of confusion and surprise. She returns, asking Alicia if she has a follower with her now. Before anyone can answer, a massive explosion of light and energy erupts in the sky above the training ground. Daichi and Melissa look up in alarm as something plummets towards them. The object streaks past Celia with incredible speed, causing her to cry out in shock. It is a small bird wreathed in blue flames, which Alicia calmly catches in her outstretched hand. The onlookers, including Jeffrey, stare in disbelief as one of them identifies the creature as a blue inferno. He asks if she knows what she is holding. Alicia confirms that it is indeed a powerful, rank-designated monster, but she quickly reassures him that there is no danger. She insists the creature is a well-behaved child who listens to everything she says. Despite her assurances, Melissa's expression is one of deep skepticism. Alicia pays her no mind, turning back to the armored scarecrow. She announces that she will now proceed with her wind magic demonstration. She unleashes a powerful gust, but it completely misses the target. The blast of wind is so immense that it tears apart the large building standing in the background, reducing it to splinters. Alicia looks on, seemingly puzzled by the outcome. She turns away from the wreckage with an embarrassed laugh, apologizing profusely. With a sheepish expression, she admits that she is not very good with attack magic. Her casual apology is met with a wall of stunned silence. Daichi, Jeffrey, the scarred veteran, Melissa, and Frida can only stare, their faces blank with shock at the casual display of overwhelming destructive power. He finally breaks the silence, noting that somewhere in the chaos, the intended target was completely vaporized. She seems unconcerned, instead asking about her pet, Pai-chan. The small blue inferno is perched atop the smoldering, molten remains of the scarecrow, its flames now burning with even greater intensity. Daichi and Melissa can only look on in horror. The small, fiery birds circle peacefully around Alicia's head. She explains with a serene smile that they are intelligent creatures, capable of understanding her intentions without explicit commands. Daichi, however, remains skeptical, his expression flat as he questions whether this means she can truly control them. She dismisses his concern with a confident tap to her temple, declaring that such control is unnecessary and simply instructs her familiars not to use any more attack magic. Her mind already racing to the next demonstration, she clenches a fist, but her companions, Karina and Melissa, desperately interject from behind, begging her to do nothing more since she has already passed the exam. The aftermath of her earlier spell serves as a stark reminder of her power. A building reduced to a heap of splintered timber and shattered stone. As night falls, a full moon rises over the quiet streets of the town. The group walks through the moonlit streets, passing by the scarred veteran adventurer who sits quietly by the roadside. Her gaze drifts up to a nearby rooftop, a worried expression on her face. She quietly wonders if it was truly all right that they didn't have to provide compensation for the damages. Hearing her concern, Daichi tells her not to worry, as the guild itself had said it wasn't necessary. Melissa chimes in, placing the blame squarely on the man named Lodi, insisting that his provocations were the root cause of the incident. The incident stemmed from a flawed examination process where powerful but volatile mages were being forced to participate. The examiners, particularly Lodi, were held responsible for any resulting chaos. His history of misconduct had already bred resentment among his colleagues, and with this latest disaster, the guild's submaster saw an opportunity. To quell the growing discontent, the submaster successfully placed the full burden of responsibility for the damages squarely on Lodi's shoulders. Standing before the wreckage, Melissa remarks on the sheer scale of the destruction and the guild's surprisingly severe response. Daichi observes that, as a result, it seems everyone at the Adventurers Guild is now terrified of Alicia. He holds up a document, explaining that the guild assisted with all the necessary arrangements. His thoughts drift to the aftermath, picturing the furious Lodi and the other examiners being held accountable for the entire fiasco. He decides their next course of action. Starting tomorrow, they will search for a flyer. He asks the group if they have any ideas specifically about the whereabouts of the 3 people he was told about. He suggests they start by investigating a nearby building, though he cautions them not to expect much, as it's only a hunch based on the man's manner of speaking. As he holds Pai-chan, his thoughts drift to his true objective, the Taltnart Kingdom. He remembers that the horse corps he was asked to join is also headed in that direction. Karina clarifies the political situation for him. She surmises that he wants to trade with the Taltnart Kingdom, but explains that merchants who do so are forbidden from trading information or goods with any other nation. The implications of this restriction weigh on him. Melissa notices his grim expression and tells him not to look so serious, reminding him that it's only a possibility. Determined to find a way around this, he turns to Melissa and begins to ask for her help, but she cuts him off with a blunt refusal. Her rejection doesn't deter him, and he presses on, begging for even a small piece of information. She shouts back, adamantly refusing, explaining that what he's asking for is private information about another country's trade and merchants, which is impossible to share. After the heated exchange, Melissa relents slightly, but with a condition. She instructs him that starting tomorrow, the two of them will have to find adventurers from a list she provides, without any hints. The news crushes Daichi's spirit as he confirms it will be just the two of them. While he's stunned by this new task, Alicia excitedly announces that their party application has been accepted. She cheerfully tells him they should work hard together, leaving him utterly confused. He slumps in defeat as Alicia explains what happened. She admits she got carried away and, in her eagerness to accept the Golden Head subjugation quest, she invited the other Alicia to join their party to venture into a dangerous region. Nearby, Pai-chan fumes, realizing Daichi completely missed the diagram to try to show him. He argued that the location was too dangerous for him to go alone, let alone with her. Alicia, annoyed, retorted that she wouldn't let him go by himself. She declared with a bright smile that Pai-chan would provide perfect support. Daichi, however, looked away in frustration, muttering that Pai-chan was the very reason he was so worried. His attempt to find an excuse was cut short by Melissa, who appeared in the doorway. Daichi suggested he would go if Celio Basin gave permission, but Melissa flatly denied the possibility. Alicia asserted that she was an adult too, to which Melissa simply agreed with a knowing smile, understanding their resolve. As the sun began to set, its light cast long shadows from a stone tower, marking the transition from day to evening. Later, Alicia shyly confessed that this was her first time doing something like this. Daichi admitted it was his first time as well. Flustered, she added that being alone with him was making her heart race. Their conversation paused as they arrived at an overlook. Before them lay the slum district, a dense collection of weathered buildings under a darkening sky. Nike perched quietly on Daichi's shoulder. Suddenly, both were startled by a sound. Daichi let out a surprised yelp, while Alicia jumped, her small animal companions reacting in kind. Recovering her composure, Alicia gently stroked Pai-chan, murmuring with a soft laugh that they were all in this together. They reached a doorway, where Alicia paused. She turned to Daichi, telling him not to worry about what her great-grandmother might say, insisting that she was an adult now. As if on cue, the door opened to reveal an elderly woman with a severe expression. She addressed Daichi directly, warning him that he would have to take full responsibility if Alicia were to get hurt. Alicia cried out to her great-grandmother in protest. Ignoring the warning's harshness, he looked at Alicia with unwavering confidence. He told her it was all right, promising that he would protect her completely. His assurance made her heart skip a beat. He and Alicia stepped into the slum district, a place of crumbling stone walls and weathered buildings. Wanted posters were tacked onto a dilapidated wall, a common sight in such a lawless area. They soon found a group of men gathered around a table. With a cheerful greeting, Daichi approached one of them, a man with long, dark hair who eyed them suspiciously. The man, unimpressed, asked what they wanted, addressing Daichi as brother, and telling him to leave if he was just trying to recruit for the Graham family. He cheerfully explained that they were actually looking for the man on a set of wanted posters he produced. The long-haired man listened, his expression unchanging, before stating that those individuals were no longer in the area. Undeterred, Daichi pressed on, suggesting that with the man's connections, finding them would be a simple matter. The man considered this, asking if Daichi was implying he was a liar. Daichi simply replied no. The man's suspicion gave way to a flicker of amusement. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face as he took a sip from his cup, intrigued by the boy's audacity. Seeing he had the man's attention, Daichi stated plainly that he knew the man was aware of the wanted individual's whereabouts. He then asked what it would take to get that information from him. The man's playful attitude vanished. He told Daichi to leave, warning that a rough crowd was about to show up. Daichi, however, held his ground, offering to pay for the information and asking if the man would be willing to talk. The offer seemed to strike a nerve. His eyes widened in fury, and he slammed his cup down, shattering it. He snarled, questioning if Daichi was trying to buy him. Unfazed by the outburst, he calmly clarified his position. If the man preferred to think of it as a buyout, that was fine, but Daichi had come prepared with something even better than a simple payment. The man leaned back, his anger subsiding, replaced once more by curiosity. He remarked that Daichi was an interesting fellow. He listened as Daichi clarified his intentions. They were not looking to simply buy information, but rather to find a partner for a transaction. Daichi then laid out his conditions. First, the person must be lucky. Second, they needed to be sharp-witted and ambitious. Finally, he stressed, they had to be trustworthy. He then asked the informant directly if he fit the description or if he knew someone from the Graham family who did. Alicia added that the person they were searching for was indeed a lucky one. The informant considered this for a moment before pointing directly at Daichi, declaring that the first lucky person he had met in the slums was Daichi himself. His statement was followed by a sudden, booming laugh. A bewildered Daichi asked if he had said something strange, as the informant, still chuckling, questioned if he was some kind of mage. As they spoke, another man with a blindfold covering his eyes approached. He addressed the informant, stating that while he was confident in his own skills, bringing a woman into such a place was reckless and ill-advised. Daichi's demeanor sharpened. He issued a calm but firm warning. If anyone were to lay a hand on Alicia, the entire slum district might be engulfed in a sea of fire, courtesy of Pai-chan. He added that he was only saying this as a precaution. The blindfolded man erupted in anger, shouting that he wouldn't take such talk from a mere child and demanding they get to the point. The informant, however, raised a hand, silencing his companion. Unfazed, Daichi questioned how the man could remain so agitated when surrounded by so many people. He pointed out that the informant's confidence and Alicia's own calm demeanor were genuine. The informant's eyes widened slightly, understanding the implication. Their composure was proof of the power they held. This realization shifted the informant's perspective entirely. He turned back to Daichi, addressing him as brother, and asked if what he implied was true. In response, Daichi simply beamed, stating that he was very much looking forward to working together. He listened as the informant agreed to the terms. The man stood abruptly from his seat, suggesting they move to a different location to continue their discussion. The informant then led them from the alleyway into a building. As they followed, both he and Alicia passed the silent, blindfolded man who stood guard by the entrance. Inside the new room, their guide gestured towards an ornate chair, formally welcoming them to the domain of the Graham family. From a seated position, another man introduced himself as Gilbert Graham, the very man Daichi was seeking. The informant, now revealed to be a subordinate, turned to Gilbert and proposed they begin the transaction, addressing him as boss. Daichi Asakura's current objective was clear: to bring the civilization of Earth to this new world and prove its superiority. However, he had also been thinking about something else entirely. His eyes snapped open as the thought crystallized. It was one of the top 3 things he wanted to do now that he was in another world. This desire manifested as a question to his companions, Melissa and Alicia. He wanted to eat a monster. He asked if there was a culture of monster cuisine, to which Melissa reacted with a bewildered huh. Alicia, however, was more measured, suggesting it was better not to, but that she would leave the decision to him. Alicia elaborated, explaining that while she had heard of some monster parts being used as strange medicines in certain regions, it was not a common practice. She wagged her finger, emphasizing that it was an odd thing to do. Undeterred, Daichi proudly presented a massive slab of meat. He explained that he had found a monster that looked edible, a large, spiky beast, and had the Materials Guild butcher it for him, requesting a cut that seemed safe to eat. He set about cooking the large cut of meat over an open fire. Melissa grimaced at the smell, clearly disgusted. Alicia, ever curious, asked if he planned to add herbs. Daichi confirmed he would, intending to cook it thoroughly to remove any unpleasant odor. He meticulously prepared it, seasoning the slab with herbs and citrus before placing it on the grill to sizzle over the flames. The result was a perfectly cooked monster steak, complete with crosshatch grill marks and a melting pat of butter on top. Turning to his companions, Daichi asked Melissa for her opinion. She impatiently told him to just eat it already. Alicia offered words of encouragement, telling him to do his best. Preparing himself, Daichi activated a skill, his chest glowing as he declared, "Body enhancement. Digestive system." He took a bite of the cooked monster steak, chewing thoughtfully as Melissa and Alicia watched with anticipation. Alicia wondered aloud if it tasted like chicken, but Daichi remained silent, focused on the flavor. After a moment of contemplation, a single thought formed in his mind. It tasted ordinary. Melissa scoffed, unimpressed. She pointed out that since they were eating a familiar monster, the taste was bound to be unremarkable. If he was serious about eating monsters, she suggested he should try a goblin, a king ape, or even a Demomoris, reminding him that he had promised to stop after that last one. His eyes widened with defiance. He declared that this was just the beginning and that he wanted to try the next one, prompting a sharp rebuke from Alicia. Then, a powerful desire echoed, to be reborn. This sudden proclamation left his companions baffled. Daichi tried to explain, mentioning that there are people who are actually reborn into different bodies. The idea sounded incredibly suspicious to Alicia. He clarified with a gentle smile that it wasn't about dying, but about wanting to try being someone other than himself. Understanding dawned on Alicia. She brightly suggested they consult with her Auntie Cecilia, whom she described as someone deeply trusted in the town. Following her lead, they arrived at a workshop where an elderly man presented Daichi with a potion, telling him to prepare his heart for what was to come. In a burst of light and swirling flowers, the transformation took hold. Daichi looked down in shock at his new form, that of a girl, complete with cat-like ears and a tail. His companions stared, their faces a mixture of surprise and awe. The initial shock quickly gave way to delight. Alicia congratulated Dana-san on becoming a Payat Tsukaido channeler, while Melissa added that his dream had come true, though she warned him not to get the wrong idea. The newly transformed Daichi, now with long dark hair, spotted his cat and called out, "Nike." The small creature looked up, seemingly recognizing its owner despite the drastic change. In his new form, he cradles Nike gently. The old merchant explains that with Nike's usual space gone, he should return for the cat the next day, leaving it in her care for the night. He processes her words, a thoughtful expression on his face, when a realization suddenly strikes him. He remembers the third thing he had wanted to accomplish, to return from this other world, but with a cheat skill. His sudden declaration leaves both Melissa and Alicia momentarily stunned, their faces blank with surprise. Recovering from their shock, they press him for an answer, asking if he truly intends to return to his homeland. He averts his gaze, hesitating to respond. His mind drifts back to his previous life, a memory of him working cheerfully in a tavern. He recalls the feeling of living day to day without any particular hope or ambition. The memory fades, bringing him back to the present moment. Sensing his somber mood, his companions watch with concern as he quietly reassures them that he is all right. He then turns to face them, a bright, determined smile on his face. With Nike perched on his shoulder, he declares that he no longer has any intention of returning home and has decided to find his third purpose right here in this world. His heartfelt declaration touches both Alicia and Melissa, who gaze at him with expressions of pure admiration. Even Nike seems to voice its approval. The tender moment is cut short by the old merchant, who gruffly tells them to take their sentimentality elsewhere. Taking the hint, he and his friends turn to leave. Following this decision, a new chapter of his life begins, filled with unexpected experiences. He finds himself in various situations and outfits, from a maid's uniform to casual wear, embracing his new form with surprising enthusiasm. Within a dimly lit room, Daichi and Alicia sit opposite a formidable group. The man with long, dark hair, their apparent leader, observes them intently. He notes that Alicia seems tense, remarking that dealing with the Graham family is a poor choice, all while his own hand are clasped tightly. Daichi sits closely with Alicia, sensing her unease. He leans in to reassure her, telling her not to worry because he is right there with her. Looking up at him, she seems to draw strength from his words and agrees to rely on him. The leader observes this exchange with a critical eye, commenting that Daichi's expression remains unchanged. With a cheerful grin, Daichi replies that being relied upon by Alicia gives him a surge of motivation. The leader scoffs, asking if he's just putting on a brave face. He pats the shoulder of the blindfolded man beside him, explaining with a smile that he simply doesn't wear his emotions on his face. The long-haired man looks on, unconvinced. The man then formally introduces himself. He is Gilbert Graham, he states, the representative of the Graham family that controls the southern part of the slums. In response, Daichi enthusiastically introduces himself as Daichi Asakura, an independent merchant. He then gestures grandly toward his companion, presenting her as Alicia Heartland, an apprentice alchemist. The name, Heartland, causes a ripple of shock through the room. Gilbert's men murmur in surprise, and Gilbert himself repeats the name, his tone shifting as he questions if she is truly an alchemist. As he pours a drink, Daichi casually asks if they are familiar with the family. Alicia's great-grandmother speaks up, confirming to Gilbert that while few in the country know of the Heartland alchemists, she has heard rumors that one had come to this very town. Alicia, flustered by the attention, stammers that she is merely an apprentice. Gilbert's demeanor becomes serious, and he requests to see her brother's identification tag. She nervously reaches for the tag, hanging from her neck. Before she can present it, Daichi holds out two metal tags, one presumably his own and the other belonging to her brother, offering them up for inspection. He asks Gilbert if the identification tags were enough to earn his trust. Gilbert remains silent with his arms crossed, a bead of sweat running down the blindfolded man's temple behind him. Gilbert finally concedes that it's a given. In response, Daichi declares that they can begin their transaction. Reaching into his pack, he places a long, sheathed object on the table with a solid thud, offering it as payment for the information. Gilbert picks up the item, unsheathing it to reveal a gleaming blade that catches his eye. Daichi explains it is a foreign sword, specially made and exceptionally sharp, valuable even as a piece of art. The realization dawns on Gilbert, who asks if Daichi is also a foreigner. He confirms this, adding that outlaws in his homeland favor this type of blade, and urges Gilbert to consider it for future favors. Agreeing to the deal, Gilbert tosses a stack of wanted posters onto the table. He reveals that these individuals arrived in town about half a year ago and are connected to the Tornado Army, gesturing toward a distant castle. He elaborates while pouring drinks, explaining that over the past year, a considerable number of people from the Tornado Kingdom have been flowing into the city. Daichi listens with focused intensity. Alicia, now seated beside Daichi, presses for details. She asks what percentage of them are connected to the former Tornado Army and if he knows their names and locations. Gilbert's expression turns grim. He warns them that this is where the true danger lies, admitting that his own people are nothing compared to them. Daichi meets his gaze unflinchingly, stating that he is fully aware of the risks. He then challenges Gilbert, asking if he is having second thoughts. He questioned Gilbert's concern, asking if he was worried about the other party involved in their deal. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude for the sentiment, while Alicia looked on. Gilbert's intense gaze met his. The informant then revealed the name of the group they were discussing, the Giletti family. The name caused Alicia to startle. He elaborated that the Giletti family is an organization formed by former citizens of the Tornado Kingdom. He confirmed there are 5 of them, prompting Daichi to ask for their names and distinguishing features. As he poured a drink, Gilbert added a crucial detail. In addition to the 5, more than 10 C-rank mages have also arrived from Tornado. That, he claimed, was the extent of his current knowledge. Daichi quietly absorbed the gravity of the information, stroking Nike, who was nestled inside his jacket. He had a quiet realization. If he wanted to live a long life, he could not afford to overestimate his own strength. He sincerely thanked Gilbert for the warning. The informant smiled, remarking that it would be a waste if such a promising opportunity were to die. Daichi looked back, puzzled, and asked what he meant by opportunity. Gilbert took a sip from his cup, his expression thoughtful. He confessed that he had been planning to enter the front world as a legitimate merchant, and that Daichi's appearance was a key part of his scheme. He continued his explanation, musing that while he had risen to the top of the underworld, there were limits to that life. With the line between the criminal and legitimate worlds blurring, he felt it was time to change the battlefield. With that, Gilbert laid out a new proposal. If Daichi wanted more information in the future, he would have to grant Gilbert the exclusive right to sell his unique products, which were unavailable anywhere else in the country. Daichi's response was immediate and positive. He stated that if Gilbert's family were to start a legitimate business, he would welcome it. Setting his cup down, Gilbert observed that Daichi was indeed a fortunate man. He sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. Their new partnership officially formed. He then clarified the terms, stating that his product was invaluable in this country and couldn't be measured in mere currency. Depending on the circumstances, it could be a matter of life and death, a fact Gilbert Graham was urged to remember. Gilbert, listening intently, seemed to grasp the gravity of the warning. As their business concluded, Alicia took a sip from her cup. With the deal established, she interjected, asking to move on to her next question. Which merchant companies were conducting trade with the Tornado Kingdom? Gilbert answered without hesitation, naming the Godot Company. He added that while Daichi's brothers seemed suspicious of their activities, he had yet to take any action. He elaborated on the company's recent activities. The Godot Company had, for some time, been reducing its trade with the Tornado Kingdom, instead increasing its dealings with the neighboring kingdoms of Mistral, Delbia, and Shitamil. Daichi processed this information. The official reason for the shift was the strained relationship between the Neuendorf and Tornado kingdoms, a fact the Godot Company's representative had publicly declared. Still, he suspected it could be a camouflage. He then asked about other merchant houses. Gilbert confirmed there was another, the Kiro Company. He explained that their trade with the Tornado Kingdom was suspiciously on the rise, and that this was the very company Daichi's brother was investigating. The pieces began to fall into place. Over the past year, trade with Tornado had been surging, either directly through the Kiro Company or via other merchants conducting business with them. He now understood the crucial difference. While both appear to be simple merchant companies, Godot and Kiro were fundamentally different. He reasoned that if the Godot Company were to suddenly take over the Tornado trade routes, the Kiro Company would be in trouble. Gilbert confirmed this, adding that the Kiro Company was merely putting on a smiling face to hide their difficult situation. Gilbert then revealed a critical piece of intelligence. In the midst of their trade expansion with the Tornado Kingdom, the Kiro Company had hired a particular man approximately 2 years prior, a man named Kyle. Staring at a wall plastered with wanted posters, Daichi felt a sense of certainty. He had definitely encountered these individuals on several occasions. His thoughts were interrupted by Alicia, who appeared beside him with eyes sparkling in delight. She exclaimed that this was her first time, and her heart was pounding with excitement. One of Daichi's small companions looked on, questioning if this was different from some other event. She continued, beaming, explaining that it was her first time walking through the slums and speaking with people from the other world. With a confident smile, she added that she wasn't afraid at all, because Daichi was with her. Daichi, looking slightly flustered by her declaration, asked what she planned to do next. Alicia apologized for having made him worry and promised that from now on, she would ask for his help. As they continued on their way, Daichi's mind drifted to his investigation, weighing whether to look into the Kiro or Godot Company first. Alicia noticed his preoccupation and asked if he was going somewhere. He replied that bringing her to the Giletti family would require a little more preparation. Their path through a narrow alley was suddenly blocked by 3 menacing men. The leader demanded a toll, sneering at the lost lambs. Alicia cried out that bad people had appeared, but Daichi calmly told her it was all right. Her fear turning to resolve, she declared loudly that she wasn't scared because he was with her. Daichi acknowledged her trust, admitting he had a duty to protect her, even if he was a little scared himself.